Chapter 426. The next day the short and long night passed by quietly. When the last star in the western sky disappeared, a white light appeared on the horizon in the east. The white light appeared dim, but it caused the darkness to compromise. As the white light grew increasingly intense, the darkness also scattered. Finally, a fiery red sun slowly rose into the sky, as though it had just woken up from a deep slumber. It carried a weary feeling. Feeling the warm temperature on his back, Xiao Yin slowly woke up from his training state. An entire night of training did not cause Xiao Yin to feel even the slightest bit tired. On the contrary, it caused Xiao Yin to feel even more energetic. Standing up, Xiao Yin pulled out the heavy Xian buster sword that was stuck in the crevice of a rock. As the rock fragments scattered, Xiao Yin carried the heavy Xian buster sword on his back. He pushed off the rock with the tip of his foot and leaped forward slightly. His black robe fluttered in the wind. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yin had already appeared in the sky 100 feet away. During the journey, Xiao Yin did not forget to use his spiritual energy to search the mountain forest below. This time, other than trying his luck to find the flame crystals, he also wanted to find some medicinal ingredients to refine Emperor-grade elixir pills. Looking at the medicinal ingredients left in Xiao Yan's storage ring, there were only a few that could be used to refine Emperor-grade elixir pills. With Xiao Yan's current alchemy skills, these medicinal ingredients were not enough for Xiao Yan to refine an Emperor-grade elixir pill. Therefore, he had to collect more medicinal ingredients. Only through repeated failures could Xiao Yan gain more experience and increase his success rate of refining Emperor-grade elixir pills. Although this kind of search was not easy, Xiao Yan had finally obtained a couple of medicinal ingredients that he needed after experiencing a couple of big battles. On a certain mountain peak, Xiao Yan gazed at the endless mountain range in the west. After a month of travel, Xiao Yan was about to reach the depths of the Shilin mountain range. Although Xiao Yan had yet to enter that place, he had already clearly sensed a couple of powerful auras from the probing of his spiritual strength. This involuntarily caused Xiao Yan's face to reveal a grave expression. If he guessed correctly, the owners of those few auras were likely magical beasts at the level of 9-star band D. TSK. The Shilin mountain range is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Who knows how long these magical beasts have existed? Their cultivation has actually reached such a level. It's hard to imagine what the interior of the Shilin mountain range is like. Xiao Yan gazed at the direction of the auras in front of him and could not help but exclaim. At the same time Xiao Yan sensed those auras, they also sensed Xiao Yan's senses. Humans? Go back to where you came from. Don't disturb our cultivation. This is not a place that you can casually step into. Deep within the mountain range, an indifferent voice echoed out. In the end, it landed in Xiao Yan's ears. The power contained within those words caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily furrow his brows. Seemingly having seen, through Xiao Yan's strength, the attitude of the person who spoke was not overbearing. His indifferent voice was only advising Xiao Yan to leave on his own accord. Xiao Yan only smiled in a relaxed manner after hearing the meaning behind the words. He immediately cupped his hands in the direction of those few people and said with a smile, "Everyone, please don't worry. I'm only passing by your precious land and wish to borrow a path. If I disturbed you in any way, please forgive me. Brat, I can see that it's not easy for you to cultivate and I don't want to kill you. I advise you to turn back now and leave the Shilin mountain range. As for passing by, you should take a detour. Otherwise, don't blame us for bullying you." This time, the indifferent voice had become somewhat stern and fierce. A tyrannical feeling was also revealed within it. However, Xiao Yan's expression remained indifferent. The smile at the corners of his mouth gradually disappeared, and a determined expression was revealed on his handsome face. Although the other party was a 9-star half-emperor, he had no choice but to borrow this path. Currently, the time was not right, and he did not want so easily encounter the 4 great sections. Therefore, if he wanted to head to the western desolated region, he had to pass through the Shilin mountain range no matter what. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Yan sat down with an indifferent expression. With a wave of his hand, a scarlet-red medicinal cauldron immediately appeared in front of Xiaoyan. It was the thousand-beast cauldron. In order to not attract too much trouble for himself, Xiaoyan could only temporarily use the thousand-beast cauldron. After all, the Luotian Divine Cauldron was ranked second on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking. Its allure was really too frightening. If Xiaoyan really took out the Luotian Divine Cauldron, and it was discovered, not only would the Shilin mountain range, even the entire western region would become lively. With a flick of his finger, a strand of gorgeous heavenly flame shot into the medicinal cauldron. With a puff, the heavenly flame rose, and the temperature within the medicinal cauldron also rose. After doing all this, Xiaoyan's hands did not stop moving. With a large wave of his hand, light flickered between his fingers, and stalk after stalk of medicinal ingredients that contained a rich medicinal fragrance rushed into the air. Xiaoyan's 10 fingers continuously flicked, and stalk after stalk of medicinal ingredients seemed to have received an order as they were rapidly thrown into the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiaoyan. With the refinement of the heavenly flame, the medicinal energy within was also refined. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan had already sat cross-legged on this mountain peak for half a month. During this half a month, the medicinal ingredients within Xiaoyan's medicinal cauldron had been destroyed no less than 5 times. Those medicinal ingredients that were destroyed were usually existences that had a price, but no market in the outside world. After seeing the medicinal ingredients in his medicinal cauldron being swallowed by the heavenly flame 5 times in a row, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a heartache in his heart. Among those medicinal ingredients, other than a portion that he had obtained from the Alchemist Association in the ancient Savage City, the majority of them were painstakingly obtained in the Shilin mountain range. Now that they had been turned into ashes by the heavenly flame with a puff, no matter who it was, they would feel heartache. Of course, although he felt heartache, Xiaoyan had also gained quite a lot of experience from his repeated failures. These experiences would ensure that Xiaoyan would greatly reduce the chances of failure in refining pills in the future. Although this was on the premise that Xiaoyan had destroyed quite a number of medicinal ingredients, the benefits that Xiaoyan had gained from this would last for the rest of his life. After nearly 2 months of hard work, Xiaoyan had finally successfully attracted 2 pill lightnings. The appearance of the 2 pill lightnings gave Xiaoyan even greater confidence in refining D-tier medicinal pills. The Northern King's strength had once again increased with the help of the 2 pill lightnings. Even though this increase was not great, in Xiaoyan's opinion, it was still something worth celebrating. In the end, Xiaoyan had stayed in the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range for half a year. In this half a year, other than recovering his exhausted Do Qi, Xiaoyan had also wholeheartedly devoted himself to refining pills. Heaven did not disappoint those who worked hard. After half a year of tempering, Xiaoyan already had a 70% confidence in his success rate in refining D-tier medicinal pills. Among alchemists of the same level, this was already something that Xiaoyan could be very proud of. At the same time that Xiaoyan's alchemy skills were crazily increasing, his strength as a 5-star half-martial emperor had also been completely consolidated. He was only a step away from reaching the middle stage of the 5-star half-martial emperor realm. The harvest of both his alchemy skills and strength was undoubtedly the happiest thing that had happened to Xiaoyan in the past half a year. As for the Northern King, after experiencing a total of 8 pill lightnings, his strength had already reached the peak of the late stage of the 9-star half-martial emperor realm. There was not much difference between him and a true Dodi. It was just that Xiaoyan did not know what kind of scene it would be if the Northern King really stepped into the Dodi realm one day. Would he also attract a lightning tribulation like a living person? Of course, before that happened, Xiaoyan naturally had no idea. After resting for a night, Xiaoyan slowly withdrew from his training state in the morning. The past half a year did not leave anything on Xiaoyan's face. If there was anything, it would be a mature charm that was even more attractive. Xiaoyan gently exhaled and stood up. Following the sound of bones colliding, Xiaoyan slowly raised his head. His gaze once again looked toward the mountain range in the distance. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. With a move of his body, he flew toward the west. Chapter 427. Whoosh! Suddenly, in the clear sky, a violent gale swept through heaven and earth. Waves of trees surged like a tsunami in the sea of trees below. This extremely unusual scene immediately alarmed some of the low-rank magical beasts in the forest. However, when they raised their heads to look at the sky, they did not discover anything. In the sky, Xiao Yin borrowed the miraculousness of the sky annihilation steps to merge his aura with the heaven and earth. This caused Xiao Yin to be unable to discover his existence as he rapidly flew. However, even though this was the case, Xiao Yin did not dare to be careless in the slightest. While ordinary low-rank magical beasts were unable to discover him, it did not mean that those three magical beasts were similarly unable to discover his existence. As 9-star half-martial emperors, they naturally possess their own powerful aspects. Although Xiao Yan's method of concealing his aura was extremely brilliant, in reality, the three masters of this region had already discovered Xiao Yan's existence the moment Xiao Yan set foot in the sky. At this moment, Xiao Yan could only pray in his heart that he would be able to pass through their territory before those three magical beasts arrived. However, in reality, Xiao Yan's prayers were completely useless. Boy, I've already told you to leave this place. This is not a place you should have come to. We do not wish to kill you. If you're to leave now, we can still let you go. However, if you continue to persist in going about things the wrong way, do not blame us for what happens next. While Xiao Yin was swiftly flying, a thunder-like low and deep voice was suddenly transmitted from the sky where he was located at this moment. At the same time, three frightening auras appeared in the sky. Immediately, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, they smashed down onto Xiao Yin, who was in the sky. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yin shouted, "Oh no," in his heart. His expression also changed. If there was only a single 9-star half-martial emperor, it would be fine. However, to Xiao Yin, facing three 9-star half-martial emperors at the same time, it was still difficult for him to resist. At the same time as the oppressive auras smashed down, Xiao Yin also used the sky annihilation steps with all his might. At this moment, the speed of the sky annihilation steps exploded forth. After revealing himself, Xiao Yin immediately turned into a black lightning. With lightning speed, he appeared in the sky several hundred feet away in an instant. Although this was the case, Xiao Yan's speed did not decrease in the slightest. That was because Xiao Yin had already clearly sensed that one of the three 9-star half-martial emperor's speed was something that even Xiao Yan's sky annihilation steps could not compare to. Humph! Boy, your speed is not slow. Unfortunately, before this king, you are still too inferior. A surprised expression was revealed in Xiao Yan's blue eyes. Immediately, a violent wild wind suddenly swept across the sky behind Xiao Yan. At the same time, an enormous shadow swept across the mountain forest below. In the blink of an eye, it had already caught up with Xiao Yan. Boy, you don't have to run anymore. Before this king, your speed is still too inexperienced. A calm voice sounded. Soon after, a white palm extended from behind Xiao Yan. The palm was about to land on Xiao Yan's shoulder and forcibly stop him in midair. Six Pads tent. Open, Xiao Yan shouted in his heart. At the instant when the white palm landed, a black tent suddenly condensed in front of him. As for Xiao Yan, he plunged his head into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. That white palm also unexpectedly missed. I have no other choice but to take this path. I hope that the three of you can give way. If I return in the future, I will definitely thank all of you. However, today, this path must be borrowed. Even if you don't want to, you must borrow it. When Xiao Yan's body disappeared, his unwavering voice resounded across the sky. Oh! Seeing that Xiao Yan's body had actually disappeared so abruptly, the person behind him could not help but be slightly stunned. Soon after, he recalled the black tent that Xiao Yan had released earlier. SSS, that is, Great Tao Energy. No wonder he dared to say such words. So it turns out that he does have some ability. Thinking of this, a shocked expression suddenly appeared on that person's face. He did not expect that a mere 5-star half-martial emperor brat would actually be able to control great Tao energy. This was truly astonishing. The instant that person raised his eyes, he saw that Xiao Yin had already appeared not far in front of him. At the instant when Xiao Yin appeared, he once again released the Six Paths tent. This continued until Xiao Yan's Six Paths tent was completely released. At this moment, Xiao Yin had already appeared at the end of the line of sight of the 3 people behind him. From the looks of it, as long as Xiao Yin was able to persist for a little longer, he would be able to leave the area of influence of these 3 people. Tianning, what's going on? Why did you stop here? Seeing that the blue-robed man was actually standing in the void, a red-haired brawny man who had just rushed over could not help but ask loudly. At the same time, beside him, a brawny man who was close to 3 meters in height also looked at the blue-robed man in front of him with a puzzled expression in his eyes. TSK, do you know? This human brat has actually already controlled great Tao energy. Tianning could not help but exclaim in surprise. He turned around and looked at the 2 people behind him. Hearing this, a shocked expression instantly appeared on the 2 people's faces. A half-martial emperor could actually comprehend great Tao. This brat is definitely not an ordinary person. Regardless of whether he is an ordinary person or not, we must not let him go any further. If something happens, both of us will not be able to bear the responsibility. Hearing this, the red-haired brawny man's tone deepened as he reminded Tianning. Haha, relax. I know what I'm doing. I'm just a little surprised. What kind of strange talent is this brat? This king has been famous for hundreds of years, but I have never heard of a person who could comprehend great Tao at the half-martial emperor level. Tianning once again exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Only then did his eyes reveal a surprised expression as he sighed. He turned around and looked at the edge of his sight. A black spot that was as tiny as sand shot into Tianning's eyes. Haha, same here. His speed is also the fastest among the half-martial emperors that I have ever seen. If he is a little stronger, even this king would be unable to catch up to him. Hearing Tianning's continuous exclamations about Xiao Yin, the red-haired brawny man and the brawny man who had not spoken looked at each other. Their eyes also revealed a shocked expression. Even if it was them, they had never heard Tianning give such an evaluation of a person. Screech. The moment the 2 of them turned around, Tianning had already changed his body. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a huge beast that covered the sky. The huge beast's appearance was like an eagle. Both of its wings were nearly 10,000 feet wide. As it flapped its wings, it brought about a terrifying hurricane that swept across the sky, causing the mountain forest below to tremble. The huge eagle spread its wings. In the next moment, it was already approaching Xiao Yin with a terrifying speed. Under Xiao Yan's shocked gaze, it descended above Xiao Yan's head. Its huge eagle claws descended and grabbed onto Xiao Yin. Chapter 428. Brat, no one is allowed to take half a step into the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. This is my final warning to you. If you continue to be so stubborn, do not blame me for being merciless. The eagle claws of the sky eagle were just like a cage as it restrained Xiao Yin in the empty sky. Its low and deep voice reverberated over the entire place. Following the flapping of the sky eagle's wings, numerous hurricanes carried invisible waves that swept in all directions. Upon hearing Sky Eagle's words, Xiao Yin involuntarily frowned. However, the determined expression in his pitch-black eyes did not change at all. I have no intention of disturbing the 3 of you. However, as for leaving, I will still say the same thing. Today, you will have to borrow this path, even if you don't want to. Humph! What an arrogant tone. Brat, aren't you? Tianning involuntarily let out a cold laugh when Xiao Yan's cry had just left his mouth. However, before the words from his mouth could fade, Xiao Yin, who was being controlled by his eagle claw, suddenly began to move. King Kong Glass Body. Break. After the King Kong Glass Body was unleashed, Xiao Yan's body had already become several times larger in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Sky Eagle's eagle claws were no longer able to trap Xiao Yan. After breaking free from the restraints, Xiao Yan's enormous body did not hesitate as it ferociously swooped down towards the mountain forest below. Only there would Xiao Yan be able to dodge the huge eagle above his head. Sky Eagle in the sky could not help but feel astonished that Xiao Yan was actually able to break free from his eagle claws. As a magical beast, his physical body was extremely powerful. Sky Eagle did not doubt that with his current physical strength, even an ordinary 7-star half-emperor would not be able to easily break free from his eagle claws. At this moment, Xiao Yan, a human with the strength of a mere 5-star half-emperor, was actually able to instantly break free. Although the King Kong glass body played a large part in this. Just this point alone was enough to show that Xiao Yan's fighting strength was definitely not something that an ordinary half-emperor could compare with. Good lad. No wonder you dared to barge into the territory of the three of us. I have to say that you do have some skills. However, I've already said that today, you can either go back or stay here. The Sky Eagle's mouth involuntarily let out an exclamation. Its enormous body forcefully twisted in the empty space and once again grabbed at Xiao Yan below. Flame-splitting tsunami. Just as Sky Eagle's eagle claws were about to grab Xiao Yan, who was rapidly descending, suddenly turned around in the air. At the same time, a huge pitch-black ruler appeared in his hand. As Xiao Yan let out an explosive shout, a gorgeous heavenly flame rapidly lingered around the heavy ruler. The instant the huge ruler was swung, a shocking ruler light instantly swept across the sky and ruthlessly smashed toward the eagle claws behind Xiao Yan. Sky Eagle Wind-Ripping Claw. Sky Eagle did not dare to underestimate the incoming ruler light. After sensing the true strength that Xiao Yan possessed, Sky Eagle no longer dared to underestimate this human brat with the strength of a mere 5-star half-emperor. After the shocking ruler light was broken, Xiao Yan's body had already descended into the mountain forest below. His body also returned to its original size. You actually used such a method to avoid my pursuit, huh? However, don't forget that there are 3 of us. Sky Eagle smiled. Its enormous body instantly turned into human form as it faced the wind, after which it suddenly cried out sternly towards its back. Flame Lion, Xionggang, it should be your turn. Otherwise, this brat will really run away. Haha, your speed is so fast. Why can't you catch up to a 5-star half-emperor? While Sky Eagle's cries sounded, a rough mocking laughter was transmitted from a certain part of the mountain forest below. When it entered Sky Eagle's ears, it caused the latter to involuntarily curl his mouth. Only then did he say, "It is not like you don't know that although my speed is not weak, I can only occupy the sky. As for the forest, it is better for you all to occupy it." Haha, brat, Sky Eagle's evaluation of you is the highest that we have ever seen. Therefore, I also wish to see if you are worthy of this evaluation. The red-haired strong man laughed out loud. Immediately, his body shook violently as he let out an earth-shaking lion roar at the sky. His legs moved, and his feet suddenly stepped on empty air. In the next instant, the strong body of the flame lion transformed into a bright red cannonball that instantly charged into the mountain forest below. Xiao Yan, who was in the mountain forest, had just landed on the ground. His body had yet to stabilize when the dense forest in front of him was forcefully pushed apart by an overbearing strength. Immediately, a strong human figure, whose entire body was wrapped in a flame do qi, appeared in Xiao Yan's sight. Haha, I am called Flame Lion. The one in the sky is called Sky Eagle. The one behind me is called Xionggang. Brat, what is your name? The Flame Lion laughed loudly and asked Xiao Yan as his body charged forward. Seeing that the Flame Lion had already arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's face did not dare to show the slightest carelessness. His body swiftly turned and once again displayed the King Kong glass body. An enormous ruler appeared in his hand. Without even thinking, he swung the ruler at the Flame Lion that was charging over. 7-layered sky breaking ruler. Lion aura fist. Bang! Following an earth-shaking explosion, the mountain forest below was forcefully flattened by a frightening energy storm. Sky Eagle watched this scene from the sky. His blue eyes involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. Xiao Yan's strength was much greater than he had imagined. After 2 seconds, Xiao Yan, who was in the center of the storm, involuntarily let out a muffled groan. As his throat rolled, his face rapidly turned red. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After all, his opponent was a 9-star half-martial emperor. With just Xiao Yan's strength, it was still somewhat difficult for him to withstand the attack. It was inevitable that he would suffer a loss. Seeing that Xiao Yan only had blood at the corner of his mouth after receiving his punch, the flame lion involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. This punch of his had once killed a 6-star half-martial emperor expert with a single punch. Yet at this moment, Xiao Yan before him was only slightly injured. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that Xiao Yan's strength was absolutely not ordinary. Not bad indeed. Brat, Sky Eagle's evaluation is indeed correct. Your strength is indeed the most extraordinary among all the half-martial emperors I have seen. With your current battle strength, I'm afraid that you're already capable of dealing with ordinary 8-star half-martial emperors. The Flame Lion's eyes shone. The admiration he had for Xiao Yan in his words was even greater. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan was unable to raise the slightest emotion in his heart. With his ruler technique broken, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Borrowing the rebound force, Xiao Yan rapidly turned around and once again entered the mountain forest behind him. Chapter 429. Kid, are you going to run again? With the 3 of us here, where do you think you can run to? Listen to my advice and turn back as soon as possible and leave this place. Otherwise, we will really have to kill you. Seeing Xiao Yan once again charge into the mountain forest, the flame lion could not help but laugh softly. Soon after, it released a low roar from its mouth. Its body moved once again and swiftly chased in the direction that Xiao Yan had fled. Cough, cough. I do not wish to become enemies with the 3 of you. However, I must take this path today. If I have offended you in any way, I can only repay you when I return in the future. As the flame lion's cry sounded, Xiao Yan also loudly said to the flame lion who was charging behind him once again. At the same time, Xiao Yan's forward speed suddenly increased. Kid, we have already said that no one is allowed to enter the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. It is absolutely impossible to pass through us. Therefore, you should turn back. As the flame lion's cries sounded, its body also appeared behind Xiao Yan. Its large hand reached forward and grabbed at Xiao Yan's shoulder. Octane Blast. In the next instant, just as the flame lion's large palm was about to land on Xiao Yan's shoulder, Xiao Yan suddenly turned around and viciously threw a punch at the flame lion behind him. Bang! Following a bang sound, the flame lion's forward charging body paused for an instant in the empty air. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, borrowed the rebounding force that was created when the 2 of them collided to swiftly withdraw. By the time the flame lion raised its head, Xiao Yan's figure had once again disappeared into the dense forest. Good kid, the strength of this physical body is really terrifying. I am really curious. Is this kid really human? With a sudden jerk of its arm, the flame lion shook off the numbness on its left arm, after which it once again sighed in admiration for Xiao Yan from the bottom of its heart. Immediately, the flame lion turned its head to look behind it. Behind it, the huge burly man called Xionggang was quickly flying over. Hee, Xionggang, it's your turn now. This kid's speed is really too terrifying. If I continue to chase like this, I'm afraid that even if I chase until tomorrow, it will still be difficult to catch up to him. Therefore, I can only rely on you to stop him here. As he approached, Xionggang smiled at the flame lion in front of him with a simple and honest expression. His hand landed heavily on the flame lion's shoulder. The terrifying force caused even the flame lion's expression to change slightly. Don't worry, leave it to me. With me here, no matter how fast he is, he won't be able to leave this place. Xionggang parted his mouth into a smile. He immediately raised his head to look at the sky eagle in the sky and laughed. I'm coming. Roar. As his voice faded, Xionggang suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar towards the sky. Immediately, his burly body began to change. In the blink of an eye, Xiongang's burly body had already turned into a terrifying giant beast that was 100 feet tall. Looking from afar, the appearance of this giant beast was just like an enlarged brown bear. The giant bear's body was covered with a huge rock armor that was indestructible. This giant beast was just like a living Mount Tai. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble. In the mountain forest, Xiao Yin hurriedly turned his head to look behind him. A frightening huge beast was swiftly approaching him. Even with his speed, it was difficult for him to catch up to this huge beast by even one step. Starfall. Following the appearance of the thunder-like sound, the entire place trembled slightly. At the same time, an earthen yellow dough chi agglomerated in the empty space. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into numerous enormous meteorites that covered the entire sky. In the next instant those meteorites condensed, they furiously smashed down toward Xiao Yin, who was in the mountain forest below. The giant meteorites started to burn for no reason as they fell. Raging flames wrapped around every single meteorite. At this moment, it was as if a meteor shower was falling from the clear sky. It was both beautiful and frightening. In the mountain forest, Xiao Yin raised his head to look at the meteorites that covered the entire sky. He could not help but feel shocked by the strength of a 9-star half-emperor. At the same time, a serious feeling rose in his heart. This time, Xionggang had used his true strength against Xiao Yin. With just this attack, Xiao Yin had nowhere to dodge. He could only face it head-on. Huff! After stopping his body, Xiao Yin deeply exhaled. He finally stopped dodging and leaped into the sky. Xiao Yin raised his head to look at the several hundred meteorites above him with a solemn expression. This brat is finally willing to come out. Otherwise, I would really have no way of dealing with you. In the sky, Tianying crossed his arms over his chest. When he saw Xiao Yin come out, the corner of his mouth was lifted into a playful smile. At the same time, however, the gaze he used to look at Xiao Yin was filled with curiosity. He wanted to know just what kind of great strength this human in front of him could unleash. Following a clear snap of his finger, clusters of different colored heavenly flames appeared in front of Xiao Yin with a puff sound. The frightening temperature caused the temperature of the area to immediately rise. The flames that rose from the surface of the meteorites in the sky were instantly extinguished at this moment. In front of a heavenly flame, ordinary flames did not even have the possibility of existing. This was the pride of a heavenly flame. It was also the authority of a heavenly flame as the Emperor of Flames. This is a heavenly flame? When I saw the heavenly flame, Tianying in the sky, the flame lion and Xionggang below could not help but be slightly startled. It was unexpected that this black-robed human in front of them was not only powerful, he was actually able to control the most frightening energy in the world, a heavenly flame. Even though this was the case, it was unable to stop the determination of the three of them to stop Xiao Yin from entering the Shilin mountain range. Xiao Yin looked at the rising heavenly flame in front of him. His expression was calm. His spiritual strength surged out and agglomerated the flame in front of him in a familiar manner. When they saw this scene, the expressions of the three of them immediately changed. Everyone knew that a heavenly flame was the most violent energy in the world. It was impossible to merge two types of heavenly flames. However, from the actions of this black-robed human in front of them, it seemed like he wanted to merge all the heavenly flames in front of him together. This brat, is he crazy? In the sky, Tianying's expression was a little ugly as he stared at Xiao Yin below. His heart could not help but feel a little fearful. Even though this was only a seed flame, it was still not to be underestimated. Once the heavenly flame went berserk, its strength would likely be able to destroy the territory that the three of them were in an instant. However, when Tianying saw Xiao Yan's calm expression, a trace of doubt involuntarily rose in his heart. Could it be that this black-robed human really had the confidence to merge the energy of the heavenly flame? At this moment, a frightening aura once again gathered in Xiao Yan's palm. Traces of spatial crack lines appeared in the surrounding empty space at this moment. The invisible natural energy in the world also began to churn. When they sensed this little change in the world, Tianying and the other two instantly turned their eyes towards Xiao Yan below. At the same time, a basin-sized fire lotus was completely formed in Xiao Yan's palm. This brat, in the sky, Tianying's blue eyes suddenly shrunk. His mouth involuntarily cried out in surprise. Below, Xiao Yan slowly lifted his head and looked at the meteorite that was rapidly descending. The corners of his mouth were lifted into a faint smile. His hand gently pushed forward as his mouth softly said, "Go, angry Buddha lotus flame." Chapter 430. Under the azure sky, there were meteors falling from the empty space like raindrops. An invisible pressure caused the entire place to be enveloped in an extremely tense atmosphere. While the meteor was falling, there was a brilliant fire glow in the empty space below the meteor. It emitted a bright glow. Even though it was daytime, it was still dazzling to the eyes. This brat has actually merged the heavenly flames together. Tianying's expression changed. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan was actually able to do such a crazy thing that an ordinary person would not even dare to think of. At the same time, Tianying's eyes involuntarily revealed a shocked expression when he looked at the angry Buddha lotus flame. The might of this fire lotus caused even his expression to involuntarily change. TSK. This brat is deliberately trying to destroy my cave. Xionggang, you better block him for me. Otherwise, if my home is gone, I will stay at your home. The corner of the flame lion's mouth involuntarily twitched when he sensed the frightening energy contained within the fire lotus. Immediately, he lifted his head and looked at the enormous Xionggang in front of him as he cried out loudly. Roar! The word from the flame lion's mouth had just sounded when Xionggang in front of him turned around and roared. After which, Xionggang once again turned around amidst the flame lion's mocking laughter and faced Xiao Yan. Although Xiongang's limbs were well developed, he was definitely not a simple-minded fellow. How could an ordinary magical beast compare to him when he was able to reach such a stage? He had already sensed a rich, explosive aura from this angry Buddha lotus flame of Xiao Yan. That kind of strength was already sufficient for him to take it seriously. Bang! Suddenly, a frightening explosion spread. In the blink of an eye, the color of the sky changed. High up in the sky, the expression on Tianying's face also suddenly changed at this moment. Following the eruption of the angry Buddha lotus flame, a huge fire lotus slowly formed in the sky along with the energy storm. At the same time that the fire lotus bloomed, circular, extremely frightening energy storms swiftly swept out in all directions. Retreat! Tianying decisively let out a stern cry. He waved his large sleeve, and his body immediately withdrew. The flame line below also let out a low cry. His feet suddenly stepped on empty air, and he swiftly turned around to withdraw. The heavenly eagle and flame lion withdrew, but Xiongang's enormous mountain-like body did not move. His original form was a rock armor bear. In the magical beast world, his defensive strength was renowned. Although it could not compare to the Xinyan beast, given his current cultivation, there was no need for him to retreat in the face of Xiao Yan's angry Buddha lotus flame. Roar! With a furious roar, Xiongang's enormous bear paw violently stomped on the ground. Immediately, before the energy storm could completely spread, the ground below suddenly shook intensely. Soon after, numerous enormous rock pillars broke out from the ground and suddenly rose from the ground. They transformed into a huge encirclement that completely sealed the energy storm within it. Move the mountains and rivers. Good fellow, I haven't seen you use this move a long time. Ha! Seeing this scene, the flame lion, who was outside the encirclement, could not help but laugh in surprise. Ha! I remember that the last time I saw him use it, it was to help that fellow block the spreading of the ice seal. Unexpectedly, It is actually used to deal with a 5-star half-martial emperor human this time. Tianning laughed as he watched the scene in front of him. His pair of blue eyes occasionally revealed an expression of praise. When the flame lion heard the person mentioned by Tianning, the muscles on his face involuntarily twitched slightly. When he thought of that terrifying person in his heart, even though he was a 9-star half-martial emperor, he still involuntarily felt his entire body tremble. Bang! 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 The frightening energy storm continued for a full 10 minutes. Each time it struck, it would cause the entire place to shake. Even though this was the case, over half of the sky-reaching stone pillars that surrounded the fire lotus still stood tall and did not fall. When the might of the fire lotus dissipated, Xionggang once again returned to his human form. Together with the other two, they rapidly caught up to Xiaoyan, who had yet to run far away. "Ha, brat, I must say that you are truly extraordinary. You are actually able to erupt with power that frightens even us with the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor. However, we have caused enough trouble today. We will not play with you anymore. I will warn you one last time. If you leave now, we can still let you go. Otherwise, we can only follow the rules." The flame lion had a face full of smiles as he looked at Xiaoyan before him. There was an indescribable expression of praise on his face. As for the other two, although their expressions were different, the gazes with which they looked at Xiaoyan were filled with admiration. In their impressions, there had never been a 5-star half-martial emperor that could run for so long while being chased by them. It was even more impossible for them to take someone seriously. The Xiaoyan before them was the first such person. However, even though the flame lion had said all sorts of praises, Xiaoyan had already made up his mind. No matter what, he had to pass through the Shilin mountain range. Otherwise, he could only return to the human city. At that time, what he would have to face would not be as simple as a mere half-martial emperor. Taking in a deep breath, Xiaoyan's gaze slowly swept over the three people around him. After a long while, he said in a serious voice, "Sorry, I have made up my mind. I'm sorry, but I've already made up my mind. Even if the three of you don't let me, I still have to try." After saying those words, Xiaoyan waved his hand and the heavy Xian ruler appeared in his hand. At the same time, a black light flickered in the space before Xiaoyan. Then, the Northern King's figure appeared before the three heavenly eagles. Oh! The expressions on the three people's faces involuntarily changed when they saw the Northern King. When the three of them noticed the Northern King's empty eyes, they immediately understood that the big fellow before them was only a puppet. However, soon after, when the three of them sensed the Northern King's strength, their expressions involuntarily changed once again. "This is a 9-star half-martial emperor? How is this possible? A puppet actually has the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor." The three of them looked at each other. They did not expect that a puppet's strength would be so strong that it was on par with them. This was truly unimaginable. TSK, kid, the surprises you have given us are simply too many. Tianying's gaze focused on Xiaoyan as he spoke in a serious tone. As for the other two people beside him, they stared intently at the Northern King's body after he appeared. This was especially so for the Flame Lion. His scarlet eyes revealed a blazing battle intent. Amongst the three of them, he was the most belligerent. Now that he had sensed the extraordinariness of the Northern King, he naturally wanted to have a good fight with him. "If possible, I really do not wish to fight with the three of you. However, I have no other choice. If I do not take this path, I will have no other choice. Hence, I'm afraid that I can only trouble the three of you." Xiaoyan spoke in a deep voice as he waved the heavy ruler in his hand. The heavy ruler was accompanied by a sharp wind pressure as it danced to the side. The dou qi in his body swiftly rose as he solemnly stared at the three people in front of him and spoke in a deep voice. "Similarly, we are also acting according to the rules. No one is allowed to take even half a step into the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. Hence, you should also understand that if you continue to be stubborn, we will have no choice but to be ruthless." Tianying's gaze was sharp as the expression in his eyes gradually turned indifferent. Regardless of how talented Xiaoyan was, the rules of this place could not be changed. Chapter 431. Haha. The two of you take care of that brat. As for that puppet, leave it to me. Hee hee. I also wish to see how much a 9-star half-martial emperor's strength a puppet with the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor can unleash. A fiery expression was revealed on the flame lion's face when he saw that the atmosphere had gradually become tense. His body moved, and he stood in front of the Northern King. As for Xiao Yin, he was thrown to the other two. Tianying and Xiongang's expressions remained calm when they saw this. They naturally understood the temperament of the flame lion in their hearts. Therefore, they did not care. However, although Xiao Yin had avoided the trouble of the flame lion, he would still be defeated if he were to face two 9-star half-martial emperors alone. Even though this was the case, in order to leave this place, Xiao Yin could only brace himself. If there was no other way, he might as well call Guyu out. He believed that as long as Guyu was present, Xiao Yin would be able to do whatever he wanted in the entire Shilin mountain range. After calming himself down, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. A gorgeous heavenly flame immediately surged out from Xiao Yan's body. It followed Xiao Yan's arm and gradually spread to the huge ruler in his hand. Looks like you are still stubborn. Tianying narrowed his eyes and warned Xiao Yin in a deep voice. Hearing this, Xiao Yin slowly increased the strength of the hand that was holding the heavy Xian ruler. The heavy and huge ruler became incomparably nimble in Xiao Yan's hand. Raising his head, Xiao Yan's gaze locked onto Tianying. He said in a deep voice, "I am Xiao Yan. Please enlighten me." Tianying. After a simple self-introduction, Tianying's large sleeve swept across the empty space in front of him. Cool wind gathered and a transparent sharp sword formed by wind appeared in Tianying's hand. As for Xionggang, he suddenly clenched his fist tightly. Earth yellow dough, chi swiftly gathered between his hands. Soon after, a pair of rock-made bear claws were formed on his wide hands. The atmosphere was silent for a while. On the other side, the flame lion, who was facing off against the North King, made the first move. The moment he made his move, he unleashed a fierce and domineering attack, quickly engaging in battle with the North King. On the other side, while the Flame Lion and the Northern King were fighting, Xiao Yin, who was wielding his heavy ruler, also instantly executed the Sky Extinction Step. With a sweep of his huge ruler, he charged over together with the Sky Eagle. Compared to Xionggang, Sky Eagle was undoubtedly much easier to deal with. Even though Heavenly Eagle's speed was so fast that even Xiao Yin found it hard to catch up to it, Xiao Yin had a soul strength that far surpassed the three of them. By relying on the advantage of his soul strength and the Sky Extinction Steps, Xiao Yin was still able to contend with Heavenly Eagle. However, if it was Xionggang instead, Xiao Yin did not have much confidence. Xiongang's muscles were as hard as steel. Even with Xiao Yan's physical strength, it was impossible for him to break through his defenses. Furthermore, Xiongang's strength was that of a 9-star half-emperor. His strength was impeccable. Comparing the two, Xiao Yin felt that Heavenly Eagle would be easier to deal with. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yin had already arrived before the Sky Eagle. The Do Qi within his body crazily surged. He raised his huge ruler high above his head and tightly gripped the ruler's hilt with both hands. With a twist of his body, he ruthlessly swung his ruler at the Sky Eagle. Seeing this scene, the Sky Eagle's expression did not change. He clasped his two fingers together and casually waved them. The transparent, long sword floating in front of the Sky Eagle met the incoming huge ruler head-on. Clang! Following a clear metallic collision sound, the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was forcibly stopped by the Sky Eagle's casual attack. It was unable to advance even an inch. Roar! Right at this moment, the nearby Xionggang also brandished his bear claws and ruthlessly hacked them at Xiao Yan. At the same time as the rock bear claws streaked across the empty space, a frightening power forcibly tore many pitch-black cracks in the empty space. Although Xiongang's speed was slightly slower, he had already arrived beside Xiao Yan by borrowing the time when the Sky Eagle and Xiao Yan clashed. Both of his arms waved and a pair of rock claws hacked at Xiao Yan in a crisscross manner. Sensing the frightening aura attacking from the side, Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless. The heavy Xin ruler in his hand shook with great force and forced the longsword back a little. Soon after, he used this small gap to turn around. At the same time, the huge ruler in his hand was swiftly wrapped by the heavenly flame and violently swung it at Xionggang. 7-layered sky, breaking ruler. 1 ruler. Bang! After the attack landed, Xionggang was forced back over a dozen steps. On the other hand, Xiaoyan was forced back nearly 100 steps. The Sky Eagle once again launched an attack at Xiaoyan. Ding, ding, ding. Intense collisions unceasingly sounded in the sky. As for Xiaoyan, by relying on all of his absolute skills, he was surrounded by dangers from the 2 9-star half-martial emperors. Although it was inevitable for him to be injured, this still caused the 2 9-star half-martial emperors to be incomparably shocked. Using the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor to fight against 2 9-star half-martial emperors and not be defeated after several hundred exchanges. Likely, even in the entire continent, this sort of battle achievement was impossible. However, today, something that was absolutely impossible to happen had truly appeared before their eyes. Clang! After another intense collision, Xiaoyan's figure rapidly retreated 100 feet. Unable to help it, he vomited a mouthful of dark red blood. After several hundred exchanges of intense collisions, Xiaoyan's body had already suffered quite a bit of injuries. Facing 2 9-star half-martial emperors, Xiaoyan was truly powerless. Raising his head, Xiaoyan looked to the opposite side. Xionggang was currently brandishing his bare claws and charging toward him once again. As for Tianning, one hand was behind his back, while the other hand was controlling the transparent longsword. His gaze was fixed on Xiaoyan, and he once again said in a deep voice, "Brat, you can only blame yourself for today's matter. We've already given you a chance. Unfortunately, you still refuse to listen to our advice." Cough, cough. After violently coughing a few times, Xiaoyan's face revealed a sinister smile. With a flip of his palm, 2 jade bottles appeared in Xiaoyan's palm in a flash. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaoyan swallowed the 2 medicinal pellets in one gulp. The bloody and sweet smell of the medicinal pellets, together with the medicinal fragrance of the medicinal pellets, caused a strange taste to spread in Xiaoyan's mouth at the same time as Xiaoyan swallowed the medicinal pellets. The medicinal pellets melted the moment they entered his mouth, turning into 2 streams of warm medicinal power that rapidly entered Xiaoyan's body through his throat. Under the effect of the heavenly flame, the medicinal power rapidly spread throughout Xiaoyan's entire body. Immediately, a warm feeling enveloped Xiaoyan's entire body. At this moment, the injuries on his body were also rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short moment, Xiaoyan's aura had already stabilized once again. Seeing this scene, Tianning could not help but frown. As for Xiaoyan, he had already straightened his chest once again. Sensing the rapidly recovering injuries in his body, a solemn expression once again returned to his face. Facing a 9-star half-martial emperor, he could not afford to be the slightest bit careless. After taking a deep breath, Xiaoyan withdrew his gaze. His hands slowly moved to his chest. His 10 fingers moved together, and numerous complicated hand seals were skillfully performed by Xiaoyan. At the same time, the aura within Xiaoyan's body also rapidly rose. Chapter 432. As Xiaoyan's hands swiftly formed some seals, Tianning saw an ancient symbol slowly appear between Xiaoyan's brows. An ancient aura slowly spread from the clan tattoo. Xiaoyan's strength had actually soared to the frightening level of a 6-star half-D. Clan tattoo appear. With a low cry, Xiaoyan borrowed the medicinal pill and the clan tattoo in his body to allow his strength to once again return to its peak condition within a short period of time. However, this did not last for long. Just what kind of secret technique did he use? How was it able to raise his strength by an entire star? At this moment, even Xionggang, who had a calm expression, could not help but exclaim at Xiaoyan. He had never seen a secret technique that was actually this powerful. Yes, if it was a high-tier secret technique, it would indeed be able to reach this level. However, this brat clearly does not possess such a thing. Moreover, the symbol between his brows does not appear to be something that an ordinary secret technique can agglomerate. From the aura within it, it should be something that some ancient faction possesses. Tianying's expression was solemn as he spoke. If this Xiaoyan in front of them was really a disciple of some ancient faction, his identity would be somewhat unusual. He possessed the strength of a half-D at such a young age. It was difficult to imagine just how strong the faction behind him was. It was likely that even an elite Do-D would only be at the middle to lower tier within that faction. Ancient faction. You mean that this brat's identity is not ordinary? Xionggang frowned. If this was really the case, it was likely that their Shilin mountain range would suffer a storm-like attack if they were to kill Xiaoyan today. The foundation of a true ancient faction was not something that they could easily withstand. Even an elite Do-D would similarly be an ant-like existence in front of such a faction. What should we do? We cannot kill him. Do we really have to allow him to enter? The hinterland of the Shilin mountain range does not allow anyone to enter. If anything happens to him after he enters, the consequences are something that neither of us can bear. Xionggang paused. His eyes were solemn as he looked at Sky Eagle and said in a grave tone, "Of course I know that. Don't worry, the rules can't be changed. No matter what, we can't let him in. Let's chase him out. If he still doesn't give up, then he can't blame us." Tianing narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Xiaoyan. It was a long while later before he finally spoke in a deep voice. Sky Eagle's wrist shook violently, and the formless longsword immediately split apart in the void. In the blink of an eye, dozens of formless swords were formed in the void in front of Sky Eagle. On the other side, Xionggang also clenched his fists. The rock bear claw exploded with a bang and turned into a huge stone axe, which Xionggang once again held in his hand. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed. His fair hand grabbed the heavy Xian ruler beside him. As he lifted his gaze, a powerful aura spread out from his body. "Flame domain. Open." Xiaoyan let out a loud cry. Immediately, a brilliant heavenly flame swept out in all directions from under Xiaoyan's feet, enveloping the entire battleground within it. As the heavenly flame swept out, a frighteningly high temperature immediately enveloped the bodies of the few people present. Under this frightening temperature, even the empty space became distorted. The breathing of the three of them also unknowingly became a little rough. Good lad. With the help of the heavenly flame, his domain far surpasses other people of the same level. Humph domain. This old Xiong hasn't used it for a long time. Let's give it a try today. Wind domain. Rock domain. Following two earth-shaking roars, two completely different domain auras spread out from under Sky Eagle's and Xiongang's feet at this moment. They viciously collided with Xiaoyan's flame domain. Bang! The instant the domains collided, an intense bang resounded across the sky. Domain was a skill of a half-emperor. The strength of the domain naturally represented the strength of the half-emperor. At this moment, as Xiaoyan and Sky Eagle Xiongang's domains collided, one could tell at a glance that due to the fact that Xiaoyan's strength was weaker than the other two in front of him and the fact that the other party had joined forces, Sky Eagle's side was basically able to destroy Xiaoyan's flame domain easily. Within a short few breaths' time, Sky Eagle's flame domain was completely destroyed. The expression on Xiaoyan's face did not change even after his domain was destroyed. As the two completely different domains charged toward Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan twisted his wrist, and the heavy Xian ruler appeared in his hand. With a puff sound, a heavenly flame spat out from his other hand and violently slashed across the surface of the pitch-black heavy ruler. The instant the heavy ruler was wrapped by the heavenly flame, Xiaoyan suddenly waved his large hand. The huge ruler swept out, and a frightening ruler glow immediately swept across the sky. It was wrapped in a powerful force and instantly destroyed the domain that was heading towards him. After which, its might did not diminish as it continued to smash towards Sky Eagle and Xionggang. 100 sword piercing, mountain river splitting earth. As the explosive cries sounded, dozens of long swords were immediately controlled by Sky Eagle to violently attack Xiao Yan's attack. Xionggang also swung the huge rock axe in his hand with all his might and hacked down at Xiao Yan. In the next instant, an earth-yellow doe chi pillar shot out. It soared with the wind and carried an extremely frightening aura. In the blink of an eye, it had already violently collided with Xiao Yan's ruler glow. Xiao Yan was ultimately no match for the two of them in a 1 versus 2 situation. Faced with the frightening doe skills of two 9-star half-emperors, Xiao Yan's ruler glow was only able to endure for a short moment before it was forcefully broken by the two powerful doe skills. After the ruler glow was broken, Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily emitted a muffled groan. However, the expression on his face did not change at all. On the contrary, a mocking expression was revealed deep within Xiao Yan's eyes. Xiao Yan held the heavy ruler in his hand as he waved both of his arms. Numerous majestic ruler glows repeatedly shot out from the huge ruler, carrying a frightening storm. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the doe technique that the two of them had used earlier and violently smashed toward Tian Ying's duo, who were charging over. After doing this, Xiao Yan's expression once again turned pale. He once again consumed 2D tier medicinal pills. Only then did Xiao Yan suddenly turn around and swiftly fly towards the deep regions of the mountain range. Bang! After breaking Xiao Yan's ruler glow, a cloud-like energy storm immediately swept over the place. Sky Eagle duo helplessly lost their target for a short period of time. By the time they charged out of the cloud, Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared at the edge of their sight. "Brat, you actually still want to enter. Let's see where you can run to." Sky Eagle let out a low cry. His body moved, and he turned around and transformed into his original form. His wings flapped, and wind swept away the clouds. In the blink of an eye, Sky Eagle had already appeared at the edge of the distant sky and chased after Xiao Yan. Behind him, Xionggang glanced in the direction that Sky Eagle had chased but ignored it. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the Northern King, who was currently engaged in an intense battle with the Flame Lion. After the Sky Eagle left, the Flame Lion and Xionggang placed their attention on the Northern King. At this moment, no one noticed that in the dusky mountain forest below, there was another human figure wrapped in a black robe who was swiftly flying in another direction. When the sunlight shone through the gaps in the tree shade and shone on the young face of the black-robed person, the face that was revealed was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. The person that Sky Eagle had chased earlier was naturally Xiao Yan's avatar. Chapter 433. Bang! Sky Eagle could not help but be startled when it tore apart Xiao Yan in front of it. It could not help but feel extremely surprised in its heart. In the next instant, it saw Xiao Yan's body actually turn into a speck of light and gradually disappear into the empty space. Only then did Sky Eagle swiftly come to a realization in its heart. The Xiao Yan in front of it was not the actual body. It was merely an avatar. This good brat, he actually tricked all of us. If he is not here, then he is now not good. Sky Eagle's eyes suddenly widened when it thought that Xiao Yan was about to reach the inner regions of the Shilin mountain range. Its heart was greatly alarmed, after which it suddenly lifted its head and let out an earth-shaking roar. At the same time, the Flame Lion and Xionggang also abruptly turned their heads and looked at Sky Eagle. "Screech, we have all been tricked. Quickly go and find him. He may have already infiltrated into the inner regions of the Shilin mountain range. We must find him before he enters that place." Sky Eagle roared furiously. In the blink of an eye, it once again returned to its original body. Its wings suddenly flapped, and a hurricane immediately whistled across the sky. Following the Sky Eagle's furious roar, countless low-level magical beasts in the forest below trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground. Faced with one of the three lords here, the Sky Eagle's fury made them feel as if they were in a cold cellar. The Flame Lion and Xionggang involuntarily frowned when they heard Sky Eagle's furious roar. Immediately, they faced each other. Both of their faces revealed a suspicious expression. After a couple of breaths, The flame lion's eyes looked towards the distant sky and loudly asked, "What happened? Didn't you go and chase that brat? What exactly happened? I've been tricked. The one I am chasing is a fake. His real body must have already left. If I have not guessed wrongly, he must be in this mountain range at this moment. From now on, everyone who hears this king's orders, search for him. Find that human. You must not let him enter the inner regions of Shilin." Sky Eagle's enormous body was suspended high in the sky. The words that it emitted caused the sky to tremble. The magical beasts in the mountain range below were also endlessly shocked. It was a long while later before Sky Eagle once again flapped its wings and returned to where the Flame Lion and Xionggang were. Following Sky Eagle's departure, many magical beasts in the mountain range below swiftly began to flee in all directions. They did not dare to disobey Sky Eagle's orders. The Flame Lion involuntarily frowned when he saw Sky Eagle's face. His eyes slightly rotated before asking, "What exactly happened? What's going on? Could it be that we really let that brat escape? If that's the case, we're in trouble." Hearing this, Tian-Ing sighed deeply with a depressed expression. How could he have known that the one he had chased after was merely an incarnation? Moreover, what made him even more depressed was that the strength of the incarnation was only 1 star weaker than his actual body. The self-destruction of the incarnation had caused Tian-Ing to suffer quite a great loss. It was precisely because of this that Tian-Ing was so furious. What can I do? That brat is definitely not an ordinary person. Who knows what his true motive is for entering the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range? If he has any evil intentions, I'm afraid that not only you and me, even the entire Shilin mountain range will be destroyed. Seeing this, the Flame Lion helplessly shrugged his shoulders. It was impossible for him to search for someone. Soon after, he recalled the Northern King who was originally fighting against him. However, when he turned around to search for the Northern King, he discovered that the Northern King had already taken advantage of the moment when they were distracted to escape. Damn it, I was careless and actually forgot about that fellow. The Flame Lion's heart became even more solemn when he thought of the Northern King. The Northern King's strength was not inferior to his in the fight with the latter. Moreover, the latter's frightening puppet body was something that even he was unable to break. This caused the Flame Lion, a magical beast, to feel incomparably shocked. The Flame Lion admitted that ever since he made his debut, the only person he admired in terms of physical strength was Xionggang. Although they were both magical beasts, the latter's defensive strength far surpassed his. However, the Flame Lion had never expected that today a puppet would possess a physical defense that was even more terrifying than Xiongang's. In addition to the puppet's terrifying strength and strange lightning power, the Flame Lion did not have the slightest doubt that in terms of strength, even Xionggang would not be able to gain an advantage if they were to go against each other. Xiaoyan helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Since the Northern King had already left, it was likely that there would not be much meaning even if he were to go and search now. Since Xiaoyan had ordered him to leave, he definitely had absolute confidence. It was already impossible to search now. On the other side, Xiaoyan swiftly traveled through the mountain forest. In order to avoid more trouble, he did his best to conceal his aura and flew towards the depths of the Shilin mountain range at his fastest speed. The few magical beasts that they occasionally met along the way were instantly killed by Xiaoyan. When the strength within Xiaoyan's body gradually disappeared, the aura around Xiaoyan's body also became weak. However, at this moment, there was still quite a long way to go before Xiaoyan reached the end of the territory of these 3 large fellows. This also caused Xiaoyan to be even more cautious. At this moment, if he did not go all out, it was likely that he would have to face the crazy pursuit of countless magical beasts. Once he was discovered by those 3 fellows, unless Guyu appeared, Xiaoyan would be forced to leave the Shilin mountain range. In the following period of time, Xiaoyan even avoided the magical beasts that passed by in order to avoid being discovered by the Sky Eagle trio. Helplessly, this was the only way to remove some unnecessary trouble for Xiaoyan. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing for Xiaoyan if this continued to drag on. After all, Even Xiao Yan at his peak was no match for the three of them, much less now. Once he met those three fellows again, it would be difficult for Xiao Yan to escape, even if he wanted to. Swoosh! As the sharp sound of rushing wind appeared, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that there was a person swiftly approaching from behind him. However, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth finally revealed a slight smile in the face of this. This person who had arrived was the Northern King. Given Xiao Yan's current condition, he could only truly feel at ease when the Northern King was beside him. Xiao Yan stored the Northern King into his storage ring. At the same time, he once again consumed 2D-tier medicinal pills. Xiao Yan's expression finally turned for the better as he sensed the dou qi in his body gradually recovering. Xiao Yan's charging speed also suddenly increased following the recovery of his dou qi. Finally, the medicinal pills in his body were once again completely exhausted. Xiao Yan could see a white snowy peak that stood deep within the Shilin mountain range like a city wall at the edge of Xiao Yan's sight. Chapter 434. In the depths of the Shilin mountain range, there was a row of tall, snow-covered mountain peaks. They were like a tall city wall that towered into the clouds and extended to the north and south until the end of one's sight. Outside the snow-capped peak, all life had been extinguished. The ground within a radius of several hundred meters was covered in ice and snow, and the sky was shrouded in a dense white mist. The entire world had turned white, and a bone-chilling coldness permeated the air, making it extremely difficult to breathe. At this moment, Xiao Yan was walking on the snow-covered mountain with a puzzled expression. Each step he took would emit a creaking sound. The scene in front of him caused Xiao Yan to feel curious. Why was the world here different from the outside world? The world was cold, and Xiao Yan had no choice but to release the heavenly flame in his body. Only by doing so would Xiao Yan not feel uncomfortable. As he approached this snow-white world, Xiao Yan only felt that the light in the world had also become slightly dimmer. With a flick of his finger, a couple of brilliant heavenly flames immediately shot out. Each of them were suspended around Xiao Yan's body, illuminating the world for him. At the same time, the snow in front of his feet also melted, revealing the icy cold rocks under the snow. This place is the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. I didn't expect it to be like this. Xiao Yan's eyes revealed some doubt. He did not expect that this dead land was actually the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range that everyone was most curious about. It was likely that no one would visit such a place covered in ice and snow. Although he thought in this way in his heart, Xiao Yan still released his spiritual strength to investigate the snow region within 1,000 feet radius. Before he understood the real situation of this foreign place, Xiao Yan did not dare to jump to a conclusion. After all, who knew if there were any frightening magical beasts existing in this strange place? Moreover, based on the so-called rules that the three fellows outside had mentioned, they were not the true overlord-class existences within the Shilin mountain range. Therefore, although this place appeared to be desolate and empty, it was possible that there was a terrifying Do-D-class magical beast spying on Xiao Yan from the depths of this snowy mountain range. With this thought in mind, caution immediately rose in Xiao Yan's heart. No matter where one went, the unknown was the most frightening. And the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range was an even more dangerous place for Xiao Yan. Old Bone, what do you think of this place? Xiao Yan quietly asked Guyu in his body during the journey. Yes, this old man has indeed discovered something. However, it is still too early to talk about it now. However, this old man advises you to turn around and return. I'm afraid this is not a place you can enter for the time being. Guyu nodded upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. The words in his mouth surprised Xiao Yan. Guyu had never objected to Xiao Yan during their journey to the Shilin mountain range. At this moment, however, Guyu's words caused Xiao Yan to feel a little surprised. Old Bone, what do you mean by this? Could it be that there's a Do-D-class magical beast nearby? The expression on Xiao Yan's face became anxious after his words sounded. A thought passed through his heart, and the Northern King immediately appeared by his side. It was constantly vigilant of its surroundings. No, this old man is not referring to this. I am referring to another matter. Even if there is no Do D, it is likely that you will not be able to overcome this. Guyu shook his head and replied, Huh? Xiaoyan frowned. He was just about to open his mouth to inquire when Guyu stopped him with a single sentence. Let's leave first. You will naturally understand once we reach the place. At that time, it is likely that it will not be up to you even if you do not wish to return. Guyu once again returned to silence after his words sounded. He ignored Xiao Yin regardless of how he asked. Xiao Yin involuntarily felt a little doubtful in his heart. He helplessly curled his mouth and moved his feet. He continued to slowly walk forward. Xiao Yin walked for a long time along this path. When he once again lifted his head to look above, the sky had become completely dark with the exception of a fire light above his head. The surrounding temperature had also become increasingly cold. Clearly, time had swiftly flowed by and night had once again arrived. Xiao Yin involuntarily frowned as he sensed the cold aura around him. This interior of Shalin was really strange. The temperature here was many times lower than an ordinary winter. Even his heavenly flame was unable to completely nullify the cold aura. From this, one could tell just how frighteningly dark and cold the temperature of this place was. Hoo. At a certain moment, a cluster of heavenly flame, which was originally a short distance in front of Xiao Yin, was actually forcefully extinguished by a cold wind. Xiao Yan's heart was greatly startled when he saw this scene. Who could have imagined that the most violent energy in the world, a heavenly flame, would actually be forcefully extinguished by a cold wind? The cold wind's strength did not diminish even after the heavenly flame was extinguished. It whistled past and headed straight for Xiao Yin. Before the cold wind arrived in front of him, Xiao Yin had already sensed the frighteningly low temperature being emitted from it. In front of this frighteningly low temperature, it was likely that an ordinary Ban Emperor would be completely frozen into an ice cube within an instant. The expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately became grave when he thought of this. He widened his mouth, and a brilliant heavenly flame was immediately spat out. It turned into a frightening heavenly flame light pillar. It was accompanied by a frighteningly high temperature as it violently charged at the cold wind that was heading towards him. This time around, with Xiao Yin personally unleashing the heavenly flame, how could the wisp of flame seedling from earlier compare with its strength? In the blink of an eye, it easily broke through the cold wind until it reached the deepest part. After breaking the few cold winds that came later, Xiao Yin finally unleashed the heavenly flame to wrap around his body. His footsteps were firm as he strode toward the deepest part. This time around, Xiao Yan's expression did not change even a little in the face of the cold wind. He allowed the cold wind to blow on his body. However, with the heavenly flame in front of him this time around, any cold wind that attacked him would be instantly destroyed by the heavenly flame. Looking from a distance, despite being covered by clouds, one could still vaguely see a cluster of somewhat blurry fire swiftly moving forward in the dark night. Occasionally, a large fire would rise high, causing this part of the world to become brightly lit. After a long while, Xiao Yin, who originally did not stop, once again paused. His face appeared somewhat pale under the heavenly flame. Even his breathing had begun to become difficult. At the same time that Xiao Yin paused his footsteps, a slope that was paved with cold ice appeared a short distance in front of him. Wave after wave of frightening cold wind was blowing from the top of this road with a hoo-hoo sound, much like the roar of the underworld. Chapter 435. Huff, huff, huff. The frightening cold wind was just like numerous icy sharp blades as it ferociously attacked Xiao Yin with a piercing sound. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yan's eyebrows involuntarily knitted together. He abruptly clenched his fist, and the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler immediately appeared in his palm. The huge ruler followed the movement of his arm and viciously swung out, shattering the incoming cold wind with a single blow. Crack, crack. However, the instant the cold wind was broken, a layer of solid ice swiftly covered the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's heart was slightly shocked. He did not expect that the cold wind would actually become even more intense. With just a single blow, his heavy Xian ruler had been sealed in ice. Damn it, this cold wind is really strange. If this continues, I'm afraid that I really won't be able to pass through this place. The hand holding the heavy Xian ruler exerted a little force as a magnificent heavenly flame immediately lingered on it. Following the appearance of the heavenly flame, the thick layer of solid ice on the heavy Xian ruler swiftly melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, on the opposite side of Xiaoyan, at the top of the slope, a frightening cold wind once again attacked. Damn it! With the experience from earlier, Xiaoyan's heart did not dare to be careless at this moment. A thought passed through his heart, and the heavenly flame covered the entire enormous ruler. His arm was suddenly waved, and a red glow violently smashed toward the cold wind that was heading toward him. Bang! The cold wind dissipated with a sound. This time, the cold wind did not approach Xiaoyan, and Xiaoyan was finally able to take a few steps forward. However, following closely, the piercing cold wind once again attacked. This cold wind seemed to be endless. However many times Xiaoyan broke through, it would come again. This caused Xiaoyan's expression to involuntarily change slightly. If this continued, he was afraid that he would not even be able to see the true appearance of this hinterland, let alone pass through this place. Damn it! I must forcefully pass through this place. Otherwise, I can only stop here today. As this thought flashed across his heart, Xiaoyan fiercely inhaled a deep breath of air. He gathered his strength and swiftly stepped forward. At the same time, his hand tightly gripped the heavy Xian ruler, and his knuckles emitted a slight creaking sound. When the cold wind arrived, the huge ruler in Xiaoyan's hand, which was wrapped by the heavenly flame, was once again swung and shattered the cold wind. Break! 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 Following the furious cries that were spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth time and time again, the cold wind that repeatedly assaulted him also shattered. However, the closer he got to the top of the slope, the more Xiaoyan felt that it was strenuous. The strength of the cold wind also appeared to be repeatedly increasing. Each time he attacked, the strength that he had to use was also repeatedly increasing. In the end, Xiaoyan had no choice but to use a Do technique in order to forcefully shatter the cold wind that was coming at him. Xiaoyan paused at the same spot for a few seconds. Just as he was about to take another step forward, he suddenly realized that his ankle had unknowingly been covered by ice. At the same time, Xiaoyan realized that goose feather-like snow had unknowingly begun to fall from the sky. Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook and forcefully shattered the ice that covered his feet. Xiaoyan once again took a step forward. The heavy Xin ruler in his hand continued to be waved. However, as the cold wind around him became increasingly intense, even though Xiaoyan had already used all his strength, the speed at which he moved forward had unknowingly become increasingly slow. At this moment, even though Xiaoyan had the heavenly flame protecting his body, he could not help but feel the terrifyingly low temperature between heaven and earth. While this caused his body to feel cold, his heart also involuntarily felt an icy chill. The strange temperature of this place actually caused Xiaoyan, who had never been afraid of water or ice, to feel a sense of fear. However, the more this was the case, the more unwilling Xiaoyan felt in his heart. He tightly gripped the heavy Xian ruler with both hands and ruthlessly inserted it into the layer of ice beside his feet. His entire body was wrapped in the heavenly flame as he leaned on the heavy Xian ruler with great difficulty and sat down. The cold wind was blocked by the heavy body of the heavy Xian ruler. Xiaoyan swiftly consumed 2 D-tier medicinal pills. He sensed the warm feeling that was brought about when the medicinal pills entered his body. Finally, he involuntarily let out a long sigh of relief. It was a long while later before he finally opened his mouth to ask Guyu, who was within his body, with great difficulty. "Old Gu, do you know what this damn thing is?" The old me has some understanding." Guyu's voice sounded in Xiaoyan's heart. His voice was calm and did not contain the slightest ripple. However, it gave Xiaoyan a bad premonition when he heard it. "In that case, can you please—" "No, it's better for you to settle this matter yourself. I've already advised you to go back the way you came, but you didn't listen. The current situation can be considered as you reap what you sow, Gu Yu retorted without giving Xiao Yan any opportunity. However, you should also be aware that I must leave from here. There is no other path I can take. Xiao Yan spoke in a deep voice. That was in the past. However, it is different now. The time is yet to arrive. It is impossible for you to rely on your own strength to leave this place unless you force the old me to act. Xiao Yan finally became quiet after these words sounded. Gu had already made things very clear. It was impossible for him to rely on Gu Yu's strength. The only person he could rely on now was himself. Who, in that case, even if I have to fight until the end, I will definitely see just what the interior of the Shilin mountain range looks like. Xiao Yan, who had his back leaning on the heavy Xian ruler, suddenly stood up after his unresigned cry sounded. At the same time, his hand, which was wrapped in a heavenly flame, suddenly grabbed the huge ruler. He pulled it with great force, and the hard eyes covering the huge ruler immediately shattered. Huh! Break! Xiao Yan held the enormous ruler in his hand. A heavenly flame flew over his body as he suddenly used the sky extinction step under his feet. The enormous ruler danced above his head before it was violently swung down. The majestic ruler glow appeared exceptionally glaring in this world of ice and snow. It used a truly unstoppable momentum to completely destroy the cold wind that was pouncing over. Xiao Yan's body moved, and he quickly followed the ruler glow that shot out in front of him. His body had already reached the top of the slope before the ruler glow scattered. He was merely 100 feet from the top. Huh! 7 sky breaking ruler. Break for me. The cry sounded and the 7 feet overlapped. A third of the Do Chi in the vortex within Xiao Yan's body was instantly drawn away. The strength of this ruler glow was also frighteningly strong. The instant the majestic ruler glow shot out, the frightening remnant force tore apart the hard ice in front of Xiao Yan. Numerous crack lines swiftly spread apart. The ruler glow carried an extremely frightening energy storm as it completely destroyed this section of the slope. Even the thick mountain rocks under the cold ice were forcefully shattered. Rumble. Following the landing of this attack, the hard ice under Xiao Yan's feet also shattered. Not only that, even the area of ice where Xiao Yan was at this moment suddenly began to shake intensely. Xiao Yan's heart immediately focused when he sensed this scene. His body moved, and he swiftly withdrew explosively to the back. At the same time, the world of ice below also swiftly began to collapse. A moment later, the original slope no longer existed. Replacing it was an enormous, deep ravine. Wave after wave of cold wind that was even more frightening than before was rushing out from the source of the deep ravine with a hoo-hoo sound. The color of the world also changed at this moment. At the same time, the expressions of the sky eagle trio deep within the Shilin mountain range also changed drastically. Chapter 436. Deep within the Shilin mountain range, Tian Ying stood in the sky. Yin Shi and Tian Ying swiftly flew up from below and arrived in front of Tian Ying. What's going on? What happened? Before he arrived, his somewhat solemn voice was already transmitted over in a vast and mighty manner, causing the empty space to continuously tremble. I cannot be certain. However, from the commotion earlier, this matter is likely not small. Moreover, there is an 80 to 90% chance that it was done by that human. Tian Ying's brows were tightly knitted together. A sharp glint shot out from his blue eyes. Ever since Xiao Yan had escaped, he had become completely serious about this stranger. Although the other party's strength could not be compared to them, regardless of whether it was in terms of tactics or fighting strength, the other party was not much weaker than them. If they did not treat him seriously, it was very likely that they would fail miserably. Looking at this direction, it is due west. That brat should have reached the eastern wall. Let me take a look. Standing in the air, Xiong Gang gazed at the western horizon. Due to the distance, he was unable to see anything clearly. As a result, Xiong Gang said something casually to the 2 people beside him before closing his eyes. With a wave of his hand, an earthen yellow light immediately shot into the ground below, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the strange light entered the ground, the activity under the surface of the ground within the three people's domain appeared in Xiongang's mind. The strange crystal medicinal ingredients that contained energy under the ground were all reflected in Xiongang's mind. Oh, this is... haha. Unexpectedly, he has already touched the edge of the Great Way of Earth. From the looks of it, it should not be long before he can truly control the Great Way of Earth. Yinshir's expression was stunned as he vaguely spat out some words from his mouth. However, Tian-Ing continued after the latter's words. The flesh on Yinshir's face involuntarily trembled when he heard this. He did not expect that the first person to comprehend the Great Way of Earth among the three of them would actually be this big fool. Yinshir unwillingly curled his lips as he quietly muttered in his heart. At the same time, he shifted his gaze away from Xionggang. On the other hand, Tian-Ing once again looked towards the western horizon. The energy explosion earlier caused Tian-Ing to feel a little uneasy in his heart. He could only hope that the outcome was not as he had imagined. Otherwise, there would be great trouble. After taking a deep breath, Sky Eagle slowly withdrew his gaze. Before Xionggang woke up, he could only wait here quietly. A cool breeze blew across the empty sky, easing the slightly oppressive atmosphere. The Flame Lion and the Sky Eagle looked at each other. Both of them seemed to be thinking about something in their hearts. However, in the end, they remained silent. Time slowly passed. 15 minutes later, Xionggang, who originally had his eyes shut, suddenly opened them. He abruptly lifted his head, and a pair of earthen yellow eyes instantly widened as he looked towards the western horizon. His eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? Sky Eagle and Flame Lion swiftly recovered after Xiongang's words sounded. They lifted their eyes and hurriedly looked at Xionggang. The emotions in Sky Eagle's heart had also become increasingly uneasy at this moment. What did you see? What exactly happened over there? Although the Flame Lion already had some guesses in his heart, he still could not help but ask Xionggang. At the same time, Sky Eagle's eyes also shot towards Xionggang. The heart in his chest was beating rapidly, and the emotions in his heart had also become extremely anxious. Damn it, it's the Eastern Wall. Something has indeed happened to the Eastern Wall. The expressions on Sky Eagle's and the Flame Lion's faces suddenly changed drastically after Sky Eagle's words sounded. The two of them did not have the mood to ask any more questions. Their bodies suddenly turned around, and at the same time, the three of them transformed into their original bodies. With their fastest speed, they swiftly flew in the direction where Xiao Yan was currently located. On the other side, Xiao Yan's eyes were extremely grave as he looked at the deep gully in front of him. His heart was filled with shock. At this moment, there was a deep gully that was nearly 1,000 feet wide in front of Xiao Yan. It was emitting waves of frightening cold wind. The frighteningly low temperature caused everything around him to be frozen in an instant. Xiao Yan had to rely on the might of the heavenly flame to barely stabilize his body. The frightening wind pressure almost blew Xiao Yan away. However, Xiao Yan carried the unwillingness in his heart as he relied on the sky absolute steps to forcefully remain in this empty space. He was unwilling to retreat and was unable to advance even an inch. The deep gully was very long, and it reached deep into the hinterland. From Xiao Yan's current position, this deep gully was just like a huge crack that forcefully broke the tall mountain peaks on both sides. Under the deep gully, a blue light that was like deep water was emitted. Under the reflection of the ice crystals, it illuminated the entire area hundreds of feet below the deep gully. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan did not have the mood to bother about the strange scenery of this deep gully. He only wanted to use all his strength to charge through the air above this strange deep gully. Although the Sky Absolute Steps was a human-class agility do technique, it was likely due to Xiao Yan's current lack of strength. Even though Xiao Yan used all his strength, he was unable to reach the middle of this deep gully. Even though he had various powerful do techniques, Xiao Yan was still blocked in the end. Damn it, Seeing the heavenly flame armor that was gradually becoming thinner under the intense cold wind, Xiao Yin could not help but curse furiously in his heart. The dark black heavy Xian ruler was violently waved in Xiao Yan's hand. Numerous Do techniques were continuously displayed by Xiao Yan, using all his strength to block the frightening cold wind that was being spat out from the deep gully below. However, even though Xiao Yan used all his skills, he still had difficulty being a match for this cold wind. A moment later, the heavenly flame on Xiao Yan's leg was actually forcefully scattered by the cold wind, revealing the bottom of Xiao Yan's shoe. In the blink of an eye, the frightening cold wind attacked and completely sealed Xiao Yan's calf with ice. Damn it! Get lost! Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's heart immediately became furious. He let out a furious cry, and his body shook violently. The hard ice that wrapped around Xiao Yan's calf immediately burst apart. At the same time, Xiao Yan clenched both of his fists tightly. A heavenly flame flowed deep within his dark black eyes. A purple-gold, unusual glow flickered slightly. Immediately, the dragon phoenix bloodline within the blood vessels in Xiao Yan's body was completely activated at this moment. Roar! An earth-shaking, furious roar was suddenly emitted. The entire place shook as a wild and violent energy swept out from Xiao Yan's body at this moment. It forcefully broke the cold wind that was continuously attacking Xiao Yan. A sharp golden light shot out from both of Xiao Yan's eyes. His entire body was covered with dragon scales. The frightening defensive strength of the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor was completely revealed at this moment. Additionally, there was the protection of the heavenly flame. The cold wind was unable to get within 10 feet of Xiao Yan. With the help of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline that had been activated in his body, Xiao Yan immediately felt the cold wind that was blowing on his body become much weaker. With a cold snort, he took a couple of large strides forward. Stepping on the cold wind, he arrived at the middle of the deep gully. Chapter 437. Golden light shot out from Xiao Yan's eyes. Heavenly flames surged all over his body. His feet stepped on the cold wind as he walked towards the depths of the deep ravine. Huff, huff, huff. As Xiao Yan took each step forward, the cold wind that blew from the deep ravine below became increasingly terrifying. After Xiao Yan took his 100th step, the cold wind that gushed out like a fountain once again caused Xiao Yan to feel a strong pressure. Even Xiao Yan's body, which was standing in the air, could not help but sway slightly. Damn it! The closer I get to the center, the more terrifying the wind pressure is. If this continues, I'm afraid that even the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor will not be able to withstand it. As he felt the cold wind around him becoming stronger and stronger, in addition to the energy that was rapidly draining from his body, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a sense of seriousness in his heart. A moment later, when Xiao Yan forcefully endured the wind pressure and was about to take another half a step forward, the terrifying wind pressure caused Xiao Yan's body to fly back uncontrollably. He only managed to stop his body with great difficulty after he was 1,000 feet away. After stopping his body, Xiao Yan raised his head with a grave expression. His gaze swept across the sky above, only to discover that one night had unknowingly passed. The black fog that originally covered this world had gradually turned white. Xiao Yan knit his brows and exhaled a deep breath of air. He was just about to charge forward when his expression suddenly changed the next moment when Xiao Yan was about to move. In his spiritual perception, there were 3 extremely terrifying auras that were swiftly flying towards him. Looking at this aura, it was likely that they would appear in front of him in a short while. Xiao Yan did not doubt the owners of these 3 auras. These 3 people were definitely the 3 overlords in the depths of the Shilin mountain range: Tianying, Flame Lion, and Xionggang. Damn it! How'd you catch up so quickly? Aware of the 3 people behind him, the expression on Xiao Yan's face changed again. He cursed in his heart. His slightly weak body suddenly shook, and the Vajra glass body was instantly displayed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan had once again turned into a Vajra giant god. His huge feet stomped on the void, and he rushed forward with all his strength. At the same time that Xiao Yan sensed the 3 of them, The Sky Eagle trio behind Xiao Yan also sensed Xiao Yan's aura. Immediately, a furious expression involuntarily appeared on their faces. Bastard! It's actually this brat's fault. It's too late to regret now. Let's hurry over. I hope this matter won't be difficult to resolve. Otherwise, I'll definitely break that kid's bones. The Sky Eagle's tone was extremely furious when the Flame Lion's furious curse sounded. As for Xionggang, although he did not say anything, his expression was extremely gloomy. It was obvious that the anger in his heart was no less than the two beside him. A moment later, the three figures had already arrived in front of the deep gorge. Xiaoyan was also extremely unlucky. He was coincidentally sent back by the cold wind. However, he was helpless. Who asked the cold wind to be so terrifyingly strong? Even though Xiao Yin used all his strength, he was ultimately unable to pass through it. He could only be blown back time and time again with each charge. This time around, he coincidentally met the Sky Eagle trio who had just arrived. After the gazes of the three of them swept over Xiao Yan's body, they landed on the deep gorge below, which one could not see the end. Xiao Yan sensed the gazes of the three of them, which seemed to want to devour him. His back involuntarily felt a chill. His footsteps withdrew a little in an undetectable manner. The heavy Xian ruler had also unknowingly appeared in the palm of Xiao Yan's back. When they saw the enormous, deep gorge in front of them, the trio's pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Their three faces instantly became gloomy. The enormous, deep gorge in front of them had clearly far exceeded their expectations. If this deep gorge was described as a small stream in their imagination, then what appeared in front of them was a wide river. The cold wind that gushed out from it was just like a torrential flood that could not be stopped. "Brat, did you do all this?" The Flame Lion's furious eyes were wide open as he stared at Xiao Yan. His voice was nearly hoarse as he spoke. "If I said no, would you believe me?" Xiao Yan helplessly shrugged his shoulders. He did not deny this. "Brat, you're really courting death. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You will stay here today." The Flame Lion angrily rebuked. His voice sounded just like the roar of a beast. After his voice sounded, the Flame Lion's body suddenly shot toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan held the heavy ruler in his hand. His enormous golden body suddenly turned on the spot, and with a flip of his hand, he viciously swung his ruler at the Flame Lion. Flame-splitting tsunami. Lion Dipper Fist. The two of them roared furiously in unison. In the blink of an eye, they had already collided. The frightening energy shockwave instantly destroyed the cold wind. The sky where the two of them were located also obtained a trace of tranquility in this short instant. After the attack landed, the Flame Lion forcefully twisted his body in the air. Soon after, a punch was thrown once again. At the same time, the heavy ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was accompanied by a biting cold wind pressure as it collided with the incoming Flame Lion. Roar! Just as Xiao Yan was intensely colliding with the Flame Lion, Xionggang, who was behind him, suddenly emitted an earth-shaking roar. He waved his enormous fists. Like a charging bull, he carried an extremely overbearing power as he charged straight toward Xiao Yan. After merely a few collisions, Xiao Yan was clearly at a disadvantage. However, this was still not enough. Just as Xiao Yan was bitterly enduring, Tianying on the other side also moved. The sword light in his hand was sharp as it ruthlessly charged toward Xiao Yan. 1 against 3 9-star half-embers. The situation of the battlefield instantly changed. With the addition of Tianying, Xiao Yan immediately felt a great increase in pressure. Helplessly, he could only use the 6 corporeal forms to defend himself from all directions. He was completely powerless to retaliate. "Humph, brat, I have already told you to leave, but you refuse to listen. Since you are unwilling to leave, then you can stay here forever." Every attack of the Flame Lion was ruthless. Every punch and palm was a fatal attack. Xiongang's iron fists were as hard as rocks and indestructible. The frightening power caused Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, to feel numb. The movements of his hand also gradually became slower. Tian Ying's attacks caused Xiao Yan to not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Given the latter's sharp attacks, once a flaw appeared in Xiao Yan's 6 corporeal forms, the latter would seize the opportunity to injure Xiao Yan in one strike. Bang! In the end, in the endless bitter battle, Xiao Yan was still the first to be defeated helplessly. The 6 corporeal forms was forcefully broken by the Flame Lion and Xiongang's attacks. Without the protection of the 6 corporeal forms, Tian Ying's longsword immediately found an opening. In the blink of an eye, a few holes were formed on Xiao Yan's body by the invisible longsword. Fresh bright red blood immediately shot out. Xiao Yan's face also suddenly turned swollen red. With a grug sound, a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. The aura of his entire body also suddenly weakened. At the same time that Xiao Yan's body was sent flying, the frightening cold wind behind Xiao Yan was like a sharp blade. It once again ruthlessly smashed onto Xiao Yan's back. After this attack landed, the strength in Xiao Yan's body increased by several times. Immediately, he was seriously injured. Grug! A large mouthful of fresh blood was wildly spat out. Xiao Yan's entire body revealed a kind of grayish-white color like that of a dead person. His thin body finally fell uncontrollably towards the deep gorge below. Seeing this, the Flame Lion wanted to give chase and give Xiao Yan a final blow. However, Tianing by the side stopped him and said, "Enough. Let's settle the score with him after we settle this problem. The most important thing now is this gap." After his words sounded, Tianing looked at Xionggang by the side, only to discover that the latter was actually looking at the deep gorge below with a suspicious expression. Other than the seriousness in his eyes, there was also a strange expression. Aren't we being too subjective? Chapter 438. 2 months later, at the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range, Xiao Yan carried the dark, heavy buster sword on his back as he flew through the forest at extremely fast speed. Every time he paused in the air, he would leave behind a solid afterimage. As numerous afterimages appeared one after another, the dense forest behind Xiao Yan was suddenly destroyed by a terrifying force. Immediately after, a huge magical beast chased after Xiao Yan furiously with boundless killing intent. The afterimages along the way were mercilessly torn apart by its sharp horns. "Bastard brat, quickly return my green Ganoderma to me." The huge magical beast, whose body was like a small mountain, charged forward recklessly. As it charged forward, it could not help but let out a sorrowful and angry howl. Ever since the human in front of it stole its green Ganoderma a week ago, not only did the human in front of it not leave, but he used the green Ganoderma as a lure to purposely make it fly into a rage. It chased after Xiao Yan day and night. However, in the end, due to Xiao Yan's extraordinary speed, the distance between them will be instantly widened by Xiao Yan at the most crucial moment. As for the magical beast, it could only helplessly retreat with a heart full of anger. This matter caused the magical beast to be furious, but at the same time, it also felt a sense of sadness. It really did not know who it had offended in its previous life to meet such a hateful person. Hee, if you want your green Ganoderma back, then chase after me. As long as you can catch up with me, not only will I return the green Ganoderma to you, I will also give you an Emperor-grade elixir. Xiao Yan laughed as the huge magical beast spoke. Instead, he used the Emperor-grade elixir to tempt the magical beast behind him. In the big battle 2 months ago, Xiao Yan was naturally defeated by the Sky Eagle Trio. The seriously injured Xiao Yan's body fell uncontrollably towards the deep ravine below. At the last moment before Xiao Yan lost consciousness, he thought that he would fall into the deep ravine. However, he did not expect Guyu to act in time. While the Sky Eagle Trio's attention was focused on the deep ravine, Guyu swiftly controlled Xiao Yan's body and left that place. Ever since he had experienced that incident, Xiao Yan had also clearly sensed where he was lacking. Given Xiao Yan's current overall fighting strength, he could already fight against an 8-star half-emperor in a one-on-one fight. As for a 9-star half-emperor, it would be difficult for Xiao Yan. Of course, one could slowly cultivate one's strength. However, Xiaoyan's Sky Annihilation Steps had become a big problem. Originally, given Xiaoyan's confidence in the Sky Annihilation Steps, no one under the Do D class should be able to catch up with him. However, after this incident, Xiaoyan realized that his Sky Annihilation Steps was far from reaching the level that he needed. Take Sky Eagle, for example. Even if Xiaoyan fully unleashed his Sky Annihilation Steps, he would not be a match for the latter's speed. If Xiaoyan were to fight him one-on-one, Xiaoyan would not have any hope of winning without any external help. Thus, although Xiaoyan believed that his fighting strength was outstanding, it was only when compared to an 8-star half-emperor. If he were to face a 9-star half-emperor or an even more frightening Do D, Xiaoyan would be in trouble. This time around, Xiaoyan had found this sky-raising bull magical beast in hopes of being able to borrow its strength to obtain victory through speed without him launching an attack. Of course, Xiaoyan's thoughts were relaxed. However, the situation was indeed abnormally relaxed. This sky-raising bull magical beast strength had merely reached that of an 8-star half-emperor. With Xiaoyan's current speed, even an ordinary 9-star half-emperor would have difficulty catching up to him, much less this sky-raising bull magical beast. After a week of repeated boredom, at this moment, Xiaoyan was extremely stunned to realize that not only did his speed not increase in this boring chase, but the speed of the heaven-raising bull magical beast behind him was actually swiftly increasing under the drive of the fury in its heart. This scene, which was completely different from what Xiaoyan had originally imagined, caused him to feel helpless in his heart. Xiaoyan paused and turned his head to look behind him. The sky-raising bull magical beast had once again charged over. This time around, anger rose in the sky-raising bull magical beast's heart when it saw that Xiaoyan had stopped once again. As it charged forward, its enormous body suddenly shook. A muffled, thunder-like beast roar was emitted from its mouth. At the same time, its body violently charged toward Xiaoyan at its fastest speed. From the looks of it, its speed was more than twice as fast as before. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan curled his mouth in a speechless manner. Immediately, he stepped into the air and twisted his neck. A wave of sound of bones colliding was emitted. With a thought, Xiaoyan's skinny body turned into a giant Vajra god at the same time as he turned around. Both of his feet stepped on the ground, and his enormous fist was tightly clenched. As the barbarian bull charged over, a fist was violently smashed toward the latter's head. Bang! A terrifying, enormous force suddenly poured out when Xiaoyan's fist landed on the barbarian bull's head. It was like a thunderous explosion that resounded through the sky. Under Xiaoyan's punch, the sky-raising bull magical beast's charging speed was forcefully stopped. Its entire head was smashed to the ground by Xiaoyan's punch. The enormous force poured down from the barbarian bull's head to the ground. Instantly, the ground below the two of them quickly collapsed. Xiaoyan and the barbarian bull's bodies both sank. The chase between Xiaoyan and the sky-raising bull magical beast came to an end. The golden light dissipated. At the same time that Xiaoyan reverted to his original form, he could not help but exhale softly. He shook his slightly numb hand before looking at the sky-raising bull magical beast. Casually throwing a wooden box to the latter, Xiaoyan said loudly, "All right, I've returned it. All right, I've returned it to you. I know you're fine. Get up." As Xiaoyan's voice fell, the sky-raising bull magical beast's body also squirmed. Immediately, it also turned into a human. Its upper body was naked, and a pair of slightly curved horns grew on its head. When the wooden box fell, it hurriedly caught it in its arms. After looking at the green Ganoderma inside, it looked at Xiaoyan and said angrily, "Stinking brat. First, you don't refine pills. Second, you don't buy medicine. You even snatch my treasure. Do you think I'm a monkey? And that emperor-grade medicinal pill. Hand it over to me. You said that you'll give it to me if I catch up to you." Hearing this, Xiaoyan curled his lips in a non-committal manner. He raised his gaze and looked at the sky-raising bull magical beast. He smiled and said, "I've already returned it to you. As for what I said, if I don't take the initiative to stop, Do you think that you can catch up to me with your speed? TSK, I don't care. In any case, I've already caught up to you. You can't go back on your words. Barbarian Bull spat. His face revealed a thick-skinned appearance as he said to Xiaoyan. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes turned slightly. He changed his tone and said with a smile, Okay, I can give you the medicinal pill. However, you have to answer my question first. Barbarian Bull had a suspicious expression as he looked at Xiaoyan. He held the wooden box in his hands and hesitated for a moment. Only then did he nod his head and said with hatred, Ask away. In the periphery of the Shilin mountain range, there are magical beasts that specialize in speed. Their strength is around that of a middle 8-star half-emperor. The faster, the better. Hearing this, the muscles at the corner of Barbarian Bull's mouth could not help but twitch. He could not help but curse angrily in his heart. So this guy in front of him actually wanted to use him to practice his agility dose skill. With an extremely unwilling expression, Barbarian Bull curled his lips. However, in his heart, he could not let go of the Emperor-grade medicinal pill. He could only bitterly sigh in his heart. After a moment, his face revealed a pondering expression. After a moment of consideration, he said, There is. Furthermore, its speed is frighteningly fast. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes could not help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. He quickly asked, Where? Southwest. There's a lake there. That is its territory. After Barbarian Bull finished speaking, Xiaoyan also quickly turned around and was about to fly in the direction that Barbarian Bull had mentioned. Wait, medicinal pill. Whoosh! Before Barbarian Bull finished speaking, a ray of light rapidly shot toward the demon-raising bull. The latter caught it in his palm and opened it to take a look. Sure enough, it was an Emperor-grade medicinal pill. When the demon-raising bull raised his head to look again, Xiaoyan had already disappeared from the sky. Seeing this, Barbarian Bull's eyes flashed. The corners of his mouth were raised to form a ridiculing smile. As he turned around, he said in a low voice, How did you run so fast? I didn't even have the time to tell you that that guy's strength is that of a 9-star half-emperor. Chapter 439. The blazing sun was like fire. It seemed as if it had burned all the clouds in the sky. At the end of the horizon, there were only a few scattered clouds floating on the ocean. However, at this place, the sky appeared as if it had been washed away by heavy rain. It was like a clear mirror. Looking down from the clear sky, one would be surprised to discover that the dense forest was gradually receding. In a mountain forest below, there was actually a vast lake. This lake extended for over 1,000 miles. The surface of the lake was calm and flawless. The deep lake water was like a mirror that resonated with the clear weather. If one were to only look at the lake water and the sky above their heads, one would be unable to tell which was the sky and which was the lake. Right at this moment, in the distant horizon, above the vast sea of trees, a tsunami-like hurricane suddenly appeared. It was rapidly sweeping toward this place. The hurricane swept across the horizon. The remnant might of the hurricane turned into a tall wave of trees above the sea of trees. The surging waves followed the steps of the hurricane and rapidly rushed toward the lake. If one were to look carefully, one would see that at the forefront of the hurricane, at the forefront of the warship-like hurricane, was a black-cloaked man with a giant ruler on his back. With the hurricane above his head, he was rapidly rushing toward this place. In a short period of time, the black-cloaked man was already standing directly above the lake. Looking from between the two of them, regardless of whether it was the sky or the mirror-like lake water, Xiaoyan's figure was reflected in both. As he looked at the calm lake below, Xiaoyan's white hand slowly moved toward the ruler's hilt. The feeling that this place gave him was somewhat different. Damn bull spirit, you actually dared to use your brain against me. This big guy's strength is not that of an 8-star half-martial emperor. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed as he cursed the heaven-raising bull demonic beast from before in a low voice. However, blazing flames shot out from Xiaoyan's eyes. Although the guy in the water was not weak, Xiaoyan had already understood his strength through the probing of his soul power. Initial 9-star half-martial emperor. Furthermore, the Do Chi within his body was still unstable. It was as if he had just broken through to 9-star not long ago. To Xiao Yan, this was just right. Haha, you've truly given me a great gift. Xiao Yan laughed in his mouth. At the same time, his arm abruptly pulled with force, and the heavy Xian ruler was suddenly pulled out. A chi-chi sound of rushing wind immediately sounded. The originally calm surface of the lake below also began to form circular ripples. The ripples spread out and completely destroyed the tranquility of the lake. Humph! Human, you've come to this king's territory and even pulled out your weapon. Are you trying to provoke this king? Suddenly, a thunderous sound resounded from the bottom of the lake. At the same time, the ripples on the surface of the lake that had yet to disperse started to surge. Following a few explosive sounds, thick pillars of water soared into the sky from the surface of the lake. Soon after, an enormous conical horn rushed out from the lake. Following that, the enormous body of the demonic beast appeared. Nearly half of the demonic beast's body was exposed on the surface of the water. Its entire body looked like a huge snake. On the back of the huge snake, there was a layer of huge, solid snake scales. However, the abdomen of the huge snake was different. There were many shallow gullies that went deep into the water. It looked like a whale. The most peculiar thing was that on the head of the huge snake, there was a long horn. Oh, narwhal snake. Ha! I didn't expect to encounter such an ancient species here. Seeing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The narwhal snake in front of him also surprised him. As a snake-type demonic beast, the narwhal snake was originally an unknown species. However, because of its single horn, this unique species gradually gained some fame among the snake-type demonic beasts. Of course, other than its single horn, the narwhal snake also possessed the ancient bloodline of the snake-type demonic beasts. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for it to have a kind of pressure when facing other snake-type demonic beasts. This point was similar to the uniqueness of Ziyin in the ancient Void Dragon tribe. Logically speaking, this kind of narwhal snake should have been wiped out from the snake-type demonic beast tribe thousands of years ago due to its uniqueness. However, he didn't expect to encounter it today by Xiao Yan. He didn't know if it was good luck or something else. Humph! Since you know my identity, why don't you hurry up and get lost? This king has just broken through and doesn't want to start a massacre. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, this king will eat you up today. I'll refine you and treat you as nourishment for this king to stabilize my strength. The narwhal snake's huge blue eyes stared at Xiao Yan. Although its words were fierce, it could always feel a sense of danger from this human in front of it. This made it, who had always been cautious, couldn't help but feel wary of Xiao Yan in front of it. Ha! Why are you in such a hurry to chase me away? I've only learned about the narwhal snake's name from ancient books. As for its true strength, I've never had the chance to see it. However, since I've seen it today, I naturally can't leave so easily. Therefore, I'd like to invite you to spar with me. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted as though he had seen the fear in the other party's heart. He revealed a mocking smile, adding this to the tone of his words. The narwhal whale snake did not dare to be careless in its heart. It immediately snorted and let out a low roar. I've said that I don't want to fight today. Hurry up and get lost. This king is going into seclusion. As it spoke, the narwhal snake's eyes that were originally staring at Xiao Yan unconsciously shifted away, as if to cover up the strange feeling in its heart. Xiao Yan didn't expect the narwhal snake to be so cowardly. He couldn't help but feel a little speechless in his heart. He curled his lips and looked at the narwhal snake with a frown. He said somewhat impatiently, "Let's cut to the chase. I'm here today to challenge you. You're at least a 9-star half-martial emperor. Why don't you dare to spar with me? A 5-star half-martial emperor. TCH. So what if I'm a 9-star half-martial emperor? A 5-star half-martial emperor like you want to spar with me. A 9-star half-martial emperor. If you're not stupid, then you definitely have the strength to spar with you. I'd be stupid to spar with you." As Xiao Yan's words fell, the narwhal snake decisively blurted out a bunch of shameless words. This immediately made Xiao Yan feel a burst of helplessness. The speech that he had originally prepared was actually blocked by this big guy's impeccable words. After violently coughing a few times, Xiao Yin hurriedly thought of a plan in his heart. However, when he thought of it, Xiao Yin discovered that he actually couldn't do anything to this big guy in front of him. Xiao Yin didn't even have the slightest doubt that if he were to make a move now, this guy would definitely hide at the bottom of the lake without the slightest hesitation and definitely wouldn't come out again. At that time, even if Xiao Yin wanted to provoke it, it would be impossible. Curling his lips, Xiao Yin felt helpless. After thinking for a while, he helplessly smiled bitterly in his heart and said, "Sigh, looks like I'll have to use the old method again. Cough, cough. How about this, I'll bet with you? I'll use an emperor-grade medicinal pill as the wager. As long as you can catch me, I'll give you the medicinal pill." After coughing twice, Xiao Yin himself felt that the words he said were a little strange. He didn't expect that in this world, there would actually be someone who would pay to be beaten up. Chapter 440. The narwhal whale snake was involuntarily stunned when it heard the words that were emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. These words of Xiao Yan caused it to feel as though it was facing a fool. Roar! With a low roar, the narwhal snake rolled its eyes at Xiao Yan. Then its huge body wriggled and tried to return to the bottom of the lake. Seeing this, the muscles on Xiao Yan's face twitched violently. He gritted his teeth. Just as the narwhal snake was about to return to the bottom of the lake, Xiao Yan opened his mouth again and said in a loud voice, Two emperor-grade medicinal pills. As long as you can touch my clothes, you can have the medicinal pills." As he said this, Xiao Yan flipped his palm. 2 round medicinal pills the size of longans appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. Following the appearance of the pill, a rich pill fragrance immediately spread out in all directions. The moment the narwhal snake entered the water, it also smelled the medicinal fragrance. Immediately, its submerged body froze. Ripples of water violently surged around its body. In the next moment, the narwhal snake's submerged body suddenly rushed out of the lake. Its huge eyes were filled with desire as it stared at Xiao Yan. To be precise, it was looking at the 2 emperor-grade medicinal pills in his hand. If it were to obtain these 2 emperor-level medicinal pellets, the narwhal snake had no doubt that its cultivation would definitely be able to completely stabilize at the early stage 9-star half martial emperor level. Furthermore, this would undoubtedly be able to save it a very long period of time in the future. Roar! You said it yourself. Boy, don't blame me for bullying you. Although it could tell that Xiao Yan was extraordinary, the narwhal snake was confident that with its speed as a 9-star half-emperor, it was completely possible for it to surpass this human in front of it, whom it viewed as an ant. Moreover, the medicinal pills were very useful to it. If it could get its hands on them, it naturally wouldn't let them go so easily. With such a simple condition, the narwhal snake naturally wouldn't waste such a good opportunity. Hee, what a money grubber. Don't worry, since I've said it, I won't go back on my words. Moreover, you could just fight with me. After all, you're a 9-star half martial emperor. Do you really need to be afraid of me? A 5th-star half martial emperor? Xiao Yan's face carried a teasing smile as he spoke when he heard this. Seeing Xiao Yan's mocking expression, the narwhal snake rolled its eyes at the latter again. Soon after, it coldly snorted and said, Brat, the pills are ready. I'm coming to get them. Roar! With a loud roar, the entire lake's surface started to churn violently. Waves of shocking waves started to surge violently. The narwhal snake's enormous body also suddenly rushed into the sky. Its enormous whale-like tail carried a terrifying force as it fiercely smashed toward Xiao Yan. And it was only at this moment that Xiao Yan was able to see the entire appearance of the big guy in front of him clearly. The enormous snake's body was even longer than when it was exposed to the surface of the lake earlier. The snake's body was densely covered with smooth snake scales. As the snake's body twisted, dazzling rays of light were reflected. They were like sharp eyes, causing people to tremble in fear. Humph. Seeing this, Xiao Yan smiled in satisfaction. This was the result he wanted. Just as the huge fan-like tail was about to attack, Xiao Yan finally moved. As his body twisted, he instantly executed the sky extinction step. His pitch-black figure constantly flickered above the void, like a shadow, making it difficult for people to capture his figure. At the same time, the snake's tail that was smashing towards Xiao Yin also swept across the void, causing a gust of wind. However, it did not touch Xiao Yan's body at all. Seeing that Xiao Yin actually dodged its attacks so easily, the narwhal snake could not help but reveal a hint of surprise in its eyes. It did not expect that a 5-star half-martial emperor could actually possess such speed. Although it was extremely surprised for the sake of the 2 emperor-grade medicinal pills, the narwhal snake quickly raised the dou qi in its body. Its enormous body suddenly twisted, circling left and right, forming a sphere that quickly surrounded Xiao Yan, who was constantly flashing in the void. Oof. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time. The narwhal snake roared angrily. Its body that was surrounding Xiao Yan quickly twisted, causing the narrow space within it to shrink again and again, causing Xiao Yan, who was inside, to have no way to dodge. Seeing this, Xiao Yan smiled. Taking advantage of the fact that the space around him had not been completely squeezed, Xiao Yan's hands moved quickly, forming seals one after another. At the same time, a black tent was formed in front of him. 6 pads tent. After shouting in his heart, Xiao Yan took a step forward. Before the terrifying pressure around him could surge, Xiao Yan's figure disappeared in an instant. Sensing that Xiao Yan's figure had disappeared, the narwhal snake suddenly exclaimed. In the next moment, when it turned its head to look, it saw that Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared in the void behind it. Haha, looks like this move of yours is not very effective against me. Xiao Yan chuckled and said. The moment the narwhal snake turned its head, its eyes were filled with extreme shock. How is this possible? It was really difficult to imagine that this black-robed human in front of it was actually able to dodge its death entanglement, which had no gaps to speak of. It should be known that as long as one was trapped within that attack, unless one forcefully broke open the body of the narwhal snake, it would be impossible to escape. However, how did Xiao Yin in front of it do it? Nothing is impossible. Your move might work against others, but it's useless against me. Xiao Yin chuckled. He extended his index finger and gently drew across the void in front of him. Immediately after, as Xiao Yan's fingertip drew across the void, a few inches wide wormhole appeared in the void above the void. Of course, this small wormhole naturally could not do anything. However, in the eyes of the narwhal snake, it was enough to make the latter feel extremely shocked. This is a spatial crack? No, this is the void great way. The pupils in the narwhal snake's eyes suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Its words were filled with disbelief. Indeed, a half-emperor powerhouse could actually comprehend the power of Great Way. This was probably something that was completely impossible in anyone's mind. Xiao Yan smiled non-committally and did not say a word. Kid, you cheated. The scene was silent for a moment. Then, the shocked narwhal snake suddenly spat out angrily. As its voice fell, the expression on Xiao Yan's face became one of astonishment. Immediately after, the narwhal snake continued to speak. Kid, based on the way you fight, how can I possibly touch you? With the help of the power of Great Way, you can easily dodge my attack. Are you deliberately toying with me? Xiao Yan was stunned. When he raised his head, he saw that this fellow was actually about to retreat into the void again. He could not help but feel helpless for this fellow's fragile heart. It was too easy to defeat him. He really did not know where the strength of a 9-star half-emperor had gone to. Cough, cough. How about this? At most, I won't use my void Great Way. Let's go. Xiao Yan curled his lips helplessly. God knew why this giant snake was so cowardly. He could only helplessly withdraw his power of Great Way again. However, the moment Xiao Yan's words fell, the narwhal snake, who had just turned its head, suddenly let out a sinister laugh. The moment Xiao Yan's words fell, it fiercely pounced on Xiao Yan. Chapter 441. Within the verdant mountain forest, Xiao Yan's 10 fingers were crossed as he supported the back of his head with his hands. With a lazy expression on his face, he was aimlessly walking forward. As of now, It was already difficult for him to make any further progress with the sky extinction steps. If he wanted to break through to the wind elemental realm, he could only rely on luck. As for his cultivation, Xiao Yin had already completely consolidated his cultivation at the initial stage of the 5-star half-martial emperor realm. He was only a step away from the middle stage. It was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in a short period of time. With nowhere to go and nowhere to retreat, Xiao Yin could only find a place to settle down for the time being. A long while later, Xiao Yin arrived in front of a waterfall. The rapid water flow was like a wild horse galloping as it whizzed down from the high cliff. After colliding with the protruding rocks on the cliff a couple of times, it violently smashed into a pool below, emitting a deafening loud roar. Around the pool, there was a relatively spacious open space. Xiao Yin looked over and saw that there was actually a cave beside the waterfall. The entrance of the cave wasn't very big. It was only big enough for 4 people to enter at the same time. The deeper one looked into the cave, the deeper one's vision became. There were quite a few withered yellow leaves that had been blown by the wind at the entrance of the cave. Outside of the cave, there were also a few pitch-black bonfires that had already been blown away by the wind. It was likely that someone had once lived here. Xiao Yin smiled. From the looks of it, he might have to stay here for a period of time in the future. With a slight smile, Xiao Yin entered the cave in a flash. Sure enough, other than a stone bed and a few dim night pearls on the cave walls, there was nothing else in the cave. However, to Xiao Yin, this was already enough. When cultivating outside, having a place to settle down was already enough. It was too naive to hope that the predecessors would leave anything behind. After having a place to settle down, Xiao Yin immediately felt a wave of boredom in his heart. After reviewing the recent battles, Xiao Yin had a new understanding of his own strength. With the strength that Xiao Yin currently possessed, an 8-star half-martial emperor was no longer a threat to Xiao Yin. It was so much that if they were to fight, Xiao Yin was confident that he could defeat them in one move. As for a 9-star half-martial emperor, if he were to encounter someone with strength like Heavenly Eagle, Xiao Yin believed that if they were to fight one-on-one, Xiao Yin would definitely not be a match for them. Although he could use the sky extinction steps to temporarily delay, Xiao Yan's defeat was inevitable as time passed. Of course, if he were to encounter someone like the Narwhal Serpent who had just broken through to the initial 9-star half-martial emperor realm, Xiao Yin was confident that he would be able to fight evenly with them. Even if he was not a match for them, he would definitely not be in a sorry state. All in all, with all the battle strength that Xiao Yin currently possessed, Xiao Yin would at most be able to fight evenly with an initial 9-star half-martial emperor expert. As for experts stronger than that, it was a different story. Of course, even if that was the case, Xiao Yin was still dissatisfied with his own strength. After all, there were 3 9-star half-martial emperors in the depths of the Shilin mountain range. Moreover, among the 3 of them, the Flame Lion and Xionggang were absolutely not weaker than Heavenly Eagle. As long as he was unable to defeat them, Xiao Yin would never be able to enter the depths of the Shilin mountain range, let alone pass through the entire Shilin mountain range. Another thing was the strange cold wind near the depths of the Shilin mountain range. The cold wind was so frightening that even Xiao Yan's heavenly flame was unable to suppress it. One could imagine that even if Heavenly Eagle and the other 2 did not obstruct Xiao Yin, it would still be absolutely impossible for Xiao Yin to pass through the Shilin mountain range with just the cold wind. Thinking of this, an indescribable pressure suddenly surged into Xiao Yan's heart. What he had to face now seemed to not be as simple as it seemed. Ugh, Xiao Yin sighed for some unknown reason. His body, which had just been lying on the stone bed, suddenly sat up like a carp. He violently shook his head and tossed the deep sleepiness out of his body. Both of Xiao Yan's hands formed the training seal as he sat down. A thought passed through his mind, and the flame mantra chi method within his body began to circulate. Immediately, the natural energy swiftly gathered above Xiao Yan's head and agglomerated into a huge energy whirlpool. Waves of mottled natural energy swiftly gathered around Xiao Yin at this moment, as though they were being attracted by something. They swiftly gathered toward Xiaoyan. After being refined by the heavenly flame within Xiaoyan's body, they flowed along his veins and circulated one round before merging into the vortex space within Xiaoyan's body. After Xiao Yin entered a crazy training state, the empty space beside Xiao Yin suddenly became distorted. Guyu's figure slowly appeared. Guyu faintly smiled as he watched Xiao Yin train with all his might. A gratified expression surfaced in his turbid old eyes. From Xiao Yan's actions, Guyu could tell that Xiao Yin no longer wanted to purely rely on his strength. Currently, Xiao Yin only wanted to use the normal training method to raise his own strength. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Perhaps this was the true thought in Xiao Yan's heart at this moment. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed as Xiao Yin repeatedly trained. During these 2 months, other than wildly training his Do Qi, Xiao Yin was only left with the soul-suppressing seal and the sky absolute step. The training of Do Qi was long and arduous. The sky absolute step also did not break through to the windswept stage. Hence, other than this, Xiao Yin could only place his thoughts on the soul-suppressing seal. After 2 months of repeated training, on this day, Xiao Yin finally welcomed the long-awaited day in his heart. Bang! As a muffled bang sound was emitted, the vortex within Xiao Yan's body, which was like a swelling balloon, suddenly relaxed. Xiao Yin only felt that his entire body had instantly become light at this moment. Even his spirit could not help but tremble. Hard work pays off. After frantically training, Xiao Yan's strength had finally broken through to the middle stage of the 5-star half-martial emperor realm. Even though this was somewhat forceful, as long as his strength had broken through, Xiao Yin would naturally not be too concerned about the rest. The path of training was crazy to begin with. Xiao Yin had merely done something even crazier. Unexpectedly, in merely 2 months, Xiao Yin had actually managed to break through to the middle stage of the 5-star half-martial emperor realm. To Xiao Yin, this was undoubtedly an enormous pleasant surprise. That was because this meant that his cultivation and strength would increase once again. His battle power would also increase along with it. At this moment, Xiao Yin was already imagining his appearance when he broke through to the 6-star half-martial emperor realm. After standing up, Xiao Yin's naked upper body slightly twisted. Immediately, a burst of bone-cracking sounds were heard. This caused Xiao Yin to involuntarily sigh in relief. Sensing the abundant Do Qi within his body, Xiao Yin lightly smiled. He took a step forward and planned to walk out of the cave. At the same time, outside the cave in the dense forest, a large group of people were rapidly rushing over. Chapter 442. Within the verdant mountain forest, Xiao Yan's 10 fingers were crossed as he supported the back of his head with his hands. With a lazy expression on his face, he was aimlessly walking forward. As of now, it was already very difficult for him to make any further progress with the sky extinction steps. If he wanted to break through to the wind elemental realm, he could only rely on luck. As for his cultivation, Xiao Yin had already completely consolidated his cultivation at the initial 5-star half-martial emperor realm. He was only a step away from the intermediate half-martial emperor realm. It was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in a short period of time. With nowhere to go and nowhere to retreat, Xiao Yin could only find a place to settle down for the time being. A long while later, Xiao Yin arrived in front of a waterfall. The rapid water flow was like a wild horse galloping as it whizzed down from the high cliff. After colliding with the protruding rocks on the cliff a couple of times, it violently smashed into a pool below, emitting a deafening loud roar. Surrounding the pool was a relatively spacious open space. Xiao Yin looked over and saw that there was actually a cave beside the waterfall. The entrance of the cave wasn't very big. It was only big enough for 4 people to enter at the same time. The deeper one looked into the cave, the deeper one's vision became. At the entrance of the cave, there were quite a few withered yellow leaves that had been blown by the wind. Outside of the cave, there were also a few pitch-black bonfires that had already been blown away by the wind. It seemed that someone had once lived here. Xiao Yin smiled. From the looks of it, he might have to live here for a period of time. With a faint smile, Xiao Yin entered the cave in a few flashes. Sure enough, in the empty cave, other than a stone bed and a few dim night pearls left on the cave walls, there was nothing else. However, to Xiao Yin, this was already enough. When cultivating outside, having a place to stay was already enough. It would be too naive to have extravagant hopes that the predecessors would leave anything behind. Now that he had a place to stay, Xiao Yin immediately felt bored in his heart. He roughly reviewed the recent battles where he had fought. Xiao Yin also had a new understanding of his own strength. Based on the strength Xiao Yin possessed right now, an 8-star quasi-emperor was no longer a threat to Xiao Yin. It was even to the extent that if they were to truly fight, Xiao Yin was confident in being able to defeat him with a single move. As for a 9-star half-martial emperor, if he were to encounter someone with strength on par with Heavenly Eagle, Xiao Yin believed that if he were to fight them one-on-one, he would definitely not be a match for them. Even though he would be able to use the heaven-extinguishing steps to temporarily delay them, as time passed, Xiao Yin would inevitably be defeated. Of course, if he were to encounter someone like the Narwhal Serpent who had just broken through to the initial 9-star half-martial emperor realm, Xiao Yin was confident that he would be able to fight them equally. Even if he was not a match for them, he would absolutely not be too miserable. All in all, with all the battle strength that Xiao Yin possessed right now, Xiao Yin would at most be able to fight evenly with an initial 9-star half-martial emperor expert. As for experts stronger than that, it was a different story. Of course, even if that was the case, Xiao Yin was still dissatisfied with his own strength. After all, there were 3 9-star half-martial emperors in the depths of the Shilin mountain range. Moreover, the Flame Lion and Xionggang were absolutely not weaker than Heavenly Eagle. As long as he was unable to defeat them, Xiao Yin would never be able to enter the depths of the Shilin mountain range, let alone pass through the entire Shilin mountain range. Another thing was the strange cold wind near the depths of the Shilin mountain range. The cold wind was so frightening that even Xiao Yan's heavenly flame was unable to suppress it. One could imagine that even if Heavenly Eagle and the other two did not obstruct Xiao Yin, it would still be absolutely impossible for Xiao Yin to pass through the Shilin mountain range with just the cold wind. Thinking of this, an indescribable pressure suddenly surged into Xiao Yan's heart. It seemed that what he was about to face right now was not as simple as it seemed. Ugh! Xiao Yin sighed for some unknown reason. His body, which had just been lying on the stone bed, suddenly sat up like a carp. He violently shook his head and tossed the deep sleepiness out of his body. Both of Xiao Yan's hands formed a training seal as he sat down. A thought passed through his mind, and the flame mantra chi method within his body began to circulate. Immediately, the natural energy swiftly gathered above Xiao Yan's head and agglomerated into a huge energy whirlpool. Waves of modeled natural energy swiftly gathered around Xiao Yin at this moment, as though they were being attracted by something. They swiftly gathered toward Xiao Yin. After being refined by the heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body, they flowed along his veins and circulated one round before merging into the vortex space within Xiao Yan's body. After Xiao Yin entered a crazy training state, the empty space beside Xiao Yan's body suddenly became distorted. Guyu's figure slowly appeared. Guyu faintly smiled as he watched Xiao Yin train with all his might. A gratified expression surfaced in his turbid old eyes. From Xiao Yan's actions, Guyu could tell that Xiao Yin no longer wanted to purely rely on his strength. Currently, Xiao Yin only wanted to use the normal training method to raise his own strength. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Perhaps this was the true thought in Xiao Yan's heart at this moment. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed as Xiao Yin repeatedly trained. During these 2 months, other than wildly training his Do Qi, Xiao Yin was only left with the soul-suppressing seal and the sky absolute step. The training of Do Qi was long and arduous. The sky absolute step also did not break through to the windswept stage. Hence, other than this, Xiao Yin could only place his thoughts on the soul-suppressing seal. After 2 months of repeated training, on this day, Xiao Yin finally welcomed the long-awaited day in his heart. Bang! Following a muffled bang sound, the vortex within Xiao Yan's body, which was swelling like a balloon, suddenly loosened. Xiao Yan felt that his entire body had instantly become light. Even his soul involuntarily trembled. Hard work pays off. After frantically training, Xiao Yan's strength had finally broken through to the middle stage of the 5-star half-martial emperor realm. Even though this was somewhat forceful, as long as his strength had broken through, Xiao Yan would naturally not be too concerned about the rest. The path of training was crazy to begin with. Xiao Yan had merely done something even crazier. Unexpectedly, in merely 2 months, Xiao Yan had actually managed to break through to the middle stage of the 5-star half-martial emperor realm. To Xiao Yan, this was undoubtedly an enormous pleasant surprise. That was because this meant that his cultivation and strength would increase once again. His battle power would also increase along with it. At this moment, Xiao Yan was already imagining his appearance when he broke through to the 6-star half-martial emperor realm. After standing up, Xiao Yan's naked upper body twisted slightly. Immediately, a burst of bone-cracking sounds were heard. This caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily sigh in relief. Sensing the abundant dou qi in his body, Xiao Yan lightly smiled. He took a step forward and planned to walk out of the cave. At the same time, outside the cave, in the dense forest, a large group of people were rapidly rushing over. Chapter 443. Rumble. The rapidly flowing water ferociously smashed into the pool below, emitting a thunderous rumbling sound. The water splashed in all directions and shot onto the rocks on both sides of the pool. After a few more bounces and revolutions, it irrigated a cluster of flowers that emitted an enchanting fragrance around the rocks. The bean-sized water droplets intimately clung onto the flower petals like dew. Although they appeared as if they were about to slide off, they were sticky and firm, as if they were filled with some sort of suction force, tightly clinging onto the flower petals. Hum, hum, hum. Suddenly, an irritating buzzing sound was emitted from the dense mountain forest. The buzzing sound grew closer and closer, gradually becoming clearer and louder. It was as if a huge beast was rushing over. At the same time, the trees in the vicinity also gradually started to tremble amidst the intense, buzzing sound, scattering light leaves. As the earth trembled, the small pool was unable to avoid the calamity of the fish in the pond. It tightly clung onto the flower petals. The sparkling and translucent water droplets also dripped down amidst the trembling, soaking the soil below. At the same time, the figure disappeared. "Ha! Little bitch! You dare to steal this young master's item. When I bring you back today, I will definitely let you taste the feeling of not being able to live or die." Among the group of half-martial emperors flying forward, a young man wearing a brocade robe had a sinister expression on his face. The corners of his mouth were lifted into an evil smile as he spoke with a sharp voice. As he spoke, the man's body, which was flying forward, shook once again. His feet suddenly stepped on a tree trunk below him, which shavings shot out, and the man's body suddenly shot forward. The few old men in front of him also shook their bodies at the same time. With a lightning-like speed, they swiftly rushed forward. At the front of this group of people, within the dense forest, at this very moment, there was a young lady wearing a light blue long dress. Her figure was graceful, and her body was as light as a swallow. Being chased by the group of people behind her, she was like a panicked little deer as she rapidly ran through the forest. At this moment, a serious expression was present on the young girl's elegant face. Faced with this group of people that were like maggots attached to bones, it was truly too difficult for her, a mere 4-star half-martial emperor, to escape from them. Even so, the young girl's heart was filled with determination. She firmly believed that as long as she could hold on for a little longer, someone would definitely come to save her. Unfortunately, even though the young girl had such intentions, the group of people behind her did not wish for her to continue venturing deeper into the Shilin mountain range. That was because they knew that if this continued, they would reach the depths of the Shilin mountain range. That was not a place they could easily reach. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp sound of rushing wind, a strong wind suddenly attacked from the left side of the young girl, causing her expression to change instantly. Haha, little girl, this game ends here. That is not a place you should go. The hoarse old voice was unhurriedly transmitted into the young girl's ears, causing her expression to instantly turn pale. She did not expect that this old man's speed would actually become so frightening in an instant. Could it be that he had not used his full strength earlier? Just as the young girl was about to increase her speed and charge forward, the ghost-like old man by her side extended his hand. His withered, bone-like hand claw mercilessly and violently imprinted itself on the young girl's back. Frightening dough, chi instantly erupted. With this old man's strength, attacking the young girl was a complete suppression. The frightening dough chi invaded the young girl's body in the blink of an eye and scattered the dough chi within the young girl's body with a destructive force, causing the young girl to be unable to use her dough chi for a period of time after she was injured. Grug! The young girl's pretty face immediately turned pale after being seriously injured. Her lovely body staggered in the air, and her mouth involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The aura of her entire body instantly fell to rock bottom. However, it was unexpected that the young girl did not even have the slightest chance to resist the palm of the old man. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening the strength of this old man was. At the same time that the young girl was seriously injured, her delicate body also fell to the empty ground below. Her lovely body rolled, and half of her body fell into the water. The icy clear water swiftly soaked the long dress of the young girl. At the same time, it also caused the nearly unconscious latter to recover some consciousness. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a mountain cave not far in front of her. There was a little fluorescent light flickering deep within the mountain cave. From the looks of it, there should be someone inside. The young girl held onto her final hope as her delicate, lovely body forcefully climbed out of the water. Her long dress, which had been soaked by the water, tightly clung to the exquisite body of the young girl. Her perfect figure was completely revealed at this moment. However, at this very moment, this young girl did not have the time to bother about this. The young girl's footsteps quickly staggered towards the mountain cave. Behind her, the group of people also followed closely. They formed a half circle around the young girl and the mountain cave. The group of people wore cold smiles as they looked at the staggering young girl. The man in the brocade robe, who had spoken earlier, currently had an especially evil smile on his feminine face. His eyes, which were looking at the young girl, were filled with a fiery expression. The young girl took a few minutes to walk a dozen steps. The group of people behind her quietly observed everything and quietly waited for the man in the brocade robe to give the order. Finally, the young girl staggered to the front of the mountain cave. Her misty eyes faintly saw a person walking out of the mountain cave. While hope flickered in her heart, the young girl's injured body could not help but fall forward. At the same time, within the mountain cave, Xiao Yan's footsteps also continued to walk forward. The dusky environment within the mountain cave caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily squint his eyes before exiting the cave. His vision also became dusky. The instant Xiao Yan opened his eyes again, the delicate and lovely body that suddenly appeared in front of him caused his heart to be immediately startled. By the time Xiao Yan regained his senses, the water-like, delicate, and lovely body had already fallen onto Xiao Yan's body. The long dress, which had been soaked by the water, stuck to Xiao Yan's chest. This instant iciness caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel a piercing pain, as if it was being pricked by needles. At the same time, a unique fragrance that belonged to a young girl also pounced on Xiao Yan's face. Immediately, Xiao Yan regained his senses. He quickly raised his hands and pushed the young girl away from his chest. In the blink of an eye, the expression on Xiao Yan's face abruptly stiffened. The soft feeling just now caused him to completely regain his senses. The person in front of him that he had pushed away seemed to be a girl. The hand that he had pushed forward unconsciously clenched. Only then did he slowly withdraw his hand with a red face. The young girl, on the other hand, fell to the entrance of the cave with a bang and completely fainted. Why is it you? At this moment, a voice filled with resentment sounded from outside the cave. Xiaoyan frowned. Only then did he raise his head to look. He discovered that there was actually another group of people outside the cave. When Xiaoyan's gaze landed on the face of the young man in the brocade robe in the crowd, he finally could not help but let out a cold laugh. So it's you. What a coincidence. This young man in the brocade robe was the owner of the sky-penetrating pavilion in Mulberry Town outside the Shilin mountain range, the so-called young master of the Sun family. Chapter 444. I have to say, we are truly enemies on a narrow road. Brat, I let you escape last time. This time, the heavens have allowed you to meet this young master again. Don't even think about leaving alive. The embroidered-robed man stared at Xiaoyan with a cold expression. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he slowly walked forward. He walked to the front of the crowd and sneered at Xiaoyan, who was at the entrance of the cave. Oh, is that so? You think you can do it? Or those two old men? You can't even catch up to me. Don't tell me you want to kill me? Xiaoyan sneered, revealing a row of white teeth. He looked at the two gray-robed old men beside the embroidered-robed man and sneered at the embroidered-robed man. When the two old men heard this, their old faces immediately turned ashen. One of them could not help but snort coldly. He was about to shout at Xiaoyan when, if they can't do it, what about me? Just as the gray-robed old man was about to open his mouth and furiously cry out at Xiaoyan, a somewhat hoarse old voice suddenly sounded from behind the man. As the voice sounded, a black-robed old man slowly walked out from behind the man and stood in front of the embroidered-robed man. Retreat. He coldly glanced at the two gray-robed old men on his left and right. The old man's tone was calm and cold as he reprimanded them. When the two heard this, they obediently retreated, even though their expressions were still unwilling. Xiaoyan's gaze landed on the black-robed old man before him. He could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He felt slightly surprised in his heart. However, he immediately said with a mocking expression, 9-star half-martial emperor. How, what? You can't touch me with an 8-star half-martial emperor. So you found a 9-star half-martial emperor to catch me? Brat, don't be so arrogant. Today, with Elder Quan here, neither you nor that little bitch can escape. The young man stared at Xiaoyan with a blade-like gaze. There was no need to explain the killing intent in his eyes. Xiaoyan had made him suffer the greatest pain in his life. Last time, he was unable to take revenge in time. Today, he would definitely not let Xiaoyan escape. Surround him for this young master. Don't let him escape again. As the explosive cry from the young man's mouth sounded, the people behind him also swiftly moved. Within a couple of leaps, they surrounded the cave that Xiaoyan was in until not even a drop of water could pass through. If Xiaoyan wanted to escape, he would have to enter the cave. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to charge out. Among the crowd, the two gray-robed elders were the first to bear the brunt. Looking at their pair of devouring eyes, it seemed that they could not wait to rush toward Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan had a calm expression when faced with such a terrifying lineup that ordinary people would not be able to face. The smile at the corners of his mouth did not diminish because of the crowd before him. Instead, it grew wider. His pitch-black and calm eyes flickered with a heart-palpitating, gorgeous heavenly flame. Now, what's wrong? It's fine if you're bullying the young, but you actually want to bully the young with numbers? No wonder no one dares to make an enemy out of you big clans. The forces behind you are nothing, but you are very united. Xiaoyan parted his mouth and laughed out loud. The words in his mouth were filled with ridicule. These words caused everyone in front of him to feel a little uncomfortable when they heard them. The winner takes all. The process is not important, as long as we can make you stay here forever. So what if we bully the young with numbers? Who will know? No matter how much nonsense you speak, you're just afraid of death. What's the use of stalling for time? Ha ha! The man in the brocade robe laughed arrogantly. The expression on his face gradually became ferocious, like that of a wild beast. When the people before Xiaoyan heard this, the expression in their eyes could not help but changed slightly. They did not expect their young master to be such an ambitious and ruthless existence. With such a decisive temperament, if he were to grow up, his clan would likely rise as well. However, when these words reached the ears of the black-robed elder in front of the man, the latter could not help but frown slightly. These words were indeed perverse, but when they came from his young master's mouth, it gave him a strange feeling. The black-robed elder shook his head in an undetectable manner. He helplessly thought that perhaps it was because his young master's strength was still too low. Perhaps in the future, he would also do something earth-shattering. However, other than these, there was another person that caused the black-robed elder to feel strange. That person was Xiao Yan, who was currently standing at the entrance of the cave. He had naturally sensed Xiao Yan's strength. Middle stage 5-star, half-martial emperor. With such strength, even when compared to his young master, Xiao Yan could only be stronger. It was not difficult to imagine that after Xiao Yan grew up, his strength would definitely not be inferior to his young master's. However, the thing that caused him to feel strange the most was that the Xiao Yan before him gave him a feeling of déjà vu. He felt as if he had seen this young face somewhere before. However, due to the fact that so much time had passed, he was unable to figure out where he had seen it before. All of you charge. Kill this brat. However, before the black-robed elder could understand what was going on, the colorful-robed man beside him suddenly cried out sternly. He ordered the crowd in front of him to immediately attack and kill Xiao Yan. Hearing this, the crowd glanced at one another. Immediately, they nodded heavily without the slightest hesitation. They all waved the douqi in their hands, and various different shaped weapons immediately landed in their hands. As their douqi poured out, the crowd's bodies moved in unison. They invisibly formed an ingenious encirclement and ruthlessly charged toward Xiao Yan. Seeing the crowd charging toward him explosively, Xiao Yan's expression did not change. His heart was completely calm. His gaze indifferently swept over the crowd in front of him. Xiao Yan quietly muttered in his heart, 1, 2, 5 7-star, 2 8-star, Laughing softly in his heart, Xiao Yan finally extended his white hand from under his sleeves just as the crowd in front of him was about to reach him. It was exposed to the sunlight that scattered down from the entrance of the cave. Immediately, he gently clenched his hand, and an enormous black-colored ruler immediately appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. 7 people. 1 ruler for each person. Just nice. As the soft muttering was spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth, a beautiful, heavenly flame suddenly surged out from Xiao Yan's wrist. It transformed into numerous beautiful fire snakes that swiftly wrapped around the enormous ruler in Xiao Yan's hand. After which, the enormous ruler was swung the instant the 7 figures landed. 7-layer, sky-breaking ruler. As the earth-shaking explosive cry sounded, a frightening douqi storm suddenly spread out in all directions with Xiao Yan's body as the center. The frightening strength directly destroyed the cave behind Xiao Yan in an instant. As this frightening aura spread out, the black-robed elder also instantly raised his gaze. His eyes revealed shock as he looked at Xiao Yan. His mouth was wide open as he said in shock, Xiao Yan. Chapter 445. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. As the cry from Xiao Yan's mouth sounded, the terrifying ruler glow immediately carried a shocking energy storm as it swiftly shot out. Its aura filled the sky. The 7 ruler glows soared with the wind at the same time they shot out. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached a height of 1,000 feet. The brilliant heavenly flame swayed with the wind under the effect of the hurricane, appearing just like a heavenly flame burning the sky. A long fire tail was left behind as the ruler glows rushed through the sky. The 7 ruler glows were just like 7 fire banners that carried a shocking aura as they violently smashed toward the 7 people who were charging over. At the same time, the black-robed old man behind everyone revealed Xiao Yan's true identity with a single sentence. The 7 people could not help but be slightly startled in their hearts when they heard this. They did not expect that this black-robed, young man in front of them was actually that Xiao Yin whom they had been searching for over a year. At this moment, they were once again facing Xiao Yin after a year. Perhaps their hearts were not afraid of Xiao Yin a moment ago, but now that they were aware of Xiao Yan's true identity, their hearts began to feel a little lost. Was it good or bad that they had met Xiao Yin today? It should be known that Xiao Yin had once exchanged blows with a genuine elite Dodi. Although the other party had never revealed his true strength, just this point alone was sufficient to prove that Xiao Yin was extraordinary. Now, after over a year, it was impossible for Xiao Yan's strength to remain stagnant. Even though they were quite strong, they still felt a little helpless when facing Xiao Yin. This was not because they did not have confidence in their own strength. It was just that the things that Xiao Yin had done back then were really too shocking. Facing Xiao Yin, their strength had already been suppressed imperceptibly. Additionally, the seven-layered sky-breaking ruler that Xiao Yin had displayed at this moment possessed extraordinary strength. This had increased the fear in their hearts toward Xiao Yin. Bang! An intense bang reverberated across the sky like a shocking thunder. Following the repeated intense bangs, the bodies of the seven high-rank band D experts in the midair flew backwards uncontrollably. They immediately smashed violently into the mountain forest behind them. Only after destroying a large area of the mountain forest 1,000 feet away did they violently collide with a thick tree trunk with serious injuries and faint. With just one attack, he had defeated 7 Band D experts. From this, one could roughly see the fighting strength that Xiao Yin currently possessed. Of course, there was naturally some exaggeration in defeating 7 Band D experts with just one attack. After all, if the minds of the 7 people had not been disturbed earlier, perhaps Xiao Yin would not have been able to heavily injure them with just one attack when he used his full strength. However, no matter what, Xiao Yin had accomplished such an astonishing feat after the 7 people were heavily injured. The black-robed old man and the embroidered-robed man, who were the only ones left on the scene, looked at Xiao Yin in shock. This was especially so for the embroidered-robed man. The ferocious expression on his face had long since disappeared. At this moment, what appeared on his face was deep fear. Never had he imagined that this fellow, who seemed to be around the same age as him and possessed strength that was only slightly stronger than him, would actually be able to defeat 7 high-rank quasi-emperors with a single strike. He even didn't dare believe that the scene before him was just a hallucination of his. The black-robed old man took half a step to the side and blocked the gold-robed man behind him. A grave expression involuntarily flashed across his eyes as he looked at Xiao Yin. He had also never imagined that the legendary Xiao Yin would actually be this frightening. He involuntarily began to doubt the battle from a year ago. Did the 4D experts really not use their true strength back then? Why was it that this black-robed young man before him possessed a true fighting strength that far exceeded his own cultivation? After witnessing the scene from earlier, this black-robed old man did not dare to be careless in his heart. Being able to defeat 5 high-rank Band D experts with just one attack meant that Xiao Yin possessed a fighting strength that was comparable to a 9-star Band D expert. However, at the same time, this black-robed old man also believed that Xiao Yin had not taken out all of his trump cards. One must not treat Xiao Yin as an ordinary 5-star Band D when fighting with him. One must give 120% of one's attention. Otherwise, it would be difficult to say just who would emerge victorious today. Brat, it is unexpected that the 4 great sects have been searching for you for a year. Unexpectedly, you have already arrived at the Shilin mountain range. The black-robed old man narrowed his eyes. A pair of shady old eyes stared intently at Xiao Yin. His heart did not dare to relax, even a little. That's right. According to your words, I have already hidden in the Shilin mountain range for an entire year. This is all thanks to you. Xiao Yin smiled in a non-committal manner. His expression was extremely indifferent. I believe that you will not need to continue hiding soon, because the people from the 4 great sects will definitely not give you the chance to hide. The black-robed old man slowly retreated, and the brocade-robed man behind him also hurriedly retreated. The arrogant expression from before had already disappeared, and he was like a frightened deer. Left and right, he could only wait for the black-robed old man to protect him. Ha! Seeing this scene, Xiao Yin involuntarily laughed out loud. The fellow who had previously said that he would kill him had unexpectedly become a completely different person in the blink of an eye. Elder Quan. The embroidered robed man's complexion was ashen. His heart was filled with fear. Since Xiao Yin was able to seriously injure those 7 high-level half-emperors with a single strike of his ruler, then he would definitely be able to kill him with a single strike of his ruler. Without these retainers by his side, it would be difficult for him to move an inch in the Shilin mountain range. After all, the weakest magical beast in this place was a 6-star half-emperor. Therefore, the only person he could rely on right now was the black-robed old man in front of him. Kid, we will remember today's matter. In the future, there will definitely be people who will come looking for you. The black-robed old man's gaze was serious as he threatened Xiao Yan. Then do you think that I will let you leave? Xiao Yan's gaze was indifferent. Killing intent gradually surged within his calm and unwavering eyes. Even if you can challenge those of a higher cultivation level, do you think that it is possible for you to defeat this old man with a single strike? The black-robed old man's tone did not yield in the slightest. As he spoke, his old eyes faintly flickered. The dou qi within his body was instantly raised. His feet lightly stepped on the ground, and a black energy halo rapidly spread out in all directions. Domain of darkness. Seeing the old man's domain, Xiaoyan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Even with Xiaoyan's current experience, he had only seen dark attributed dou qi once. However, even if that was the case, it was still a useless action in the end. Xiaoyan faintly smiled. His body slightly tilted forward, and he took a step forward. As Xiao Yin took a step forward, the heavenly flame beneath Xiao Yan's feet surged. The flame domain spread out and collided with the old man's domain of darkness. Chapter 446. Bang! The two fists collided and a frightening power spread out. The surrounding space immediately collapsed as buzzing sounds swept out in all directions. At this moment, the expressions of Xiao Yin and the black-robed old man became increasingly gloomy. After the collision, the two of them turned around in unison. Xiao Yin bent his elbow and turned around to send another attack toward the old man. With a cold snort, the old man was also not to be outdone. As his body turned around, he sent another palm strike toward Xiao Yin. Bang! Faced with the black-robed old man before him, Xiao Yin did not have the slightest trace of fear on his face. Every punch and palm strike was a killing move. Every attack was aimed at the old man's vital points. In a short period of time, the two of them had already exchanged several hundred blows. Dou qi shot out in all directions, and energy storms engulfed the area one after another. The battle between the two of them had also become more and more intense. As he violently collided with Xiao Yin time and time again, the black-robed old man could not help but feel a sense of graveness in his heart. He had never imagined that Xiao Yan's battle power would actually be this frightening. Although he was only a 5-star half-martial emperor, the power that he truly unleashed was actually something that even he would find difficult to defeat. Furthermore, in each of their collisions, Xiao Yan's heavenly flame would always cause him to feel extremely vexed. Once he came into contact with it, his power would be greatly weakened by the heavenly flame. Thus, every time he attacked, he would have to exhaust a lot of dou qi. Furthermore, the effect of his dou qi was negligible. Aside from this, Xiao Yan's physical strength also caused this black-robed old man to feel incomparably shocked. Each time he collided with Xiao Yin, the latter's frightening force would cause the old man's arm, which collided with Xiao Yan's, to instantly become numb. This unknowingly affected his strength. The black-robed old man admitted that he had only seen Xiao Yan's frightening physical strength from powerful magical beasts in his entire life. Never had he imagined that a human would actually possess a frightening physical strength comparable to magical beasts. In fact, the old man even suspected that the black-robed young man before him was truly a human. Boom! After another intense collision, Xiao Yin and the black-robed old man each retreated 100 feet. The two of them looked at each other from afar. Xiao Yan's face was calm, and there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth. However, his breathing seemed to be a little hurried. On the other hand, the black-robed old man's wrinkled face had an incomparably grave expression. His left hand, which had fiercely clashed with Xiao Yin earlier, was trembling uncontrollably. His entire left arm was no longer under the old man's control. The douqi in the old man's body circulated rapidly, swiftly dispelling the numbness on his left arm. Only then did the old man turn his head to look behind him. At this moment, the man in the embroidered robe was also looking at Xiao Yin in the air with a face of disbelief. His pair of dark black eyes were filled with shock. "Young master, hurry up and leave this place. I'll hold him back. Once you leave, I'll naturally find you." After the old man's words sounded, he realized that the man in the embroidered robe was actually unmoved. It was as if he had not heard anything. The old man's face sank. He could not help but feel a sense of disappointment in his heart. He suddenly waved his sleeve and a hurricane whistled. The old man faced the man in the embroidered robe and shouted sternly, "Sun Che." With this stern shout, Sun Che was like a bird that had been startled by the twang of a bow. The first time his gaze saw the black-robed old man, the fear in his eyes became even denser. Only when he completely sobered up did he heave a sigh of relief in his heart. "Go, leave this place. This kid is not an ordinary person. We can't attack by force today. Leave this place, and we'll make a decision after we return." Seeing that Sun Che was actually so weak, the black-robed old man wished that he could give him a slap in his heart. However, due to the current situation, he could only shout angrily at him. Hearing the old man's words, the expression on Sun Che's face was first shocked. Soon after, he recovered and hurriedly nodded his head. His figure turned around and quickly fled out of the Shilin mountain range. From the beginning until the end, Xiao Yin had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the two people before him. Only when Sun Che turned around and fled did he let out a soft laugh. He gently twisted his neck and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He said to the old man with a smile, "Don't worry, there's no need to worry about him. Today, none of you can think of leaving." With Xiao Yan's current strength, he had to use his full strength when facing a 9-star half-emperor. Naturally, he was unwilling to let the 4 great sects know of his whereabouts. Therefore, in order to protect himself, Xiao Yin was destined to start a massacre today. Hearing what Xiao Yin said, the black-robed old man couldn't help but let out a sinister laugh. A trace of disdain appeared in the gaze with which he looked at Xiao Yin. Although Xiao Yin was able to rely on his powerful fighting strength to fight a 9-star half-martial emperor to a standstill with him, a 9-star half-martial emperor, he was confident that this was already Xiao Yan's limit. After all, he was only a 5-star half-martial emperor. It was impossible for him to defeat a 9-star half-martial emperor, much less kill one. "Humph, Xiao Yin, this old man admits that your battle power is indeed very strong. However, do you think that it's possible for you to defeat this old man with just you?" The black-robed old man sneered as his sinister old eyes stared at Xiao Yin. "Ha! If I didn't have absolute certainty, I wouldn't have said those words." Xiao Yin smiled faintly. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at the black-robed old man. The meaning within his words caused the latter to immediately feel a chill in his heart. The Xiao Yin before him seemed to truly possess that sort of ability. However, immediately after, a sinister expression appeared on the old man's face. The gaze with which he looked at Xiao Yin also became ruthless. If it truly reached that stage, he would make Xiao Yin pay the price no matter what. "Brat, if you have the ability, come and give it a try." The old man spoke to Xiao Yin with a sinister tone. At the same time, the douqi within his body began to rapidly circulate throughout his entire body. His shriveled hand suddenly clenched tightly, and a long spear instantly appeared in his hand. Huff! Faced with this, Xiao Yin let out a long sigh of relief. The douqi that he had released from his body was actually completely sucked back into his body. His aura was also rapidly withdrawn. His eyes slowly closed as he stood where he was. It was as if he was waiting for the old man to come and kill him. This manner was actually completely different from when he was in the big battle earlier. Seeing this strange scene, the old man could not help but frown slightly. A suspicion rose in his heart. For a moment, he did not know whether to move or not to move. It was only after 10 breaths that the old man saw that Xiao Yin still did not move that an unusual thought finally appeared in his heart. Huh! The old man cried out explosively in his heart. His feet suddenly stepped on empty air. His body flashed and transformed into a bolt of lightning. With a thunderous momentum, he viciously charged toward Xiao Yan. In the blink of an eye, the old man's body had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The dark black long spear in his hand shook violently, and the tip of the spear pierced towards the spot between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. However, in the next instant, when the sharp tip of the spear was less than an inch away from Xiao Yan's head, the tightly shut eyes of Xiao Yan suddenly opened them. At the same time, a dense white flame suddenly swept out from within Xiao Yan's body and sent the black-robed old man flying with a single blow. Chapter 447. The dense white flames turned into a firestorm. With Xiao Yan's body as the center, the firestorm began to rapidly spread in all directions in the sky. The frightening power of the firestorm struck the black-gowned old man's body. The spear in the old man's hand was shattered. At the instant the firestorm arrived, the old man's chest was forcibly flattened and caved in. Faintly, one could hear muffled sounds from his body. At the same time, the old man's malevolent face instantly turned deathly pale. There was no trace of blood on his face at all. The expression on his face appeared to be one of extreme pain. Unable to contain himself, he vomited dark red blood from his mouth. The blood contained a large amount of fragments. Those were the fragments of his internal organs that had been crushed. Bang! Following a bang, the old man's body was immediately sent flying like a soccer ball. He was sent flying backwards. In the end, he ruthlessly smashed into the mountain forest below, creating an enormous crater in the ground below. As for the old man's aura, it rapidly weakened. In the blink of an eye, the 9-star half-martial emperor who had been very aggressive a moment ago had become a seriously injured person. At this moment, the old man's heart was filled with shock. With merely a strand of aura, he had been seriously injured. It was difficult to imagine exactly how frightening Xiao Yan's current strength was. No matter how much he thought about it, he was unable to understand how Xiao Yan, who was clearly only a 5-star half-martial emperor, was able to explode with the power to crush a 9-star half-martial emperor. Exactly why was that? At this moment, Xiao Yan's entire body was surrounded by a dense white flame in the sky. His originally dark black eyes had turned pure white at this moment. His black hair had also turned into a dense white color in the blink of an eye. The aura on his body was so frightening that it caused one to have difficulty imagining it. In short, the current Xiao Yan was like a completely different person compared to the Xiao Yan from earlier. Xiao Yan had an indifferent expression on his face. With a thought, Xiao Yan appeared in the sky above the old man. The old man at the bottom of the enormous crater stared at Xiao Yan in the sky with his heavy injuries. He felt incomparable fear in his heart. Swish! In the next instant, a rushing wind sound was emitted and Xiao Yan's body had already appeared in front of the old man. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the old man. Xiao Yan's dense white eyes could not help but reveal a surprised expression. Immediately, it turned into a joyous glow that flashed across his eyes. Upon seeing Xiao Yan's sudden appearance, the old man's originally pale face became even more lifeless. The fear in his heart was simply indescribable. The old man roared madly in his heart, but his body was no longer under his control. Even though he wanted to, he could not voice the last question in his heart. Seeing this, Xiao Yan smiled faintly. At this moment, the expression on his face was no different from before. I've said it before. None of you can leave today. The old man felt as though he was in a cold cellar when he heard the calm words from Xiao Yan's mouth. The horror in his heart could not be any greater. Xiao Yan sensed the vast and endless strength within his body as he stood in front of the old man. A longing involuntarily surged in his heart. This was a true expert. Given his current strength, he was still too weak. That's right. At this moment, the strength that Xiao Yin controlled originated from Gu Yu's body. A cold smile involuntarily rose in Xiao Yan's heart when he saw the horrified expression on the old man's face. This old man was just like his master. They used their strength to bully the weak. Such a person would ultimately not have a good ending. Today, Xiao Yin had killed him. It could be said that he had done the people a favor. Xiao Yin lifted his hand and was about to attack. However, the expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed a moment later. He saw that the old man's body was rapidly swelling. The aura within his body had suddenly become unusually wild and violent. Is this fellow planning to self-destruct? Xiao Yan's eyes hardened. He did not expect this fellow to be so decisive. He was willing to risk his life to make Xiao Yin a scapegoat. Unfortunately, Xiao Yin would not allow him to continue in this manner. Xiao Yin coldly laughed. He suddenly pressed his finger forward and pressed it against the old man's brow. At the same time, a dense white flame followed Xiao Yan's finger and swiftly entered the old man's body. Under the wild and violent strength of the heavenly flame, the wild and violent Do Qi was naturally unable to block it. Within a couple of breaths, the Do Qi within the old man's body was completely incinerated by the bone-chilling flame. Soon after, it was the old man's body. Ugh! Following a painful roar that contained unwillingness, the old man's body was completely incinerated into nothingness by the heavenly flame. At this moment, a 9-star band emperor had died in Xiao Yan's hands. Xiao Yin indifferently withdrew his gaze. With a thought, he once again soared into the sky. His gaze looked in the direction that Sun Che had fled in as the corners of his mouth revealed a slight smile. When my luck comes, it's truly unstoppable. Sky extinction steps. Let me try and see what exactly it feels like to reach the advanced wind quaking stage. Just a moment ago, Xiao Yin had inadvertently allowed the sky extinction steps that he had painstakingly trained for several months to reach the advanced wind quaking stage. At the same time, Xiao Yan's speed had also abruptly risen to a whole new level. Smiling in his heart, Xiao Yan's white palms slowly drew across the empty space in front of him. As he felt the flowing wind from his fingertips, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. Soon after, with a thought, Xiao Yan's body had already appeared several hundred feet away. When he turned his head to look, Xiao Yan was still able to see a nearly solid afterimage where he had stood earlier. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with joy when he saw this scene. Although he had borrowed Gu Yu's strength, Xiao Yan was certain that with his current speed and strength, he would not suffer from Tianying's speed if he were to face him again. Xiao Yan was able to cross such a great distance with just a random flash. After turning his head, Xiao Yan prepared to move and chase after Sun Che. Once Sun Che fled, Xiao Yan would have to prepare to face the 4 great sects instead. This was not something that he wished to see. However, just as he was about to move, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned. He seemed to have forgotten that there was still that fellow who had brought him trouble. A thought passed through his mind, and his spiritual strength swiftly spread out. At the same time, in the ruins below, which were filled with scars from a big battle, a delicate body that appeared extremely weak due to her injuries was lifted from a rock by Xiao Yan's invisible spiritual strength. She slowly drifted in front of Xiao Yan. Looking at the delicate body in front of him, Xiao Yan involuntarily recalled the soft feeling when he had pushed the young lady with both hands earlier. This was because the young lady had fallen in front of Xiao Yan. Hence, it went without saying where his hands had landed. Immediately, Xiao Yan's old face swiftly turned completely red as though he had a fever. He hurriedly coughed twice. Only then did he recall that he had yet to finish off Sun Che. If he were to escape, there would be great trouble. Xiao Yan's expression finally recovered when he thought of this. With a flick of his finger, a black lightning bolt instantly shot out and swiftly chased in the direction that Sun Che had fled. Chapter 448. In the sky, Xiao Yan looked at the northern king, who had returned from the distance. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth revealed a densely cold smile. His eyes descended and looked at the 7 people in the mountain forest below. When Xiao Yin did things, he never liked to leave behind any possible trouble for himself. Even though these 7 people were seriously injured and logically speaking, it was impossible for them to survive in this Shilin mountain range. There was always an exception to everything. If one of them really managed to leave the Shilin mountain range alive, the final result would similarly bring Xiao Yin an endless amount of trouble. In order to avoid any future trouble, Xiao Yin would naturally not let any of them off. Swoosh! A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind as he borrowed Gu Yu's strength. The instant the sky extinction step was unleashed, Xiao Yin had already appeared in front of one of the gray-robed old men among the 7 people. The expression on the gray-robed old man's face suddenly became horrified in the face of Xiao Yin, who had suddenly appeared. However, before he could open his mouth, Xiao Yin immediately flicked his finger. A dense white ray of light instantly entered the old man's brow. The old man's widened mouth, which was about to speak, suddenly froze at this moment. Soon after, a thick layer of hard ice swiftly formed on the surface of the old man's body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was sealed in ice. Xiao Yan's body once again flashed after leaving behind a soft snort. He had already appeared in front of another person. The layer of hard ice that wrapped around the gray-robed old man shattered with a bang after Xiao Yan's afterimage disappeared. It turned into a pile of ice fragments that were filled with a cold aura. The gray-robed old man within it was nowhere to be seen. Under the effect of the bone-chilling flame, the interior of the old man's body had been completely incinerated by the heavenly flame, even though he appeared to be sealed in ice on the surface. An 8-star half-martial emperor, an expert who could be said to be a peak existence in the entire western region, was actually unable to even make a sound before a heavenly flame. This was something that caused one to be unable to help but feel extremely terrified upon thinking about it. A heavenly flame was really terrifying to the extreme. As the most overbearing energy in the world, the terror of a heavenly flame was undoubtedly revealed in this short period of time. The gray-robed old man's heart was suddenly startled when he saw Xiao Yin. With that old man in front of him, this gray-robed old man did not dare to hesitate even a little in his heart. His heart knew that he would definitely die. Therefore, he acted decisively. The moment Xiao Yin appeared, the old man's hands quickly formed a series of complicated seals. Then he clenched his hand into a fist and smashed it hard on his chest. A large mouthful of blood immediately spurted out and quickly condensed into a blood talisman in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it entered the old man's body. The very next moment, the old man's aura also increased abruptly at the moment when the crimson symbol entered his body. His strength of a mid-stage 8-star half-martial emperor had actually been forcibly increased to that of a late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor in a short period of several breaths. Without hesitation, the old man quickly retreated to the back. Xiao Yan's expression did not change even a little when he saw the old man's aura suddenly soar in the blink of an eye. His eyes narrowed as he softly muttered. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Secret technique?" However, that's all there is to it. Xiao Yan's voice had just sounded when he involuntarily let out a soft "huh." He did not expect that this old man's hand would once again form a seal while he was withdrawing explosively. At the same time, the do-chi within his body suddenly became wild and violent. Judging from his appearance, this old man was planning to self-detonate. Self-detonate. Humph, even that guy couldn't do it. Thus, you think you can? Xiao Yin sneered. In the next instant, Xiao Yin appeared before the old man again. Before the old man could finish forming the hand seal, he saw Xiao Yin again. Suddenly, he felt fear in his heart. With such a close distance, if Xiao Yin were to attack him, he would not even have the opportunity to self-detonate. Ah, you want to self-detonate? Allow me to help you. With a cold laugh, Xiao Yin suddenly extended his hand. His white hand abruptly clenched toward the old man. In the next instant, the old man felt a frighteningly large power suddenly being transmitted from the space around him. That frightening power was so strong that he did not even have the possibility of resisting it. Soon after, an extremely frightened expression was emitted from the old man's eyes. At the same time, that power instantly crushed his body and the Do Chi within his body. Bang! A world-destroying energy storm violently swept through the mountain forest. Before this energy storm, the other 3 seriously injured 7-star half-martial emperors were also unable to escape the fate of being crushed to pieces. In an open space within the forest illuminated by the sunlight, Xiao Yin was sitting cross-legged on a piece of bluestone. The flame formula chi within his body was slowly circulating, recovering the Do Chi that Xiao Yin had consumed earlier. At this very moment, on the grass not far away from him, a beautiful young lady with white skin and wearing a long skirt was lying flat on the grass. Her soft long hair scattered in all directions, causing this young lady to appear even more gentle and beautiful. The young lady's eyes were tightly shut. Her pale face gradually recovered its rosy color under the effect of the medicinal pill. Soon after, her weak aura also recovered quite a bit. It was likely that the young lady would wake up soon. A cool breeze brushed past, and the young lady's long hair fluttered in the wind. After the wind passed, the young lady's beautiful face was covered. The unconscious young lady's mind was fuzzy, and she felt a sluggishness. A strand of hair covered the young lady's nose, causing the young lady's breathing to involuntarily become heavier. A moment later, the young lady, who felt that it was difficult to breathe, suddenly woke up from her unconscious state with a slightly flushed face. The weak and lovely body that was lying flat on the grass suddenly sat up. The young lady, who had woken up, immediately looked around her. When she discovered that Sun Che's group was not around, her heart finally sighed in relief. The worried expression on her pretty face also immediately disappeared. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yan's skinny figure appeared in the young lady's line of sight. When she saw Xiao Yan for the first time, the expression on the young lady's face could not help but be slightly startled. Immediately, she recalled that before she fainted, she seemed to have seen a human figure coincidentally walk out of the cave. At the same time that the young lady thought of this in her heart, she also vaguely recalled that at the last moment before she fainted, someone used both hands to push her away from the front. It was at that time that the hands of that person seemed to have coincidentally pushed her chest. Thinking of this, the young lady's still pale and moist pretty face immediately appeared to have been roasted by fire. It swiftly turned completely red. The shame and anger in the young lady's heart could not be any greater. Standing up with some difficulty, the young lady did not stop. Her delicate body moved, and her light footsteps swiftly walked toward Xiao Yan. Following the swift movement of a pair of light and nimble feet, the young lady's graceful body had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the young lady's jade-like hand was raised into the air. With a face full of shame and anger, she viciously slapped Xiao Yan's delicate face. Immediately after, Pa. Chapter 449. Pa. With a crisp sound, the smooth, jade-like hand was blocked in midair by an even more powerful white hand. Seeing this scene, the expression on the young lady's face involuntarily changed slightly. She swiftly raised her eyes and looked over, only to discover that Xiao Yan, who originally had his eyes tightly shut, had unknowingly opened his eyes wide and was staring at her. This young lady, no matter what, I have saved you. Don't tell me that this is how you treat your savior. Looking at the young lady's crystal-like, beautiful eyes, Xiao Yan frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Bastard, you touched this young lady, and now you actually dare to say that you are this young lady's savior. From what I see, you are in cahoots with that group of people." Seeing Xiao Yan's confident manner, the young lady's heart was filled with shame and anger. She angrily scolded Xiao Yan. The half of her lotus root-like white arm that was exposed from her sleeves exerted force as she struggled to pull her delicate jade-like hand away from Xiao Yan's. Seeing this, Xiao Yan finally released his right hand that was holding the latter's wrist. However, immediately after, Xiao Yan heard the words that came from the young lady's mouth. The expression on his old face immediately turned red. He hurriedly lowered his head and coughed a few times, wanting to pretend that he did not know. However, because Xiao Yan was sitting cross-legged on a tall rock, even though he had already lowered his head, his red face still fell into the young lady's eyes. Seeing this scene, the young lady's heart was instantly enraged. She once again raised her jade-like hand and was about to wave it at Xiao Yan again. "Hey, little girl, don't go overboard. You said that I touched you. Fine. Tell me, where did I touch you?" "You." The sudden voice caused the young lady's hand to slightly pause. However, immediately after, when she clearly heard the words from Xiao Yan's mouth, the expression on her pretty face quickly turned crimson red. She was so angry that she could not speak. The young lady had never imagined that the black-robed man in front of her, who looked rather decent, would actually be such a scoundrel. A moment ago, his face clearly revealed an embarrassed expression. In just a short moment, why did he immediately change his words and deny it? Moreover, the words that Xiao Yan said also caused the young lady to be speechless in her heart. She was, after all, a girl. From the looks of this matter, her heart still possessed the restraint of a girl. Otherwise, if it was someone else, it was likely that they would have fought with Xiao Yan for a result just because their condition was not good. And it was precisely because of this that Xiao Yan's words suppressed the young lady. Otherwise, in order to make Xiao Yan admit his actions, could it be that the young lady really had to say to Xiao Yan that he touched her breasts? If that was the case, not to mention Xiao Yan, she would probably be embarrassed to death. And Xiao Yan had also grasped this point. Just now, he pretended that he did not do anything wrong and said to the young lady. In reality, Xiao Yan's heart had already been filled with doubts. But even so, when the young lady looked at Xiao Yan, her gaze was still filled with disbelief. She rolled her eyes at the latter, twisted her delicate body, and slowly walked towards the forest in the distance. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Soon after, he pretended to be the one who had suffered a loss. With an expression of displeasure, he lightly snorted at the young lady. With an indifferent tone, he said, "Humph, no matter what, I have saved you. Yet, you slandered me the moment you opened your mouth. Not to mention this point, you actually did not even thank me. Alas, in this world, it is truly impossible to be a good person." With a sorrowful expression, Xiao Yan bitterly sighed. Then, he stood up in desolation and planned to walk in the opposite direction of the young lady. However, right at this moment, the young lady who had turned around to leave turned around again. Her long, shapely eyebrows narrowed. With her hands on her hips, she said to Xiao Yan with a stern voice, "Humph, don't think that this young lady can't tell that your strength is merely that of a 5-star half-martial emperor. However, there's a 9-star half-martial emperor in the group that chased after this young lady. With merely you, how could you possibly escape from the clutches of that old man? The way I see it, you're simply in cahoots with that group of people. The reason why you didn't capture this young lady is likely because you have another purpose, right?" The body that had just turned around once again turned around. Xiao Yan looked at the young lady with a light smile on his face. Then, he rolled his eyes, and a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He said, "Very well, since you insist that I'm in cahoots with that group of people, then I'll just return you to them. After all, you don't have the slightest bit of gratitude toward me, the person who saved your life. Thus, I might as well return you to them. I believe that they will definitely thank me." Xiao Yan smiled and actually walked toward the young lady. Seeing that Xiao Yan's expression did not appear to be joking, the young lady was slightly startled. It must be said that she was truly afraid that she would fall into the hands of that group of people again. Although she did not believe in the Xiao Yan in front of her, she still had some confidence when facing him. However, if she were to fall into the hands of that group of people, she would definitely not even have the opportunity to heal her injuries. As this thought flashed through her mind, the young lady hurriedly and secretly mobilized the little remaining dou qi in her body. Immediately, the injuries that had yet to heal in her body were once again triggered. This caused the corners of the young lady's mouth to involuntarily twitch. However, in order to not fall into the hands of that group of people again, the young lady fiercely clenched her silver teeth and forcefully mobilized the dou qi in her body. Her delicate body abruptly turned around, and with a movement of her body, she rapidly flew toward the mountain forest behind her. Seeing that the young lady had actually turned around and fled after hearing a single sentence from him, Xiaoyan immediately had a mocking smile on his face. However, he immediately appeared to have recalled something and frowned. His body moved, and he used the Sky Absolute Step to swiftly chase after her. Currently, the Sky Absolute Step had already broken through to the advanced wind movement realm under Xiaoyan's training. Just like that, Xiaoyan's speed had once again increased by a large margin. The current him was no longer afraid of the 9-star half-emperor Tianying, let alone chasing after a 4-star half-emperor young lady. In merely an instant, Xiaoyan had already appeared directly behind the young lady. The tip of his nose twitched slightly as he sniffed the fragrance that the young lady left behind in the air when she flew past. Xiaoyan quite enjoyed himself and smiled, after which he opened his mouth to speak to the young lady in front of him. Haha, hey, I said, I'm lying to you. I've already killed that group of people. Even if you want to, you won't be able to return to their hands. There's no need for you to run so desperately. However, the young lady did not believe Xiaoyan's words in the slightest. In her eyes, Xiaoyan did not even have the ability to fight against the 7-star half-emperor. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan actually told her that he had killed a group of high-level half-emperors. Furthermore, there was even a 9-star half-emperor among them. In the young lady's ears, this was simply nonsense. Sensing that the distance between herself and Xiaoyan was growing closer and closer, the young lady's heart immediately hardened. All of the dou qi within her body poured out at this moment. The speed of her delicate body flying forward also abruptly increased. The young lady's delicate body turned into a nimble bolt of lightning as she rapidly flew through the mountain forest. At the same time, the young lady's pretty face that had just recovered a bit of rosy color rapidly turned deathly pale. Until a certain moment, the young lady's body that was explosively rushing forward abruptly stopped. The injuries in her body once again erupted. Before the young lady could react, her vision turned black and she fainted in midair. At the same time, Xiaoyan hurriedly revealed himself from the void to the side and caught her in his bosom. Chapter 450. In the blink of an eye, it was already nighttime. At this moment, Xiaoyan was seated on a green rock in a cave that was filled with fluorescent light. In front of him, the crimson thousand-beast cauldron stood tall. Inside the cauldron, the heavenly flame rose. The temperature was terrifyingly high. Even though it was separated by the medicinal cauldron, one could still feel the scorching heat. Ugh! Suddenly, a soft moan sounded from within the cave. The voice was soft and smooth, as if a beauty had just woken up from a dream. At this moment, on a green stone bed a couple of dozen feet away from Xiaoyan, a beautiful young lady had coincidentally just woken up from her unconscious state. This young lady was the young lady who had once again sunk into an unconscious state in order to avoid Xiaoyan during the day. When the young lady woke up, her beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she slowly opened them. The first thing she saw was the ice-cold stone wall above her head. Immediately, the young lady recalled the events that had happened during the day. Immediately, the young lady's heart tightened slightly. She wanted to get up, but she realized that due to the worsening injuries in her body, she could not even move her body. Her originally weak and delicate body gave her a heavy feeling of weakness at this moment. When she realized this, the expression on the young lady's pale face changed slightly. If she was really sent back to Sun Che's group by that brat during the day, she would really be in deep trouble. When she thought of this, the young lady immediately clenched her silver teeth and endured the pain from her body. The young lady slowly turned her head and looked in the direction of the flickering light on the wall. In the next moment, the young lady's expression could not help but freeze slightly. The first thing that appeared in her line of sight was a huge crimson medicinal cauldron. The medicinal cauldron was engraved with various magical beasts. Even with the young lady's knowledge, she did not know the names of some of them. Immediately, Xiaoyan, who was wearing a black robe and sitting cross-legged, appeared in front of the young lady's beautiful eyes while fiddling with a beautiful heavenly flame. After being surprised for a moment, the young lady hurriedly looked elsewhere in the cave. However, she realized that there was only her and Xiao Yin in the cave. Immediately, the young lady understood in her heart. From the looks of it, Xiao Yin did not really hand her over to that group. It seemed that the words that Xiao Yin had said during the day were probably just a joke. When the young lady turned her head to look at Xiao Yin, the latter seemed to have sensed something. His slightly shut eyes slowly opened, and the movements of his hands also stopped as he looked at the young lady. Xiao Yan's gaze carelessly swept across the young lady's alluring, lovely body. Finally, his gaze met the young lady's beautiful eyes. When the four eyes met, the expression on the young lady's pretty face hardened slightly. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, curled his lips slightly and said, hearing Xiao Yan's question that he knew the answer to, the young lady actually blinked her quick-witted eyes in an uncharacteristic manner. Immediately after, she wanted to force herself to sit up. Perhaps she felt that this would make her feel much more comfortable. I feel that it's best if you don't move around. The injuries in your body have worsened. If you dare to move around, you might lose your life. Turning his head, Xiao Yin continued to focus on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. At the same time, he spoke to the young lady in an indifferent tone. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, a look of fear involuntarily emerged on the young lady's beautiful face. Her eyebrows slightly knitted together. The young lady gently curled her cute little mouth. After that, she helplessly lay back down obediently. In her boredom, the young lady could only look at Xiao Yan. Noticing his proficient fire control technique, the young lady could not help but feel astonished in her heart. She then looked at Xiao Yan's young face and exclaimed, "You're actually an alchemist?" She did not expect that this black-robed young man, who looked to be about the same age as her, was not only stronger than her, but was also an alchemist. Furthermore, looking at his proficient fire control technique, his rank as an alchemist was probably not low. However, Xiao Yan remained indifferent in the face of this. It was not that he wanted to purposely show off his alchemist skills in front of this young lady. It was just that Xiao Yan had already helped her consume his final D-tier medicinal pill in order to heal her earlier. Currently, the injuries within this young lady's body had once again flared up and were even more serious than before. If she did not have the help of the D-tier medicinal pill, it was likely that this young lady's life would really be in danger. Although Xiao Yan was not a person who liked to do good deeds, this young lady's second serious injury was related to him. He could not just sit by and do nothing. Therefore, Xiao Yan had no choice but to refine a healing pill for her. Being ignored by Xiao Yan, the young lady immediately rolled her eyes at Xiao Yan. Then, she turned her gaze and looked at the crimson medicine cauldron in front of Xiao Yan. She was a little curious and surprised about the medicine cauldron in front of Xiao Yan. She did not expect that with her knowledge of demonic beasts, she could not recognize all the demonic beasts carved on the cauldron. Where did this medicine cauldron come from? Looking at the crimson medicine cauldron, the young lady frowned. She seemed to have some impression of this thing in her mind, but in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. After a long while, when Xiao Yan had almost finished refining the medicinal ingredients in the medicine cauldron, the young lady's face seemed to suddenly remember something. The expression on her flawless face froze slightly. Immediately, her small face was filled with surprise as she looked at the medicine cauldron in front of Xiao Yan. Then, her gaze turned to Xiao Yan. Her small mouth opened slightly, and her tone was filled with incomparable surprise. Your medicine cauldron is actually the 1,000-beast cauldron that is ranked 6th on the heavenly cauldron list. Who exactly are you? Xiao Yan only frowned slightly when the 1,000-beast cauldron was recognized. His hands did not stop moving, but he turned to look at the young lady. Seeing that Xiao Yan was finally moved, the young lady's pretty face could not help but raise a smile. However, when she saw Xiao Yan's slightly stern gaze, the smile on the young lady's pretty face gradually disappeared. Like a child who had made a mistake, she pouted and timidly withdrew her gaze. Seeing that the young lady actually revealed such a delicate appearance, Xiao Yan's heart actually softened. He sighed softly and then said to the young lady indifferently, You've asked so many questions. You've asked so many questions. Don't you think that before asking someone else a question, you should tell them your name first? Moreover, I am your savior." Hearing this, the young lady cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yin and pouted. "You're a big man. How can you be so petty and bully a weak girl like me? You're a dignified 4-star half-emperor. If you're also a weak girl, there won't be any experts on this continent." When Xiao Yan's words came out, the young lady's pretty face immediately froze. A crimson blush appeared on her fair little face. Soon after, she smiled embarrassedly and said, "All right, who asked you to be my savior?" "Hee, hello, I'm Murong Qianqian. Murong is my surname. Qianqian is my name." Chapter 451. After the two of them reported their names, Murong Qianqian curiously asked Xiao Yin a lot of questions. Xiao Yin patiently answered most of them. As for some of the questions that were related to Xiao Yin himself, they were either dodged by Xiao Yin or directly skipped over. After that, Xiao Yin once again concentrated on refining the medicinal pills in the medicinal cauldron in front of him. As for Murong Qianqian, she was bored to death as she laid on the stone bed. Although she wanted to get up, she could only helplessly and obediently lie back down when she thought of the injuries in her body. As time passed, the medicinal ingredients in the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yin, which were originally close to 100 kinds of medicinal ingredients, had all turned into various kinds of powders or viscous liquids in the end. Refining medicinal ingredients was extremely easy for Xiao Yin. The only difference was that it required quite a bit of time. After a week of continuous refining, Xiao Yin, who was sitting cross-legged on the greenstone platform, suddenly opened his originally tightly shut eyes. At the same time, Xiao Yin raised his arm and suddenly waved his big sleeve. With a bang, the medicinal cauldron's lid opened. Following that, rays of light rapidly shot out from the medicinal cauldron. Immediately, under the control of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, they fell into the jade bottle that Xiao Yan had prepared in advance. Huff! After doing all this, Xiao Yan finally let out a long sigh of relief. He slightly moved his body, which had been sitting for a long time, and was about to enter the next step of the refining process. However, just at this time, Murong Qianqian suddenly spoke to Xiao Yan. Her timid voice contained a bashful feeling. "That, Xiao Yan, Murong Qianqian stuttered for a while and said I 3 times in a row, but in the end, she still couldn't say anything clearly. Instead, her beautiful face that was as white as jade appeared to be crimson red at this moment. Seeing the young lady act in this manner, Xiao Yin could not help but frown slightly. He turned his head to look at the latter. Xiao Yin frowned slightly, and a suspicious expression appeared on his face. His tone was somewhat impatient as he asked, "What's wrong? What's the problem?" During these few days when Xiao Yin was calmly refining the medicinal herbs, the young girl in front of him was not willing to be calm at all. She repeatedly asked Xiao Yin many questions, but Xiao Yin ignored her and continued to refine the medicinal herbs in the medicinal cauldron. However, at this moment, when Xiao Yin saw the young girl like this, he could not help but feel a little curious. I want a Murong Qianqian raised her pair of watery big eyes and looked at Xiao Yin with a crimson face. The words that were already at the tip of her tongue could not help but stop. "If there's nothing else, I'll continue refining medicine. Don't disturb me after this, unless you don't want to recover from the injuries in your body." Seeing this, Xiao Yan's heart unconsciously surged with irritation. He frowned and casually said a few words to Murong Qianqian. Soon after, he once again sat down and prepared to continue refining medicine. "I want to take a bath." However, just as Xiao Yin turned around, the words that came out of the young girl's mouth caused Xiao Yan's turning movement to abruptly stop. His entire person was stunned for a moment. After a moment, Xiao Yin turned around with a displeased face and looked at Murong Qianqian. Xiao Yin's face was slightly gloomy, and his voice also became somewhat heavy. "Little girl, listen carefully. I don't have the time to mess around with you here. Wait until I finish refining the medicinal pills. At that time, you can go wherever you want and do whatever you want. If you want to take a bath, I won't stop you. However, right now, Don't be unreasonable with me, and don't think about throwing that big missy temper of yours. Right now, in this place, I have the final say. But either you quietly wait for your injuries to recover, or you can leave on your own." The young lady had yet to spit out the words from her mouth when Xiao Yin forcefully interrupted her with a single sentence, after which he was too lazy to bother about her. He turned around with an expressionless face, bent his legs, and sat cross-legged in front of the medicinal cauldron, preparing for the next step of the medicinal pill refinement. After Xiao Yin sat down cross-legged, Murong Qianqian, who had already recovered some of her strength on the stone bed, saw that her pair of watery, pretty eyes contained some mist. Her exquisite and cute small face also revealed an aggrieved expression. Ever since she entered the Shilin mountain range, she had been chased all the way here. During this period, she did not even have the chance to catch her breath. Now that half a month had passed, she only wanted to take a bath. She did not expect that she would actually receive such a harsh treatment from Xiao Yan. A moment later, Murong Qianqian saw Xiao Yan's indifferent expression as he focused on the medicinal cauldron in front of her. The young girl's throat involuntarily choked a little. Finally, Murong Qianqian clenched her teeth angrily. Immediately, she forcefully propped up her weak, lovely body. Her face was pale as she walked out of the cave. Xiao Yan quietly sat in front of the medicinal cauldron from the beginning until the end. Both of his eyes were tightly shut, and there was no change in his expression. Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes only slowly opened after the young girl left the cave and walked into the pitch-black night sky of the outside world. At the same time, the empty space beside Xiao Yan distorted slightly. Guyu's body slowly appeared. He looked at Xiao Yan and gently lifted his eyebrows. "Ugh, brat, you won't really allow her to leave like this, will you? With this girl's current condition, she will not be able to go far." Xiao Yan shook his head when he heard this. He turned his head to look at Guyu by the side and spoke with a teasing expression. "Don't tell me that you're still unclear as to whether I have allowed her to leave or not." Guyu chuckled upon seeing this. He did not say anything else. His body twisted, and he sat on the stone bed, ignoring Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze and slowly shut his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength probed. Murong Qianqian's delicate body also appeared in Xiao Yan's mind. Xiao Yan's heart could be considered reassured that Murong Qianqian had left the mountain cave. Due to his habit, any mountain cave that Xiao Yan found would definitely have mountains and water. Hence, there was a pool of water outside of this mountain cave at this moment. As for the current Murong Qianqian, she was slowly walking toward the pond step by step. Xiao Yan divided his attention. He left a trace of spiritual strength on Murong Qianqian's body, after which Xiao Yan sat down and poured all of his attention into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. With a thought from Xiao Yan, the essence of various medicinal ingredients that had been refined was thrown into the medicinal cauldron. The pill refinement continued. Murong Qianqian dragged her seriously injured body and continued to stay outside of the mountain cave until Xiao Yan finished refining the medicinal pill in the medicinal cauldron. Another month's time had passed since this medicinal pill was refined. Chapter 452. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan had unknowingly begun to take shape. Under the continuous refinement of the heavenly flame, a medicinal pill that was not very smooth began to form within the medicinal cauldron. As the heavenly flame rose, the medicinal pill began to roll within the heavenly flame. Under the refinement of the heavenly flame, the uneven surface of the medicinal pill began to gradually change at an extremely slow pace. As long as the surface of the medicinal pill became completely round, this D-tier medicinal pill would be considered to have been successfully refined. Xiao Yan knew that the final pill refinement process was extremely important, and he could not afford to be even the slightest bit impatient. Slow work produced fine work, and this was the same for medicinal pills. If one wanted to obtain good quality pills, one must use the most rigorous attitude to refine them. No matter what one did, one must not be impatient. This was something that Yao Lao had repeatedly emphasized to Xiao Yin when Xiao Yin had just come into contact with the art of alchemy. From the looks of it now, it was just as Yao Lao had said. No matter what one did, one must not be impatient for quick success. It was also because of this that Xiao Yin did not dare to be careless when it came to alchemy. Of course, this was not the only thing. Cultivating his own way of life was just like the former. The process of nurturing the pill was long and boring. Fortunately, Xiaoyan was already used to this kind of dull and boring environment. At the same time that Xiao Yin threw his entire body into this final process of nurturing the pill, a strange pill fragrance was emitted from the medicinal cauldron. The rich pill fragrance transformed into clusters of misty smoke. With the medicinal cauldron as the center, it followed the few fire vents of the Thousand Beast cauldron and first spread into the mountain cave. Soon after, it gradually spread towards the outside world. Outside the mountain cave, there was a small pool. The water in the pool was clear, and there were even a few low-tier medicinal ingredients growing within it. A thin layer of fog floated on the surface of the pool. Adding the lotus leaves and lotus flowers, it caused the pool to appear a little ethereal, fairy-like state. There were no small streams or rivers around the pool, and the water in the pool did not lean against a cliff. This pool was just like a natural hot spring. The temperature of the spring water in the pool was moderate, as though it had been created by nature. Adding the few Qin lotuses within it, although these medicinal ingredients were not rare, a portion of the medicinal strength contained within them had also merged into the spring water due to them growing in the spring water all year round, causing the spring water to possess a strange healing effect. At this moment, a white and beautiful young lady with white skin was sitting cross-legged in the water. Her pretty eyes were tightly shut as she quietly sat in the water. The young lady's head was exposed, as well as a small part of her body. As the young lady inhaled and exhaled, circular ripples around her body, which was as calm as a mirror, ripples spread to, and, after the ripples spread, the young lady's hands formed a training seal. With a thought, the Qi method in her body slowly circulated. The pure medicinal strength contained within the spring water was absorbed into the young lady's body a little at a time. With the guidance of the young lady's Do Qi, it slowly healed the injuries in the young lady's body. This lady was Murong Qianqian, who had left the cave a month ago with a heart full of grievances. Ever since Murong Qianqian sensed the special effect of this spring water, a joy immediately surged into her heart. She hoped that she could borrow the effect of this spring water to swiftly heal the injuries in her body. However, there was ultimately quite a big gap between imagination and reality. Even though Murong Qianqian had trained in this pool for a full month, there was not much change to the injuries within her body. This caused Murong Qianqian to feel helpless and depressed in her heart. At the same time, she was also disappointed that Xiao Yan's medicinal pill had yet to be refined. Ugh, Murong Qianqian helplessly sighed as she slowly withdrew from her training state. Immediately, her lovely body in the water twisted slightly. Immediately, her seductive body, which was as smooth as a water snake, leaped out of the pool. Sunlight scattered down and shone on the young lady's snow-white body, reflecting a sheep-fat, jade-like tender whiteness. The warm but not intense temperature gave the young lady a warm feeling. At the same time, it also highlighted the young lady's proud, snow-white skin. Feeling the favor of the sunlight, the corner of the young lady's mouth involuntarily revealed an enchanting smile. Immediately, Murong Qianqian waved her hand gently. The blue dress that was neatly folded and placed on the blue stone beside the pool immediately flew toward the young lady as if it had received an order. Soon after, Murong Qianqian's seductive body twisted in the air. Immediately, her snow-white, lovely body easily slid into the long dress. Landing on the ground, the young lady faintly smiled and was about to take a walk in the forest. However, at this moment, a rich pill fragrance floated out from the mountain cave and pounced on the young lady's face. The tip of the young lady's nimble nose twitched slightly. She immediately smelled the pill fragrance in the air that refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind. This is the pill fragrance. Ha! Don't tell me that the medicinal pill that fellow refined for this young lady has been completed? As she muttered in her mouth, a pleasantly surprised expression immediately surfaced on the young lady's face. However, she also understood that although the pill fragrance permeated the air, it did not mean that Xiao Yan's medicinal pill had been refined completely. However, even so, the young lady's heart was still pleasantly surprised. She believed that since they had already reached this step, it would not be long before the medicinal pill was truly refined completely. While carrying the joy in her heart, Murong Qianqian returned to the entrance of the mountain cave. The pill fragrance spread in all directions. At that time, it would definitely attract all sorts of magical beasts. If no one helped Xiao Yan block them, it was likely that this medicinal pill would not be able to be refined successfully. At that time, all her efforts would be for naught. At that time, Murong Qianqian's injuries would not be able to recover. As expected, as the pill fragrance spread in all directions, quite a number of magical beasts in the mountain forest 10,000 feet away from this cave also sensed this aura that caused their expressions to change a couple of hours later. As high-ranked magical beasts, their intelligence was not low to begin with. Now that they sensed this aura, their hearts immediately knew that someone was refining a medicinal pill. Perhaps there was no one beside that person to protect him. With such a good opportunity, how could these wild fellows let it go? In an instant, countless magical beasts in the mountain forest moved because of that aura. The forest swayed as wave after wave of tyrannical auras carried lightning speed as they wildly rushed toward the mountain cave that Xiao Yan was currently in. Chapter 453. Within the mountain cave, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in front of the medicinal cauldron. Both of his eyes were tightly shut as a vast amount of spiritual strength poured out from between his eyebrows and poured into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He was doing his best to control the heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron. Currently, the process of refining the waybill was nearing its end. He needed to put in all his effort to reduce the inflammation in order to ensure that there would not be the slightest accident in the following process. At this moment, Xiao Yan could be considered to have truly put in all his effort. After a month of refining medicinal pills, the enormous consumption of his spiritual strength caused Xiao Yan's complexion to appear somewhat pale. Threads of perspiration slowly flowed out from between his tightly knitted eyebrows. They followed Xiao Yan's cheeks and gathered at Xiao Yan's chin. The more critical the moment, the more Xiao Yan did not dare to relax. His nerves were extremely tense, causing the consumption of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength to be even more terrifying. Waves of perspiration continuously gushed out from the pores all over Xiao Yan's body. In just a short moment, Xiao Yan's black robe was already drenched in perspiration. Of course, the enormous consumption of spiritual strength was naturally proportional to the condensation of the medicinal pill. Although the consumption of spiritual strength caused Xiao Yan to feel a deep sense of fatigue, at the same time, the perfectly round medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron was also rapidly condensing. He believed that it would not be long before the pill would be completely condensed and attract the pill lightning. At the same time, outside the mountain cave, Murong Qianqian's pretty face was currently incomparably solemn as she looked at the group of magical beasts that were swiftly flying over from afar. With Murong Qianqian's current condition, she did not think that she could stop these fellows. Damn it! Why is this fellow's medicinal pill still not refined? If you don't come out, how am I going to deal with these fellows alone? At the same time that Murong Qianqian was cursing Xiao Yan, the group of magical beasts in the distance had already rapidly approached this place. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared outside the mountain cave. From afar, the young girl was able to see the few magical beasts that were leading the group. Upon seeing them, the expression on Murong Qianqian's little face involuntarily changed slightly. Within this group of magical beasts, the strongest one was the huge ape that stood at the front of all the magical beasts. Its strength had already reached the level of half Martial Emperor. In the circumference of 1,000 miles, it could be considered to be the strongest. Murong Qianqian even of Murong Qian. She had no doubt that if this huge ape were to attack, never would I have expected to provoke such a fellow. Exactly what sort of medicinal pellet did Xiao Yin refine? Could it really be an emperor-grade medicinal pellet? Murong Qian was startled. To be able to attract 6 half-martial emperor-level magical beasts, the medicinal pellet that Xiao Yin had refined was something that one could imagine. If what he had refined was truly an emperor-grade medicinal pellet, then this Xiao Yin was truly frightening. Ha 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 ha. There's actually someone protecting you? Furthermore, it's a little girl. However, this is exactly what this king is interested in. Ha ha. Just as Murong Qian's heart was feeling shocked by the medicinal pill that Xiao Yin had refined, a strong human figure slowly stepped out of the mountain forest a short distance away, while laughing out loud. With each step he took, Murong Qian could clearly sense that the ground beneath her feet was slightly trembling. It was hard to imagine exactly what sort of frightening power was contained within this fellow's body. Ha-ho, little girl, you're injured. It seems that you haven't recovered yet. In that case, that guy's medicinal pellet was refined for you. Ha-ha. At the same time, when the robust man walked out from the forest, the warm sunlight mercilessly scattered down from the horizon and shone on the robust man's body. The robust man's body was as robust as an ox. He had a shiny head and his upper body was bare. At a glance, one could see that frightening scars covered the robust man's entire body. It could even be said to be frightening. If this robust man were to be placed together with the current Murong Qian, then they would truly be a beauty and a beast. At this moment, this bald, robust man was staring at Murong Qian with an evil smile on his face. His pair of beast-red eyes revealed a perverted expression. Facing the robust man's perverted smile, Murong Qian coldly snorted with a heart filled with disgust. The expression on her charming face was ice-cold. Ha ha, little girl, your little face is not bad. Why is your temperament so cold? However, it's exactly what this king wants. Ha ha. With a laugh filled with perverted intentions, the bald, robust man suddenly waved his large hand. The several figures behind him immediately rushed towards Murong Qian, intending to capture her. You dare to touch this young lady with just the likes of you. Seeing the several figures that had already arrived in front of her in an instant, Murong Qian coldly snorted. The expression on her charming face became even more grave and stern. Just as those people arrived in front of her and grabbed towards Murong Qian with a perverted smile on their faces, the young lady's graceful toes lightly tapped on the ground. At the same time her figure retreated, a strange blue fluorescent light quickly lingered within the young lady's quick-witted eyes. Instantly, a burst of strange pressure rapidly spread out from Murong Qian's body. In a blink of an eye, the expressions on the faces of the people who had obscene smiles on their faces as they grabbed Murong Qian abruptly changed. The figures that were originally rushing forward abruptly froze in midair the instant the pressure spread out. Their pupils also abruptly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Even their unceasingly beating hearts had stopped at that instant. At the same time, a deep sense of fear quickly gushed out from the bottom of their hearts. It enveloped their minds and made them feel incomparable fear. Even though their strength far surpassed the young lady in front of them, they did not dare to make the slightest movement. What's going on? There's something strange about this little girl. Let this king personally take a look. Seeing this scene, the bald, strong man couldn't help but be slightly astonished in his heart. However, immediately after, his strong body suddenly moved. In an instant, the strong man had already appeared in front of those people. Only at that moment did he understand why his subordinates were blocked by a heavily injured and weak girl. Feeling that formless pressure, the strong man's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. That pressure came from the bloodline. In other words, the young lady in front of him was not a human. She was the same as them, a magical beast race. Little girl, I truly didn't expect that you would be able to perfectly conceal your identity under this king's probing. However, Even if that's the case, this king will definitely take you in today. Even though the strong man felt very uncomfortable in his heart due to the pressure, his strength far surpassed Murong Chanchian. In addition, the latter's current condition was not good. Thus, the strong man did not fear her in his heart. After his cries sounded, the strong man suddenly twisted his body. His huge feet ferociously stepped on the empty air and once again grabbed at Murong Chanchian. Seeing that the strong man was actually not afraid of her pressure, Murong Chanchian's heart involuntarily shivered. However, facing the strong man who attacked once again, the young lady did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Her delicate body moved, and she hurriedly dodged to one side. Rip! Although she had successfully dodged the strong man coldly smiled. With a flip of his hand, he forcefully tore off the sleeve on the young lady's left arm. Instantly, a lotus root-like snow-white wrist was exposed in the air. Ha ha! I'll see if you can still dodge. If you dare to dodge again, this king will strip you naked right here. Ha ha! The strong man's face was filled with an insolent, lewd smile. His strong body ferociously moved and once again charged explosively towards Murong Chanchian. Rumble, however, in the next instant, a wave of earth-shaking thunder suddenly resounded in this world. Pill lightning appear. Chapter 454. Rumble. Following a wave of deafening thunder sounds, the wind and clouds in the 100,000 feet sky above everyone's heads changed. The originally clear sky swiftly darkened. The wind and clouds in the sky stirred as large thunderclouds swiftly agglomerated and covered the sky. The sky changed color, and the atmosphere swiftly became oppressive at this moment. Murong Chanchian's heart instantly felt a chill. The pill lightning had gathered, and Xiao Yin was alone. If no one protected him, this pill lightning could only be resisted by him alone. Given Xiao Yan's strength, how could he possibly be a match for the pill lightning? Bastard, why did this pill lightning not appear earlier or later? Why did it have to appear now? As she cursed in her heart, the expression on the young lady's pretty face swiftly turned grave. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together as she looked at the pitch-black mountain cave. Her pretty eyes revealed a worried expression that could not be removed. Ha 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 ha! Pill lightning. The pill lightning has appeared. Humph humph. Little girl, this king wants to see just how your little lover will withstand the pill lightning. Ha 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 ha! The strong man's mouth immediately emitted a ridicule when he saw the worried expression in Murong Chanchian's pretty eyes. Immediately, his gaze once again landed on the alluring, lovely body of the young lady that was wrapped in a long dress. His gaze paused on the snow-white wrist that was exposed in the air. Immediately, the strong man's face revealed a lewd smile as he stared at the delicate, pretty face of the young lady. His eyes revealed a greedy ridicule as he spoke. Humph humph, why don't we do this? Little girl, as long as you agree to obediently return with this king will help your little lover withstand the pill lightning. What do you say? Although he spoke in this manner, the actions of the large man were merely for the sake of obtaining the D-tier medicinal pill. After all, if no one could withstand the pill lightning, this D-tier medicinal pill would ultimately have difficulty escaping the fate of being destroyed. A fury immediately rose in Murong Chanchian's heart when she heard the words from the large man's mouth. However, due to the other party's strength, she could only furiously rebuke him. Her tone was icy cold as she cried out, "If you dare to touch a single hair of mine, I swear that I'll definitely make you die in this Shilin mountain range." Haha, there are a lot of people who want to take this king's life. However, little girl, you are not one of them. With merely your strength of a 4-star half-martial emperor, even if you've recovered from your injuries, what could you possibly do to this king? In response to the young girl's angry shout, the burly man only sneered. A bloodthirsty taste appeared in his beast-red eyes. Humph, I originally wanted to leave that kid's corpse intact, but since that's the case, I don't think it's necessary. Ha ha ha! Rumble, as the loud laughter was emitted from the strong man's mouth. The thundercloud that had just agglomerated in the sky suddenly began to churn intensely. Soon after, An earth-shaking, frightening lightning suddenly fell from the thundercloud and violently smashed toward the spot where Xiao Yan was at this moment. Boom! As the thunder descended, the mountain cave that Xiao Yan was in was like a piece of tofu before the thunder. It was instantly shattered into a pile of fine powder by the thunder. The entire mountain was split open from the middle, revealing Xiao Yan, who was inside the mountain. Oh, you're truly a delicate boy. No wonder you're able to have such a beauty accompanying you. However, now, this beauty shall belong to this king. Ha ha! With a loud laugh, the burly man's body suddenly flashed, and he violently charged toward Xiao Yan. Seeing this scene, the expression on Murong Qianqian's pale face changed once again. Ignoring the injuries in her body, the young girl's delicate body moved. In an instant, her delicate body had already appeared in front of the burly man. At the same time, her delicate jade-like hand was rapidly raised. Her finger drew across her fingertip, and a few drops of dark red blood immediately flowed out. As the young girl's fingertip moved, the blood condensed into a peculiar symbol in the air before her. The instant the symbol was condensed, it rapidly turned into a ray of light and entered the young girl's body. Boom! In the next instant, the young girl's delicate body suddenly trembled. A powerful aura rapidly surged out from the young girl's body and turned into an energy storm. This caused the burly man who was rushing toward her to involuntarily stop. When the burly man focused his gaze, he saw that there was a surging Do Qi crazily surging out from Murong Qianqian's body. At the same time, the young girl's aura also rapidly increased. The originally weak Do Qi within her body also rapidly became abundant. Even her injuries were forcibly suppressed at this moment. After a couple breaths, the frightening aura that was surging violently within the young girl's body gradually stopped. At this moment, Murong Qianqian's strength had actually reached the level of a 5-star half-martial emperor. However, even though this was the case, there was still quite a large gap between her and this burly man. Oh, humph. And here I was wondering how strong you would become. It turns out that you're merely a 5-star half-martial emperor. However, this secret technique is quite good. If you're able to hand it over to this king guarantees that I will definitely dote on you greatly in the future. Ha ha! Sensing the aura being emitted from the young girl's body, this burly man involuntarily felt astonished in his heart. However, in the blink of an eye, his face once again revealed a lewd smile filled with greed. He laughed wildly and fiercely licked his lips with his scarlet-red tongue. Ha ha, little girl, since you were so impatient to be stripped naked by this king, then this king is about to come. Ha ha! Chi! After his laughter sounded, an intense sound of rushing wind suddenly sounded beside the young girl's ears. An enormous palm ruthlessly slapped toward the young girl's right shoulder. Seeing this, the expression on the young girl's face involuntarily changed slightly. Her pale face did not recover from the powerful aura within her body. Instead, at the same time that she sensed the danger before her, her pale face became even paler like paper. The young girl's lovely body turned around. Her state of mind was tense. At the same time that the Do Qi within her body surged, she flipped her lily-white hand and sent a palm ruthlessly smashing toward the empty space to the right of her lovely body. Rip! Murong Qianqian's palm shot forth and struck the empty space. At the same time, the sleeve on Murong Qianqian's right arm was forcibly torn apart by someone. Ah! The young girl was startled. As her lovely body moved back explosively, she extended both of her hands. Numerous Do Qi pillars immediately shot out and ruthlessly smashed into the surrounding empty space. However, in the end, the young girl was unable to land a single attack on that burly man with frightening agility. Instead, that burly man, after a couple of flashes, once again arrived in front of the young girl. With a wave of his hand, he forcibly tore off the belt on the young girl's waist. Without the belt, the long dress that the young girl was wearing immediately became loose. At the same time that the young girl's body moved back, a flowing wind blew past, and the long dress immediately scattered with the wind, revealing a large portion of Murong Qianqian's long dress. However, before the expression on Murong Qianqian's face could change, the burly human figure once again appeared in front of the young girl. He grabbed at the remaining water blue-colored long dress on the young girl's body. The instant she regained her senses, the expression on Murong Qianqian's charming face abruptly changed into one of fear. Her charming face carried a horrified expression as her lovable body rapidly retreated backwards, hoping to avoid the bald beast in front of her. Unfortunately, although Murong Qianqian managed to dodge the burly man, a corner of the long dress that reached her feet was still grabbed by the burly man. Rip. Chapter 455. Rumble. While Murong Qianqian and the burly man were bitterly enduring, Xiaoyan finally exhaled a long breath. In the face of the lightning that fell from the sky, Xiaoyan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. After connecting with the 3 frightening lightning bolts, Xiaoyan could clearly feel that the frightening lightning energy still remained in his body. However, under the refinement of Xiaoyan's heavenly flame, it was ultimately absorbed by him and became a part of Xiaoyan's strength. Xiaoyan slowly stood up. Not only did he feel a wave of dizziness, but in order to better raise the quality of this medicinal pill, Xiaoyan had gone all out this time. The consumption of his spiritual strength was naturally even more frightening. However, at the same time, the result that Xiaoyan obtained also caused him to be quite satisfied. This was the second Emperor Tier complete pill that Xiaoyan had refined after the Emperor Tribulation pill that he had refined during the Alchemist Grand Meeting in the ancient Savage City. Xiaoyan believed that with these 2 experiences, it would be a solid start for him to refine Emperor Tier complete pills in the future. Crackle. Thunderclouds churned high up in the sky. Xiaoyan had just stood up when another frightening, furious lightning shot out from the thick thunderclouds. It was just like a horned dragon descending into the world as it ruthlessly bombarded Xiaoyan below. Xiaoyan violently shook his giddy head. Only then did he raise his head. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the frightening lightning that was rapidly descending. Immediately, he slowly withdrew his gaze. With a flick of his finger, a black flowing light swiftly shot out and met the rapidly descending lightning. Xiaoyan turned his gaze and looked towards the direction where Murong Qianqian was at. He coincidentally saw that the thin, long skirt on Murong Qianqian's body had been torn to shreds by the burly man. Immediately, the long skirt in the young lady's body was torn up to her thighs. A pair of light and beautiful legs were exposed in the air, causing quite a number of people present to cry out loudly. Their eyes were filled with greed when they looked at the young lady. In the next moment, while the young lady's heart was filled with fear, the burly man once again approached her. With a lewd smile, he grabbed the remaining short skirt on the young lady's body. Ha ha! Amidst the loud laughter, the burly man became increasingly closer to Murong Qianqian's delicate and lovely body. Due to the fear in the latter's heart, she actually forgot to dodge and froze in midair like a dead ash. Her heart was filled with fear as she looked at the burly man who was approaching her. Crystal-clear tears finally uncontrollably gushed out from the young lady's eyes at this moment. However, in the next moment, when the large hand of the burly man was less than an inch away from the long skirt that Murong Qianqian was wearing, a cold wind that caused one's heart to palpitate suddenly blew across the sky. Immediately, in the next instant, bang, a terrifying explosion was mixed with an earth-shaking, miserable cry. Faintly, there were even some slight sounds of bones breaking being buried within it. Immediately after, the group of magical beasts present saw a human figure abruptly fly out. At the same time that he flew out, fresh red blood sprayed out and dyed a large area of the ground red. This sudden scene caused everyone present to instantly become completely silent. Everyone widened their eyes, and their gazes were filled with shock as they looked at the human figure that was sent flying out. When that human figure ferociously smashed into the ground, a huge, deep pit was created in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone present focused their attention and looked over. When they clearly saw the face of that person, the expressions on everyone's faces suddenly froze. Immediately after, the sound of saliva being swallowed continuously sounded in the field. Shock was written all over everyone's faces. This was because the human figure that was sent flying was the burly man who had rushed towards a young lady and grabbed her a moment ago. After which, when everyone turned their gazes back and looked at the spot where the young lady was at, everyone's expressions involuntarily changed drastically. The person that appeared in front of them was not the elder that they had imagined in their hearts. Instead, it was a young man wearing a black robe and carrying a huge ruler on his back. Hua! Immediately, an uproar sounded in the field. However, Xiaoyan did not have the time to bother about it. His dark and stern eyes swept over those magical beasts that had transformed into human forms. The ice-cold, killing intent in his eyes caused those fellows, who licked blood from their blades all day long, to involuntarily feel an icy cold feeling rising from the bottom of their hearts. This black-robed young man in front of them actually caused them to feel a dense aura of death. This kind of aura was agglomerated from killing aura. Only those who had experienced hundreds of battles could agglomerate it. It was difficult to imagine that this seemingly ordinary black-robed young man in front of them was actually so terrifying. If anyone offended him, it was likely that their ending would not be good. Woo woo woo. Xiaoyan, you have finally come out. If you had still not come out, I'm afraid that I would have really been woo 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 woo. Seeing Xiaoyan in front of her, Murong Qianqian appeared as though she had seen her savior. The fear in her heart finally and swiftly disappeared. Her lovely body trembled as she took a few steps forward and threw herself into Xiaoyan's embrace while crying. However, she did not realize that the long dress on her body had already been torn to shreds. In the process of throwing herself into Xiaoyan's embrace, the long dress on her body was finally unable to support itself and slid down from Murong Qianqian's lovely body. Therefore, at this moment, the one who had thrown herself into Xiaoyan's embrace was not only a delicate beauty, but also a natural beauty that would cause one's blood to spurt out. Feeling the soft body in his embrace, Xiaoyan's originally somewhat giddy head suddenly became clear. However, his entire face revealed an extremely awkward expression. Cough, cough, that you, your dress, oh. Xiaoyan awkwardly coughed twice. Only then did the beauty in his embrace lower her light head somewhat doubtfully. Immediately following this, her entire pretty face, from her ears to her ears, instantly turned bright red. Her entire heart was filled with an indescribable awkwardness. She hurriedly and easily struggled free from Xiaoyan's embrace. However, at this moment, the time for the secret technique to be used had coincidentally arrived. This caused the young girl's body to rapidly emit an extremely weak feeling. Her delicate body could not help but fall backwards. Seeing this, the expression on Xiaoyan's face could not help but slightly change. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward and hugged Murong Qianqian from behind. At the same time, Murong Qianqian's front view also fell into Xiaoyan's eyes. At the same time, the lovely person in his embrace fainted once again. Chapter 456. Xiaoyan lowered his head to look at the beauty who had once again fainted in his embrace. His sickly old face immediately turned completely red. This was especially so when the alluring body of the young lady was reflected in Xiaoyan's eyes. Xiaoyan's heart began to beat faster at this moment. However, Xiaoyan was someone who had experienced it before. He more or less possessed his own resistance to this kind of thing. In merely an instant, the restlessness that had just risen in Xiaoyan's heart was swiftly suppressed by Xiaoyan. Soon after, Xiaoyan suddenly waved his large sleeve. Qi poured out and formed a black robe on Murong Qianqian's lovely body. It completely covered the snow-white body of the young lady that was exposed to the outside, after which she was gently placed on the ground by Xiaoyan's side. Soon after, the moment Xiaoyan stood up and turned around, the strong man who had been sent flying by Xiaoyan's attack from the large pit in the distance also staggered as he climbed out of the large pit. The instant the strong man raised his head, Xiaoyan also coincidentally raised his gaze, after which the two human figures looked at each other from a distance of 1,000 feet. Their respective bodies appeared to have solidified in an instant and did not move at all. Xiaoyan's expression did not change in the slightest when faced with the strong man in front of him. However, the gentleness that was originally contained within his pair of dark black eyes had already disappeared. Replacing it was an indifferent gaze that caused one to feel a chill from the bottom of one's heart. As for the strong man, his heart was also filled with anger toward this young brat who had single-handedly ruined his plans. He even wished that he could pull out the tendons and pull out the bones of this brat. However, at the same time, when the strong man saw Xiaoyan for the first time, he had already discovered in his heart that the strength of this young brat in front of him had actually reached the level of a 5-star half-emperor. Compared to him, there was only a gap of 1 star. Hence, when the strong man looked at Xiaoyan, his heart similarly did not dare to be careless. "Humph, kid, I didn't expect you to be able to refine an emperor-grade pill at such a young age. I have to say, you are truly a rare genius." As he said this, the burly man slowly placed one hand behind his back. With a thought, the dou qi in his body surged and quickly gathered in his palm. "You want to snatch the pills I refined?" Xiao had naturally sensed the actions of the burly man in front of him. However, he could not be bothered. His words cut straight to the chase. "Haha, this medicinal pill of yours is an ownerless item. As the saying goes, only those who are fated will obtain it. This king is merely helping you obtain it and not burying it. But why would you say such words?" The burly man gave a sinister smile, and the expression on his face gradually turned vicious. "Ha! This pill was personally refined by me. How could it be ownerless? Unless, you guessed right. As long as you die, this pill will become an ownerless item. So, kid, go to hell. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for being too stupid. You actually did not take any precautions against this king." "Ha!" Xiaoyan's words had yet to fade when the burly man suddenly laughed out loud. With a cry, the burly man had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. He waved his large hand, and his 5 fingers were tightly clenched into a fist. A frightening strength was contained within his palm as he viciously smashed his fist toward Xiaoyan's head. If this punch were to land, even with Xiaoyan's strength, only death would await him. However, even at this moment, Xiaoyan still emitted a soft laugh. He slowly lifted his gaze. His eyes were filled with indifference as he stared at the burly man in front of him. He slowly said, "It is not that I am not on guard against you. It is just that it is unnecessary to be on guard against someone like you. You're seeking death." Hearing that Xiaoyan actually dared to be so arrogant in the face of death, the burly man's heart was immediately enraged. He let out a stern cry, and the dou qi in his body swiftly churned. The strength contained within his large fist also became even more frightening. In the next instant, the burly man's large fist, which was wrapped in dou qi and was larger than Xiaoyan's head, was already less than an inch away from Xiaoyan's face. In the next moment, Xiaoyan would become one of the dead souls under this burly man's hands. However, in the blink of an eye, the burly man's expression abruptly changed when his fist was thrown out and landed on Xiaoyan's face. This was because when his fist landed, Xiaoyan, who was smashed by his large fist, actually disappeared in a thin air. Under the wind of his fist, nothing was left. An afterimage. Seeing this scene, the expression on the burly man's face became one of shock. It was difficult to imagine that at such a close distance, this black-robed young man was actually able to perfectly dodge his attack. How is this possible? Other than being shocked, the burly man's heart was filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that a 5-star half-martial emperor would actually be able to perfectly dodge the attack of a 6-star half-martial emperor like him. Moreover, he had done it in such a thrilling manner. From the way it appeared earlier, Xiaoyan had done it on purpose. This also meant that Xiaoyan possessed a frightening speed that allowed him to easily dodge all of his attacks. Thinking of this, the burly man's heart was suddenly startled. He could not help but doubt the true strength of this black-robed young man. After all, being able to easily dodge the attack of a 6-star half-martial emperor was something that an ordinary agility do skill would not be able to do, unless his opponent's strength far surpassed his own. If that was truly the case, it was likely that he had kicked an iron plate today. Since you've already made your move, it's my turn now. Just as the burly man's heart was filled with fear, an extremely cold and indifferent voice was suddenly transmitted into his ears. Hearing those words, the expression on the burly man's face involuntarily changed slightly. His body shook, and he was about to explosively retreat in a flash. However, right at this moment, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly appeared in front of the burly man. His pale face carried a bone-chilling smile as he faced the burly man's 4 eyes. Such an abrupt instant also caused the burly man's heart to suddenly freeze. His pair of beast-red eyes abruptly shrunk. Just as the burly man recovered, Xiao Yan coldly laughed. Immediately after, he flipped his palm and ferociously sent a palm strike, ruthlessly smashing into the burly man's chest. Soul-suppressing seal. Bang! Following the explosion of the palm, a muffled bang sound was emitted. The burly man's body flew back uncontrollably. After flipping a couple of times in the air, he violently smashed into the ground and slid nearly 1,000 feet across the ground. Only then did he collapse onto the ground like a pile of mud. His aura had already completely disappeared, and he was undoubtedly a dead man. Chapter 457. A single palm strike. A single palm strike had killed a 6-star half-martial emperor. At this moment, the numerous demonic beasts that had been attracted by the emperor-grade medicinal pellet had turned completely silent. The scene before their eyes was truly too shocking. It was hard to imagine that a 6-star half-martial emperor, the strongest person present, would actually be killed by a single palm strike from a 5-star half-martial emperor. This sort of thing could be said to be inconceivable. Of course, in the hearts of these fellows at this moment, Xiao Yan's palm had brought them more fear. After all, even that 6-star half-martial emperor had died at Xiao Yan's hands. How could they, who possessed even lower strength, possibly be a match for this black-robed youth before them? Immediately, many of the demonic beasts that had transformed into human form began to retreat. Standing in the air, Xiao Yan's gaze was indifferent as he looked at the group of demonic beasts that were still revealing greedy gazes. His gaze involuntarily revealed some astonishment. These guys were truly worthy of licking blood from blades. Even at this moment, they were still unwilling to give up on fighting over the emperor-grade medicinal pill. Xiao Yan took a deep breath with some difficulty. First, he had refined the medicinal pill. Then, he had used the soul-suppressing seal. At this moment, there was not much soul energy left in the soul bead in his mind. As for Xiao Yan, he was already unable to forcefully suppress the feeling of weakness coming from within his body. If he wanted to recover as soon as possible, he would have to send this group of demonic beasts away. Humph! A cold snort was emitted. Everyone present was as quiet as cicadas in winter. After having witnessed the frightening aura of Xiao Yan earlier, no one present dared to treat this black-robed young man in front of them as an ordinary 5-star half-D. When Xiao Yan's cold snort was heard, everyone's gaze uniformly landed on Xiao Yan. At this moment, everyone's nerves suddenly tightened. Waves of cold sweat had already drenched their backs. Even though they were half-martial emperors, they were still unable to summon the slightest bit of the imposing manner that a half-martial emperor should have before this black-robed youth. Leave this place within 10 breaths, or die. Xiao Yan's tone was unyielding. After this icy cold voice was emitted, a frightening qi energy suddenly swept out from within Xiao Yan's body. The powerful pressure caused everyone present to reveal grave expressions. Even those 5-star half-martial emperors like Xiao Yan had faces filled with shock at this moment. The shock in their hearts could not be described with words. Judging from his appearance, how could this black-gowned man possibly be a 5-star half-martial emperor? Judging from his oppressive might, his actual strength was likely at least that of an 8-star half-martial emperor. After that oppressive might was emitted, The remaining few 5-star half-martial emperors looked to each other in secret. They then took another glance at Xiaoyan. A couple of them seemed to be confirming something. In the next moment, they suddenly turned around and, with their fastest speed, shot explosively toward the direction they had come from without even turning their heads back. Seeing that Xiaoyan actually did not continue to attack, the remaining people present also turned around and hurriedly raised the dou qi within their bodies. One by one, they began to move and rapidly ran in the direction they had come from. They wished that they could instantly distance themselves from Xiaoyan's line of sight. After all of the people present had left, Xiaoyan's body grew soft, and he nearly fell from the sky. Only then did he descend shakily and arrive before Murong Qianqian. He looked at the beautiful person who had already fainted. Because this girl had used a secret technique earlier, her bitter training in the past month had once again turned into nothingness. At this very moment, the injuries on Murong Qianqian's body were even more serious compared to a month ago. If he could not quickly heal her injuries, then this time around, Murong Qianqian's life would truly be in danger. Damn it, what a stupid girl. Could it be that she truly doesn't want to live anymore? Xiaoyan tightly frowned and cursed in a low voice. After pondering for a moment in his heart, he finally shook his head helplessly. He forced himself to raise his spirit and dragged his exhausted body to the front of the medicinal cauldron. Looking at the thunderclouds in the sky that were about to disperse, Xiaoyan could not help but sigh in relief in his heart. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiaoyan looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Looking through the medicinal cauldron, Xiaoyan saw the glazed medicinal pill that was emitting a dazzling golden light within the medicinal cauldron. Xiaoyan swiftly lifted both of his hands. With a thought, the dou qi within his body swiftly surged out. Following the movement of Xiaoyan's fingers, numerous mysterious seals were swiftly formed. It was the Dan transformation divine skill. This time around, facing the medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron, Xiaoyan did not have the slightest hesitation. He forcefully endured the waves of weakness that were emitted from his body. Xiaoyan's teeth fiercely bit the tip of his tongue. At the same time that fresh blood sputtered out, Xiaoyan's body violently trembled. Only then did the world in front of him become much more stable. At the same time, the beautiful heavenly flame agglomerated into a palm-sized fire ring between Xiaoyan's hands. Following a thought from Xiaoyan, it turned into a ray of light that shot into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Feeling the fire ring approaching, the medicinal pill suddenly trembled intensely at this critical moment. Immediately, a golden ray of light wildly surged out from the medicinal pill and agglomerated into a layer of golden energy shield around the medicinal pill. Chi. With the protection of the shield, Xiaoyan's Dan transformation ring was unable to break through to the front of the medicinal pill. Xiaoyan's expression became increasingly pale in this short moment. It was unexpected that the medicinal pill was still unwilling to settle down even at this moment. If it were not for the fact that Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was too weak at this moment, this thing would definitely not be able to endure for so long. Damn it. When he thought of how Murong Qianqian was currently seriously injured and how such a thing had happened, Xiaoyan's heart immediately became anxious. If it was something else, it would have been fine. However, this girl was injured because she was stalling for time for Xiaoyan. Even though that little bit of time was not important, this girl still ended up making a move. Whether it was due to emotion or reason, Xiaoyan could not ignore it. Sigh. Xiaoyan helplessly sighed in his heart. With a thought, a dazzling golden light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. A mysterious symbol appeared between Xiaoyan's eyebrows. It was the Xiao clan tattoo. When the clan tattoo appeared, Xiaoyan's aura also rapidly rose. His condition also temporarily recovered. Taking advantage of this short moment, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly became awe-inspiring. With a low cry in his heart, Xiaoyan swiftly lifted his hands. Seals were quickly formed between his hands. At the same time, the aura of the Dan transformation ring also rapidly rose. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's hands waved forcefully. The palm-sized Dan transformation ring also abruptly expanded by more than 10 times. With a thought from Xiao Yin, the energy shield on the medicinal pill was forcefully burst open like a balloon. With a bang, it was forcefully burst open. Dan transformation ring. Collect.